buried in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
The sweetest thing, yeah. I live all the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few. Yeah. I tried to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready for more?
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burn in my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a caster. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on the arm and so good, go write that check. Cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come, stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tie me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life frame? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tie me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down.
I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart, it weeps for the love you shared. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it weeps for the time we lost. I paid the price. My soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave
nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to death, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I make it. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of the PCS Spring Split, proudly brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I'm Amelk, one of your hosts for tonight, and my beloved co-host tonight, Shock. Say hello.
How's it going, everyone?
I'm going good.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Day 1 was pretty interesting, and I'm pretty excited to get into Day 2. One thing I actually really want to see straight away is how the drafts are going to go, because, I don't know if you know, but on Day 1, Red Side won 4 out of the 5 games.
Really?
And I think that's actually different from, I think globally right now, Blue Side has a higher win rate, so it could just be small sample size, or it could mean that, you know, maybe the PCS Red Side last pick is the secret sauce.
For sure, yeah. I feel like we saw sort of glimpse into all of the teams, right? We've only had one game from each of them so far, but from that, we've sort of been able to see like the beginning of their trajectory of where they're going to go in the split. Our two teams we've got facing up against each other in our first match tonight is going to be Dewish Team versus J Team, both of which lost their Day 1 matches.
Yeah, and I think both of them, interesting little tidbit here, both of them played Blue Side and they had almost the exact same draft. So both teams played Cassante, Poppy, Lucian, and Nami, and the only difference was their mid laners. Can't remember which way around, but I think it was Dewish Team that played Kassadin and J Team that played Azir. So it'll be interesting. I'm not sure which sides they've selected here, but will they prioritize the same champs? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when they've played pretty much the same drafts. It does feel like, for me, Dewish Team, they had a little bit more going for them in their game, despite sort of, I guess, not many people would have put them as the favorites to win that match, and, you know, rightfully so. They didn't do too well last year in the summer split, and they didn't make many changes coming into this year. But they did show some signs of life towards the end of the game. You know, we saw the Caston really start to scale up, and he actually ended the game 6-1, even though his whole team was kind of getting, honestly, just destroyed by Mission on the Rise. But yeah, ultimately, it was just too little too late for them.
Yeah, I feel like playing with the Kassadin mid, it's pretty difficult for your side lanes to perform, so I wouldn't put it all on them. And I also think that's kind of I'd say that's sort of a weird draft to have. It's not often that you're going to have a blind pick Kassadin, so, you know, I think today will perhaps be a better litmus test for them. As you can see, yesterday's results up on screen.
Indeed. So we did have BYG taking down CTBC in a pretty huge upset for them. PSG Talon, unfortunately, taking down CM9. Filipino representatives. Dewish Team falling to Impunity Esports. J Team suffering a similar fate to Deep Cross Gaming, and of course Frank Esports losing in against Hellpigs. And that last match, I'm still thinking about it. That was a really good one to close the night out on.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. And you can see here all those red side wins. PSG Talon, the only team to win on the blue side.
Bit of a secret sauce there. I'm interested to see if that trend is going to continue coming into this game. Yeah, and I feel like the side selection, it's going to be interesting because both those teams were on blue, so I wonder what kind of variations we'll see for the team that ends up on the red side.
Yeah, I think the blue side versus red side argument is always real interesting, because what normally happens is blue side is favored when there's few power picks in the meta, but the power picks that are there are really, really strong. And then you see red side kind of advantaged when the counter picks are very, very strong. And I think this meta kind of has a bit of both. Feels like there are a lot of counter picks and a lot of power picks. You see our standings. 5 teams 1-0, the rest at 0-1. Today, we'll finally get to start splitting those out a bit.
Yeah, one of these two teams, Jewish Team and J Team, are going to be the first one to hit 2 losses.
Ooh, yeah, right.
Not exactly how you want to start your season, but unfortunately it has got to be someone. So, of course, first matchup for today, Jewish Team versus J Team. Then after that, we've got PSG Talon coming up against Frank Esports. After that, Impunity Esports against Hellpigs, Deep Cross Gaming versus Megabank Beyond Gaming, and last but not least, CM9 versus CTBC Flying Oyster. And honestly, for me, I'm kind of excited for that last match because it's sort of another story of, I guess, like the Titans versus the Rookies, right? Because CTBC, they were heavily favored going into their matchup against Beyond Gaming last night, but ultimately fell pretty short. Like, they have actually yet to get a kill so far this split. They went down, I think, like 0-7 in the end. So really not, it doesn't really fill you with confidence, right, coming into this day 2. And CM9, I was really impressed by their sort of creative playstyle. It feels like even from draft, they had some cool tricks up their sleeve that they really weren't afraid to show out in their first game. And there were some signs of life as well, especially early. I remember they had like a very interesting bot lane river scuffle, I guess? Scuffle.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I like that, yeah.
How about you? What kind of matches are you excited for
I want
tonight?
to see the Hellpigs play again. I think they're up against Impunity today, and I think that's going to be a big match. After that Game 5 yesterday, I just want to see more of that. Give me more.
For sure. Let's circle back around to today's match. Jewish team up against J team. What's your prediction?
Oh, I mean, based on the stats, I want to just say whoever gets red side is going to win, but I'm not sure. I really want to see the draft. I think if I were just basing off what I'd seen on day one, I'd probably say Jewish team, because even though they lost, it felt like they lost in maybe a more graceful fashion. And I also think there were signs of life, and I don't think they did themselves favors in the draft. Like, I think if you fix the Cassidy and blind pick, you can have this game change quite a bit. So I'd say for me, eyes on Jewish team, but red side's OP.
Yeah, it does feel like both teams sort of suffered a similar fate in both their games, where they were kind of just shut down early and that lead just sort of accelerated against them. Yeah, so for me, I would also probably lean towards Jewish team. Yeah, I just feel like they had more overall signs of life in their game. We've got Lakanai in the top lane, WSL in jungle, Xiaotu in mid lane, and Pepro and Enhua in the bot lane. Yeah, and I actually messed up Pepro's name, I think. I think on like the league database sites, his name is listed down as Pocky, but now he's switched brands, so it's interesting. You know, new year, new him.
Yeah, name changes are always... I always want to know, like, what's the story behind changing your names? You just not like the old one, or you have some kind of connection to the new one? Be nice to get some little extra information there. Get them warming up.
Yeah, I think that I'm really... The player that I'm really going to be focusing on this match is going to be Xiaotu, because he was sort of like the driving force, right, on the Cassidy. Despite the fact that he was, you know, kind of losing pretty heavily to Mission, it's kind of just something that you expect to happen out of that Cassidy Rise matchup, where he can't really do much. He kind of just lets the waves come into him, eats them under this tower, and then waits until he hits level 11, level 16, hits his item breakpoints. But when he did hit that in his game, he was popping off.
Yeah, he was going pretty nuts. I would like to kind of look more towards the bot lane. I think yesterday they just didn't really get the chance to play. The jungler was kind of pushed out at level 3, and obviously playing mid with the Cassidy, you're not expecting much help from bot side. So yeah, I'd really like to see them kind of be enabled, get the ability to have a bit of higher impact on the game.
Yeah, especially as well. I feel like the jungler also does come into that sort of bot lane matchup quite a lot, as we've seen a lot of, I guess, ganking junglers, or just junglers in general, putting a lot of focus into the bot lane. And especially with PCS, I've noticed that these bot laners are really not afraid to keep continuously trading in the lane, no matter what their matchup is. Like, we saw stuff like Zeri Lulu trading very aggressively into Lucian Nami, something that you probably wouldn't expect to see just from looking at the matchup on paper. So WCL is really going to be key to unlocking the bot lane.
The other side of the rift, we have J team, Ryu, Lava, Minji, Bruce, and Enso. So this team, I believe, last year, some of these players, they're new to the roster, right? A few of them. Yeah, so J team, I'm not really sure what to say after the day one performance. I feel like it wasn't really that inspiring. At the same time, you know, it was day one, it's their first game. You can kind of throw off some of the nerves. We'll see what they have to show us here. Yeah,
I'm hoping they can bounce back after a pretty rough day one. I think, personally, Enso is going to be the key. He was, I guess, the only surviving team member from last year to remain on the roster. So the rest of them are newbies. I think top and jungle have come in fresh into the league. So really just, yeah, it's kind of like a similar situation to some of the other teams with rookies, where there are sort of like a couple key figures that the rest of the members are going to be looking towards for, you know, guidance in the team, especially in these early weeks, where obviously people who are new to the team and to the league in general, you know, there are going to be a lot of situations where they're lost or unsure about how to proceed with the game.
Yeah, I think whenever you have kind of rookies join the team, especially when you're playing on stage for the first time, you know, there is kind of that thought of, well, maybe stage nerves are a thing. And I think that is somewhat exaggerated a lot of the time, but I do think that very first game where you're, you know, trying to get used to the setup, the bright lights, all the kind of things that come with playing on stage, that can be a bit unnerving. So hopefully we'll see a nicer performance from them today.
Yeah, I mean, they look very cool, calm, and collected today. Bruce actually, you know, stretching his arms a little bit, relaxing. And yeah, we got some smiles on the team this time. I like that.
Yeah, they do seem to be happy. Maybe they've decided on their secret sauce. Will it be red side as well? We're not sure.
Yeah, I mean, you were mentioning as well earlier around Minji. I think you weren't too impressed by his Azir in last night's game, right?
Yeah, I believe it was the Azir versus Syndra matchup, and it felt like not a whole lot was accomplished. But here we are in the champs leg. So we have J team on the red side, which is the 80% win rate side, I will remind you, and Jewish team on blue side. Already taking out Ashe and Varus, Kalista and Elise on the other side, so a lot of pressure put towards bot. I think it's kind of expected at this point. Will we see a Maokai ban as well? Maybe from red side. Okay, actually from blue side. So the Maokai on blue is interesting because that kind of tells you that you want to first pick something else. Because normally I feel like Maokai gets banned by the red side. What would the last ban be? I think you'd maybe target bot again. Maybe just another sniper ban.
You know, I'm starting to think that you might not be such a prophet. I feel like the meta is just in a state where it's just so like it's very predictable, right? I feel like especially like the early picks, there's kind of like 2 or 3 picks specifically that teams tend to lean towards. You know, if they're strictly following what the meta is dictating. Let's see what Duo's team are going to pick up first here.
Yeah, so you can look to take your priority bot lane, but I feel like you can always wait for 2-3 on that on blue side. I guess we could look for something like Asante or a priority jungler here as well. Ooh, actually the first pick, Yumi.
Wow,
So not something I would have expected, but there are a lot of the kind of strong laning bots taken away, the Caitlyn, Kalista, Ashe, and Varus. So there are definitely less tools available to punish this, and 2 of the bigger ganking junglers in the meta, Elise and Maokai, both taken away. So Nami is locked in. I think you can take Lucian here, but you also don't have to if you want to take a priority jungler, which looks like they will. You can always take Lucian on 3, so the Sejuani coming through would make sense.
Yeah, definitely a very stable jungler for Lauva to be picking up. What do you think about Duo's team potentially picking up Lucian here to pair with the Yumi? Is that an angle? Because I feel like that would leave J-Team in a pretty rough spot where they have the Nami without the Lucian, because that's kind of the bot lane pairing, right?
Yeah, you could maybe look for it. I feel like though Zeri Yumi has been doing pretty well into Lucian Nami. Like so far I haven't really seen it go bad. So just taking the Zeri here. Also I think Zeri is a lot better into Sejuani than Lucian is. Ooh, actually the Ryze locked in as well. So J-Team, I feel like you have to take the Lucian here, but it will mean dropping your mid laner. So there will be Ryze target bans coming out soon, but I think this has to be the Lucian. They're probably just deciding about their second phase bans at this point.
What do you think is next in store for Duo's team's bans? Because they want to be focusing on giving Ryze a better lane, right?
Yeah, so they could ban the Azir from yesterday, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. I'd say a Syndra and a maybe something, maybe a Yone even, something that pairs well with Sejuani. So J-Team, I think they will probably target ban junglers here, given that a lot of them are already off the table. Maybe looking something like Vi, Wukong, Viego could all be on the table here. 10 seconds left. It's the Vi taken away.
True, wow, that is a... I love how coaches have notebooks. Like, I'm surprised they don't use, like, tablets or something.
I respect that.
Notebooks are cool.
It's classic, you know?
It is classic.
Oh, so actually the Cassante ban. Interesting. Okay.
Wow, okay, I think that's the first Cassante ban we've seen.
I'm not sure, but I'm kind of glad to see it gone, honestly. Okay, so I think it will be another jungle ban coming out here, so Viego maybe could be the play. Okay, the Wukong actually is taken out. And I think you probably just put your second phase ban towards top, so I guess you're probably thinking like Ryze is a safe enough ban, or a safe enough pick that you don't need to ban for it. What will be the second top lane last pick that they're scared of? It is actually the Jax.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think if you're J-Team, you fourth pick your mid laner here most likely, unless you have a priority top that you want to take away. I'm thinking they might just go Azir like they did yesterday. Syndra or Yone also could be good options. Something that pairs well with Sedge or something that does well into Ryze in the laning phase, I think, are all good choices. Sylas. Okay, interesting. So I think Sylas is pretty bad in the 1v1 into Ryze, but it does work very well with Sejuani. So playing more for that 2v2 rather than the 1v1. Can't say I hate it.
Can you say you love it though?
I don't love it, but I think it's at least they're choosing something that they can kind of work towards. You know, it's not like they're just making their comp kind of, you know, flippantly. They've actually decided on a playstyle they want to go for. Renekton blind would probably make sense. I think it is one of the better blind pick tops in the meta. Okay, so it is locked in. And now you have to pick up your jungle. Okay,
wow,
Kindred.
Instantly
That's
locked
really
in.
interesting. So I really like Ryze with Kindred because I think Ryze can bring all the CC and priority that Kindred needs in order to invade, in order to gank. So that's a very good pairing in my mind, and obviously does very well into the Sejuani. Now the last pick that you pick into Renekton here, I feel like it's pretty hard to actually get prior over Renekton, at least in the early game. We'll actually go for a Jace, maybe? I feel like playing this against Renekton Ryze is pretty risky. Definitely run the risk of getting dived. And it is going to be locked in. Okay, so very interesting comps. I think Duo's team, their top side pretty has a lot of control over the early game, and their bot lane pretty much needs to just scale. And then J-Team, on the other hand, they can fight around pretty much any lane. And I think particularly if they can skirmish on the bot side of the map, they're going to have a lot better time early.
I'm really excited for this game because I feel like this is one of the first ones we've seen where both top laners are very, very trading, aggressive laners. And I think that, yeah, I don't know, the Kindred is interesting for me though. I don't really see exactly how it slots in. I feel like potentially they might have been considering an Elise there as well, but I understand that it's obviously not too great as it means that Minji can easily just, build their merc treads and negate a lot and get a lot of value out of that purchase.
Elise was banned early too.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be it.
But I honestly like the Kindred. I feel like Kindred is pretty good against short-range comps, and that's what you've got here. And I also think a big weakness of Kindred is you are very reliant on mid-priority, and I think Ryze is basically the king of mid-priority. There just aren't many champs that can match Ryze, let alone actually get priority into him. And also Ryze bringing all the CC that Kindred needs, I think is really, really nice. So I'm a big fan of the Kindred. I like Duish Team's draft. On the other side, though, J-Team, they have the means to really snowball this game. The bot side is looking very fierce. You got the Lucian, Nami, Sejuani, and Silas. So there's a significant amount of skirmishing power on the bot side, and I think if you're Duish Team, you really want to try avoid that. Keep your Zeri Yuumi out of fights, at least for the very early game, and try play more around that top side, maybe play towards shutting down the Jace.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we are back on the Rift for today. First match of day 2. PCS Spring Split. We've got Duish Team coming up against J-Team. It's foggy again, man. The weather forecast is really not too good.
Okay, will we see any level 1s? There's a lot of range champs, so could see some kind of buff invade, perhaps.
Let's see if there's any level 1 shenanigans coming up for us. I'm betting it's a bot lane stack.
Getting the ward?
Oh,
Oh,
it's
actually not. Okay. Oh, actually going for the Renekton nice and early. I think he is going to be safe. Might get E'd on by the Silas. Okay. Does get out. I think Renekton was forced to start E. Yes. Okay, so if Renekton did start E, I think it's not the end of the world. Honestly, I don't think you're expecting to get priority versus Jace anyway. Kindred will most likely start bot and path up. I don't think you want to play around this Zeri Yuumi. Just path to Renekton lane. Makes a lot more sense. I think Sedge as well will probably start bot side. I feel like if you path away from the Jace here, he is likely to just get ganked and die. So both junglers I expect will be pathing top side. Ryze actually takes the celerity. Wants to move quick. Very quick.
Does help you move a little bit faster. Something I do want to point out though is that Bruce has actually opted for the Ignite with Enso grabbing the heal. It's not something you see too often, but I think it makes sense in sort of a relatively short range matchup where the ADC is a lot more likely to be able to be in range to get the extra execute damage off.
Yeah, I like it. So I think the way the priorities will probably work early is I think Lucian Nami should get priority in this lane. Ryze will definitely get priority over mid, and I would expect Jace to be getting priority over Renekton. But there's obviously the... Oh, actually, maybe the Zeri Yuumi will be getting priority. I suppose Lucian Nami isn't the strongest at level 1, but it might get reversed back, level 2, level 3. It doesn't really matter too much what the bot priority does here, because with both junglers pathing to the other side of the map, you're not really expecting to see much.
Yeah, it is pretty even for now, but Enhua has traded a lot of his HP, already having to burn one of his potions. He's also opted for Guardian as well, something we also don't see very often, but I think it makes sense into a relatively skirmish, burst-heavy team, or at least the bot side of J-Team.
Yeah, so Ryze does have a lot of priority mid and actually got a Raptor ward. Sejuani might actually look to 3-camp mid from bot side here, so pretty unexpected. I'm not sure if this will actually work. It really all depends on if Silas can hit the chain, and if it doesn't, Sejuani is losing quite a bit of tempo in the jungle. Okay. The double flash is committed. Ryze has flash. I think he's actually going to go down. Wow. Okay, so first blood over to Silas. I feel like Ryze wasn't quite hugging to topside enough there. Did have the ward, so... Yeah, I feel like Ryze could have been hugging more to topside and probably would have avoided that gank.
Oh,
but very important kill. Jace actually very far pushed, and Sejuani is not nearby.
He's going to have to burn flash here.
He actually might be dead. Yeah, okay, so he goes down. So really big kills going down. I'd say probably the hardest snowballing champs of both teams pick up kills, the Silas and the Kindred. This is, yeah, very interesting. I think the Silas kill is really, really impactful. That's a matchup where you shouldn't really be getting priority and you're not expecting to get kills. Let's actually have a look at this. So I think Zhao 2 was maybe a bit too far. I think he needed to be more towards the jungler there. But actually, unfortunately, just goes down.
Wow, J-Team actually dropping pretty low in the bot lane. Pepero is also quite low as well. J-Team actually have a chance to go aggressive here. They do have more sustain. And they are, sitting on slightly higher health bars for now. Bruce has actually already expended the Ignite and so the heal as well. So a lot of combat summoners down for bot lane.
WSL. He might invade these Krugs. Oh yeah, I think he's going to go for them.
I wonder if
This
IU
is
is
a
onto this.
fairly I'm not sure if they spotted Sejuani bot side or not. Ooh,
Oh,
okay,
it
the
does get
ward's
spotted.
Oh, it did?
I think so, just barely.
Yeah, I think it did, given that he's coming to check. Or
He's
maybe they
coming.
just know. WSL. I feel like he can kite this out. I don't think he's in danger of dying, but he's going to take quite a lot of damage. Renekton can definitely bail him out. Ooh,
Yeah,
Lava is actually on the way.
That is a lot of damage, and that does slow down WSL's clearing pretty significantly. He's going to be forced to run all the way back here.
Yeah, I feel like those Krugs were pretty greedy, honestly. Like, no top priority and no mid priority at that point as well. So pretty risky to go for those, especially if they didn't spot Sedge on a ward.
Lava just looking to relieve some top lane pressure here.
It looks like the wave is going to crash. WSL actually cancels his recall. They're going to go back to clearing. Dragon is spawning soon. I feel like J Team probably can look to do the drag. I think you're much stronger on bot side. The Silas is definitely strong at the moment before Ryze gets Catalyst and a Dirk on Lucian as well. I think you got to try pressure this drag. Okay, Bruce and Enzo actually looking towards mid. Ooh. This is a flashless Ryze, so if Nami can get the flash bubble, I can actually see him dying.
Oh, J Team actually choosing not to go for it. I feel like they could have at least dished out quite a lot of damage there, but I guess I just don't want to miss any CS back in bot. So
yeah.
Gonna be running back down river.
Okay, this Ryze is pretty... Zhao 2 doesn't quite have Catalyst still, and he is very Probably does have to try stay in lane at least a little bit longer, but this is definitely not what you want on Ryze. If you have that early death, it makes your first base a lot worse, and you just kind of struggle from there to have the impact you would normally. Lava might look to do Dragon after this Gromp. I feel like they have the bot lane set up for it, and they're getting mid and bot priority. Well, they could actually invade the second red as well.
Minji's coming down.
He does sweep. Doesn't quite spot the Kindred. Okay, Dragon is checked.
Oh.
Lava's going to start it up.
You see him actually leashing it a little bit for Lava. Too kind.
As this drag looks like it's going to go down, and it's pretty nice to pick up, I think. Pretty much, if you're playing a comp that gets, I wouldn't say like hard outscaled, but you are against like Yuumi, Kindred, Ryze, you're expecting the late game not to go in your favor, and having drags can definitely tip that in your favor. So the J-Team bot lane comes up. This Dragon is going to go down. Minji actually up a lot of gold, up 500 gold over his opponent. Silas is actually opting for the Rod of Ages as well. And Ryze forced into the Merc Treads, which I think is a smart choice, but at the same time, it really does delay that Rod of Ages.
That is 1,200 gold, just... It's 1,200, right?
1,100.
1,100. Oh, my math is not good.
Okay, WSL could look for the dive here. We've got Zhao 2 coming up with the Ryze ult as well.
Oh,
This Jace does not have flash. I think he's just dead. Yeah, it looks like he is going to go down. They're kiting well. Ooh, WSL picks up another kill. Much needed. And also, Minji fails to trade anything back on mid. Can they maybe push and then 4-man bot straight after? Pepper dodges the bubble and is actually going to go aggressive onto Bruce. Bruce forced to flash out. Oh, actually goes down, but with the Sejuani here, I think Sedge will pick up this kill into Pepero.
I was looking for it.
Yeah.
Does get the start, and then he's gone.
It does end up going down. So, yeah, honestly, I want to say I'm not too sure who comes out better from that. I think that Zeri getting a kill definitely accelerates her scaling. On the other hand, Lava picking up 2 kills nice and early means this Sejuani is going to be very, very difficult to kill for a pretty long time.
Let's take a look at a replay of that. So, J-Team actually opting in a little bit for this trade. Bruce misses the Q, and I think this is where Pepero realizes he can just start walking up and ordering Bruce. Bruce does flash away, but is quickly matched by Pepero, but Lava is luckily here to get the double kill in return.
Yeah, I think overall it's still probably worth it, but at the same time, you did lose your Jace on top side, so it's not like you got this play just for nothing. Oh, and actually, the game has been paused.
We love pauses, don't we?
I wonder what the issue was. Jace complaining about the jungler pathing bot side, maybe. Okay. Well, I think based on how the game is going so far, I'm not even sure who I would say is ahead.
Yeah, it's very scrappy on both sides of the map so far. The Chase is having a bit of trouble.
Yeah. I'd say you're kind of expecting that when you're playing up against the Ryze, and I actually think we're getting back on the Rift already.
Oh.
That was a short pause. Okay, now, I'm really feeling bad for Zhao 2 in this game. That early gank really kind of messed up his plan. And he's very, very far behind on the Rod of Ages compared to Minji on the Silas. Actually doing this Herald, ooh, okay, so Duish team is going to try contest, but Zeri is very far away. Right now it is a 4v5, and I think J team, if they continue to force this, will just get it.
They should take this. They do have around about 10-second window to try and force a fight, but the ref hero does get
actually resets, but they're looking for the fight instead. Xiaotu forced to flash out. That's I think that was, okay, Sitch still has ult actually. Rise Flash was used. Now that Pepper is here, will they keep going for it? I think Jewish team is stronger in this early fight.
Oh, they find it.
Sejuani ult connects, and actually Kindred does not quite go down before she gets the ult off. Pepper getting a lot of damage. Minji, the double Kindred ult is making this very interesting. Again, I feel like at the end, no one's really going to go down.
Well, Pepper is chasing here. I think he might be able to actually pick up Enzo. Enzo force the flash.
Will he chase? He's actually going to go for it. I respect that, but I don't think he can pick anything up. So it looks like everything is just kind of going to reset back to normal.
Lava's sitting around. He might
try re-engage on a Pepper, but I do think that would be a mistake. And Duish team, they're very low. I'm not sure they can do this against the Jace poke. I think everyone should just kind of go back to their waves now and farm.
Minji has cleared that mid wave and is coming back around the river. Duish team are still looking to try and contest this, but they're dragging the Rift Herald out quite far.
Xiaotu's TPing back. I think even if you don't get the Herald here, you still want to play for the fight. The kunai is very low.
Pepper takes the Scuttle Crab as well.
Minji actually misses the chain. Oh, I don't think you can chase into the corridor there.
Well, they're going to try and finish the Rift Herald. J-Team do manage to pick it up.
Xiaotu, he's going to look for more off the back of it. Gets a huge rise EQ. Gets another one, actually. Xiaotu is going crazy. Can they pick up any kills, though? I'm not sure they can. And Minji off the back connects on the Pepper. Okay, gets one. The Jace poke comes through, and I think J-Team might just be able to wipe them here. Gets the stopwatch off as well.
Oh, WSL flashes away.
Lives. Wow, disaster for Duish team.
WSL, the sole surviving member. That was...
Oh, look at the health bars.
That was really a back and forth fight and really extended. That was over like the course of a minute. J-Team actually choosing to restart the Rift Herald. And Duish team, I think they got a bit too antsy there. They decided that they wanted to keep contesting that despite being significantly lower health than J-Team. And ultimately, Minji is able to just chase them up the river and clean up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think Duish team actually played the fight pretty well, but I just feel like at this point in the game, they're just not quite as strong as the early game of the Lucian Nami as well as the Sars Sejuani. Let's have a look at the fight once more. So at this point, I feel like Duish team felt like they were in control. They were kind of chasing them down, getting a lot of damage, and it kind of made sense. But I think at some point, you just kind of run out of abilities to chase with.
Yeah, and I can understand why they chase us though, right? Because Xiaotu just getting down so much damage with the Rises, but Minji is here full HP on the Silas, and they just don't quite have enough damage to finish him off. He does have to pop the stopwatch, but small price to pay for such a huge team fight for J-Team.
Yeah, Silas being up CS over Xiaotu's Rise, not something you would normally expect, but just the more early game skirmishes you can have, the better it is for Silas, and has the first strike as well, so going to be scaling up very quickly here.
And both Minji and Lalva 3-0 right now. 2k gold lead overall for their team.
Xiaotu does not have flash. Sejuani is looking. The ult connects, and I think he's just dead. Silas is going to pick up another kill. Yes, he does. So Minji 4-0. Going to be quite the force to be reckoned with.
That's really not good for Xiaotu, who's set back even further behind. He's so far away from his Rod of Ages.
Yeah, and I think this could be the entire tower going down. They've got Nami here, actually managed to pick up the Rift Herald in there somewhere. And maybe not the whole tower. I feel like they've dropped it kind of early, but it is going to be down to, I think, just one play. WSL actually takes quite a bit of damage here. Yeah, almost down to one.
That is a lot more gold from Minji. I'd be interested to see what the gold on each player looks like, but we are going to go and do another pause, unfortunately.
Hopefully this one won't be too long.
J-Team now 3k gold ahead, though. That is really good. They've really lead into sort of their early game win com of just, finding those skirmishes. And they played that fight, or both teams played that fight really patiently, but Duish team, yeah, just not really realizing where the limit is at and going a bit too deep.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close, and I feel like both sides executed actually pretty well. I was impressed by the team fighting, but yeah, I don't know, the Silas and Sejuani just had so much pressure. Yeah, so much strength in that early
I'm not sure how Minji was full HP. Did he?
I think he might have TP back. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I guess that's just something that Duish team might have overlooked. Forgot that he actually did have that available, and that is ultimately what turned the fight around, right? Because if you don't have a full HP Silas running up the river, I don't think much is going to come out of that. And Duish team might actually end up ahead. But we're back into the game now. Bot lane relatively stabilized.
Minji does not get his recall stopped. Dragon could be on the table here. I think if you're J-Team, you just kind of want to fight everything, given that you're so strong. Don't give time for this Zeri, Yuumi, and Kindred to scale. Just keep your foot on the pedal here.
There's definitely no doubt that they should be winning most 4v4 skirmishes on the bot side. The only... Wow, they're
Duelist Team actually go over the wall. I'm not sure they're going to get away with this. Lava, he's actually going to give it over. Will they look for the fight afterwards? They're going to, but the Sedge ult goes wide. Pepero... Oh, I think he got cancelled on his dash.
Oh, he doesn't have the lamp to
forced a flash over the wall.
Oh, Bruce is going to chase over here.
Oh, Minji, though, he's in the fight. The chain misses. Wow, Duelist Team, I feel like they kind of got away with murder there.
Yeah.
And that's really big, actually. If you get that Dragon as a scaling comp, you kind of add 5 minutes to the game where you can just chill out and relax.
It slows it down a lot, and Minji just so close to hitting the chains there on someone, but the blast cone knocks all of Duo's team to safety, and yeah, they're laughing straight to the bank with that. Lava lurking around bot side, seeing if he can pick off Duo's team's bot lane, but
yeah, might
they're
actually
long
look
gone.
for Pepero on the way back to lane. WSL is wisely pathing out to try counter gank this, but they know that Pepero doesn't have sums. Okay, Lava actually finishes the recall, so not going to try punish here.
Bruce is staying a very long time in that bot wave. It's going to give Zero Yuumi a lot more time to get this wave in. Meanwhile, Xiaotu trying to get what farm he can in the mid lane. WSL's on 2 marks so far.
Yeah, he's finished the Kraken, but I feel like Kindred does kind of prefer a slightly slower game. You know, obviously you want to fight enough that you can get your marks and stuff like that, but if the game gets so accelerated that you just can't really deal damage because everyone else is so strong. And look at that, 1,400 gold from turret plates to J-Team. A lot of those coming from that mid lane. J-Team, they do have a lot of control of this bot side river. Will they actually look to 4-man bot? Feels like that could be the next play. There's no Herald or Dragon up at the moment, but there is.
Well, that was
some tier
looking.
ones. Pepero does not have sums. Is Sejuani altered, and the dash
the
does
dash?
not get cancelled? That kind of looked like it got cancelled to me, but then it just went through, so...
Yeah, that was odd, but Enhua's Mikhail was ultimately saving the day there, helping Pepero get away to safety, but it's going to be on cooldown now.
I think surviving that window is really, really important. You've got to feel very scared when you don't have the sums, and Sejuani has R, but if you manage to survive that, Sejuani can't be bot side forever. Oh, actually, big engage coming out of Bruce just destroys Pepero while he still doesn't have the sums, and it looks like Enhua's going down as well. A double kill goes over to J-Team.
So much damage coming out from Bruce there with the Gale Force, with the Serrated Dirk, and first strike on top of that, dishing out so much damage. He didn't even really need the killing there at the end, it was more just like the icing on top. Most of that damage just came from his ordinary dashing in combo.
Yeah, I feel like when you get ahead on Lucian Nami, you can really do some crazy things. So far, we haven't really seen Lucian Nami's get started, but now that they've got ahead, we're going to see if they can snowball it some more.
Indeed, but at the same time, there's just, you know, you've still got the mid lane of Minji's just so far ahead now as well. Motivator's on 5 stacks, and I wonder what he's going to pick up next. It looks like he's itemizing towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, which does make sense because you've already kind of got the Lamb's Despite that's going to come down in those skirmishes to extend it. So having that Zhonya's on top of that is going to be helpful. Oh, Lalva. This is an awkward time to pause.
Yeah, Ryze is going to be able to ult here pretty early. I feel like this could actually be good for Duish Team. We'll have to see as soon as that starts, but yeah, what a cliffhanger to leave it on.
What a cliffhanger. Yeah, tune in next time to find out whether or not Lalva lives or not.
Do you think he will? I feel like he gets out. From what I remember, he has Flash, and Ryze is coming up. Silas has TP.
Oh, you have a photographic memory.
I'm just thinking about it. Silas has TP, Lucian's coming out of base, so yeah. Trying to think how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not looking good overall for Duo's team right now, though. They do have the scaling, right? But it's reaching one of those stages where they're slowly falling further and further behind that they're not really going to be able to outscale J-Team in time.
Yeah, there's definitely a point that the scaling team reaches where they can no longer compete with their early game team and they just start kind of falling so far behind. And I think also, it's not like J-Team scales bad. They don't scale as well as Duish Team, I don't think, but their scaling's not poor at all. Like Lucian Nami scales decently, I feel like.
And they're already ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And Silas, Jace, I feel like, again, maybe in the ultra late game aren't the best, but I don't think the game's going to get to the point where that's really going to matter.
And although Jace has been shut down a little bit so far, Renekton hasn't really picked up too much either. And I feel like he is going to struggle a little bit against the team comp of J-Team in those team fights later on.
Yeah, I think you're definitely... The Renekton obviously does sort of well into short range compositions, but is going to have trouble if you don't get accelerated.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of just end up walking around and getting kited in circles, even by other short-range champions, which does feel pretty bad. And I think we are getting back on the rift. So what actually happened here, I'm not too sure. Okay, we've got a little bit of lag currently. Ooh, okay.
Well, they're dancing.
Never seen that one before.
Okay, never mind.
All right, back to talking about the game, I guess. So it looks like Sejuani did manage to get out of that without having to burn flash, which is, you know,
Not too bad.
always feels good.
Not too shabby. Yeah, I mean, if you're J Team, what do you think are your next steps to sort of further accelerating and closing out this game?
I think from what I remember, Herald is up at this point, so I think you're probably looking towards the Herald, and then from there, I think you probably need to just like go through all these tier 1s, take them out. I think Dragon, you still want to stack drags, but I think drag is sort of an unrealistic win condition at this point. It's going to be very, very far along.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't hurt to stack them, but I think really just try and keep accelerating that gold lead, get the Herald, get the tier 1s, and look to take fights whenever you're able to.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's always nice. It does feel like when you drop that, like when you drop 1 and you're not able to stack those 2 early, it feels like the game isn't really going to reach that point where you can get that soul. Lava.
Okay, so it looks like they picked up the Herald while we were gone. And this tier 1 is going to go down. Looks like mid lane tier 1 actually dropped as well. J-Team with a lot of control over this top side. Dragon's in 50 seconds. I wonder if they're going to give it and just try to get more gold. At the same time, though, I feel like you kind of just want to fight everything. And given how far you're ahead, I don't think you really need to give up anything. The Kunai could be in trouble here, but has the Kindred behind him with the Lamb's Respite.
All of J-Team coming out from the wings to secure this in a turret. The Rift Herald is going to die here before it hits the in turret.
It does go down. I think J-Team will probably just reset, look to set up for the drag. Jiaozu actually backing off pretty early. Feel like you could keep pressuring here,
Yeah,
but maybe he has an item. See what he buys. Feel like you could have pressured that bot tower for a bit longer. Okay, so it gets a fairly mediocre buy, but will be synced up with WSL's Kindred here. Gold difference continuing to increase. I feel like gold differences in the current meta, they can get out of control very, very fast. Like a lot of the time the game remains stagnant, but once you get that lead, you can really balloon it really, really quickly. This Dragon, probably just going to be started. I think if you're Duish team, you honestly just give this up. Maybe play for the tier 1 mid and top. I think it's just too hard to contest at the current state of the game. Maybe play for 3 items on your carries. The WSL actually going into the jungle. We'll be able to take away some camps.
Yeah, this is not too bad. Going to be able to get the red buff and the Krugs as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is the best trade you can get. And honestly, gold-wise, it's pretty good.
It's not too bad. It would be better if his mark was on that side as well. Unfortunately, it is on the Gromp down in bot, but
On Gromp.
can't win them all. On Gromp.
Okay, Zhao 2, he's pathing out bot. Perhaps would be scared of a cross map here, but Sejuani is nowhere near, so obviously he doesn't know that, but I think he should feel safe anyway. Benji, worried about getting his base stopped, does back off a little.
Paper are going to collect this mid-wave up as well. The gold lead has been pushed even further to 6k in the favor of J-Team. And yeah, it really is reaching that point with Duish Team. They're going to reach a point where they can't even contest these fights. J-Team are going to be too far ahead. Minji has picked up the Zhonya's now as well, and he's very close to hitting that 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages.
Yeah, I think at the same time here, the game has been relatively stable for a while. There haven't been that many objectives to fight over other than the Dragon. Once Baron's on the table, J-Team might be able to start forcing this a little bit harder. Rise is going to try push in a little bit of the bot lane here. There's actually a lot of members on mid for J-Team. They could look for engage. Jace actually TP's bot, which is interesting because won't have TP up for the Baron. So kind of suggests that they want to play towards bot side instead of that top side. Maybe we'll invade this jungle and push Rise out.
Duish Team waiting in the wings on their top side, but J-Team just choosing to wander into the bot side instead. Setting up for this Jace to start getting some damage down on the inner turret. I was looking for something. WSL's very far up here.
Well, Bruce actually goes on. Wow, WSL actually went forward there. I think Bruce
Bruce is in
slightly
trouble.
out of the... Oh, he's actually in the Lamb's Respite. He flashes out, but he is going to go down to Pepero. Pepero in the backline doing a lot of work. The Kunai actually...
Oh, Pepero.
Oh, I think Minji does take out the Zeri. Zhaotu is trying to ult out, but I don't think... Oh, he actually manages dodges the Silas chain. Wow, that was what a messy fight.
Yeah, WSL with the Yumi getting in so deep in Bruce.
Yeah, I don't think he should have gone so far in. I feel like if you're playing Kindred Yumi, you're very happy to just kite back out, but they instead try and make the fight super quick. It ends up being a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it does feel like J-Team were waiting around the corner, expecting Duish Team to catch Duish Team off guard, rather. But Duish Team kind of doing the same thing around the same corner. We'll probably get a look at the replay soon to see how it all went down. Pepero was an interesting way he approached that fight. He kind of just went all the way back into the back line. WCL does get heavily damaged by Bruce, but he does pop the Lens of Sprite just in time. And Bruce actually, it looks like he's going to survive here. Pepro going out with the hero play and getting into the back line, but unfortunately walks a bit too close to Lauva, who does knock him up and finish him off. And Xiao2 as well, just barely managing to dodge the Silas chains and get out in the end.
Yeah, that was very, very close, and I think the mid-item difference right now is getting pretty ridiculous.
It is. J-Team almost 8k gold ahead now. The gold lead just keeps widening.
Yeah, I think fights like that really good for J-Team. Might actually just take full topside control here and look to start setting up the Baron or making picks in the top jungle. With that bot tier 2 down, there's really nothing to play for bot side for 2 more minutes when the Dragon spawns. WSL actually goes forward. There's a lot of flashes up here. I don't think Sejuani's really in trouble. Pepro ends up in the back line once again. Bruce has a really good angle. Could maybe just look to ult. Actually kites out instead. Lava goes very low, but doesn't quite die.
Ooh, that fight could go out very differently, but Bruce, unfortunately, his culling has just come up, so it wasn't up in time for that. Otherwise, he could have done a lot of damage to the back line.
Actually, maybe look for the re-engage here. Lots of damage. Xiao2 just immediately gets blown up, and Lava chasing them down. The Silas chain connects, but does not follow over the wall. Jace flashes in, picks up 1, maybe 2. Oh, the Yumi lives on 1 HP.
Oh, you're getting some help over the wall.
I feel like you just back off here. You can probably do Baron as long as you live, but... Oh, actually goes down. Minji connects a chain. Pepper lives on 1 HP. I feel like if you're J-Team there, you could have backed off and probably done Baron with 2 people dead. But now, I feel like you're a bit too low, maybe? Yeah.
That's hard. I don't think you can. Arya just maybe going a bit too aggro. His team really wasn't on the same page there, and he ended up by himself over the wall. Minji tried his best to get some return kills. We held back to another pause, unfortunately. That was pretty scrappy, and in the end, it wasn't really scrappy in the favor of J-Team like you'd expect. Yeah, ultimately just extending that fight out a little bit too long.
Yeah, I think one thing maybe we'll have a look at in this replay is that when Xiao2 goes down so early in the fight, there's very little AP damage left. And I believe this Sejuani actually has a frozen heart, so it's pretty much invincible to everyone else. Xiao2 immediately goes blown up. I feel like if you're RU here, you can actually just leave really early and probably do the Baron. There's only 3 members alive. Minji does try and trade something off the back, but doesn't quite do enough damage.
Wow, Siri and Yumi both surviving on pretty much 1 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
a close fight.
It was. Sort of. Yeah, I'm surprised Arya didn't just walk up towards the jungle, because that way, even if he does die, the team will be too far up in such a way that Minji can clean up afterwards. So potentially a bit of miscommunication there, but...
Yeah. I think it's hard to communicate clearly in a moment like that. You know, people are probably just yelling a bunch of different things, but I think that's when it really helps to have someone who's, you know, kind of the clear shot caller to say, okay, you know, let's just back off. Let's either reset or go to Baron or something like that, rather than the overchase, because there really isn't that much more that you get from chasing in, I feel like.
Yeah, and J-Team, yeah, there was so much potential there from that play. Like, they picked up 2 kills. Could have easily just gone to the Baron and pressured that, but, yeah, just... too thirsty for kills, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's good for J-Team, right? Like, they don't end up getting the Baron, and perhaps it's not as clean as we would like, but I think, you know, you still come away trading up in this fight. You're accelerating further. And also important is, I think, when you fight in, like, an enemy jungle quadrant and you win, you always get to take all their camps straight after, right? If there are any up. So you actually deny a little bit of extra gold, you know, after you've won the fight. And denying gold on the Kindred is really, really important. You know, she's meant to be one of the big carries on this lineup, and it's kind of just being starved out of any useful resources.
Yeah, I think she's probably still on 2 or potentially 3 if she's lucky marks, which is really not where you want to have your Kindred, right? You want her to be, you know, at least hitting that, I think it's the 4 mark breakpoint where you get the extra range. So not even hitting that at this stage of the game just makes it that much more difficult to play these fights out.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's kind of interesting how Kindred has not ended up really being able to find anything after getting those early kills, but I think just the side of J-Team have snowballed so hard, she hasn't really had a chance to be as aggressive as she'd like.
Let's talk about Xiao2 as well, because he really has been struggling in the mid lane matchup, getting caught out several times just by Silas and Sejuani. Even after he picked up some merc trades, still finding himself CC chained and dead, like without having much chance to react.
Yeah, I think when you're playing against Silas, you're always playing on the knife's edge. If Silas picks up 1 kill, suddenly he snowballs insanely hard and he can keep pushing that lead. But Silas, before managing to pick up kills, is honestly not very impactful. You know, he gets out-farmed by other champs. He doesn't have like the damage that other early game champions do. But crucially, just snowballs insanely well, and the fact that he's already kind of able to get on the board so early in the game, I think it was like level 3 when he got his first kill, that's absolutely crucial, and pretty much always what you want to do when you have a Silas is play around that, try and get into those early skirmishes, try get him snowballing, because if you just leave him alone versus Rise, it's going to be very bad in the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm glad the J team made that decision to go for that early play, because it just kind of lets him skip over that pothole that Silas does have right in the early game, and he's just, he's zooming now.
Yeah, I can't remember what his scoreline is, but I think it's something like 5-0. He's actually insanely strong. He's got the Zhonya's that's building towards the Shadow Flame as well.
It's hard to see a world where Jewish team actually able to take him down. Like, how do you kill a Silas who already has a fully stacked God of Ages and the Zhonya's?
I think that is
early?
one real annoying thing about the Silas build is that, sure, he gets a bounty after he has a bunch of kills, but it doesn't really matter if you can never take him out anyway with the Roa, with the Zhonya's, with the healing as well. So yeah, pretty tough to play against.
Yeah. Another thing I do want to point out is it does feel like Pepero isn't really executing these fights very cleanly. Like we saw in the last 2 fights, he was, he did get that kill in that initial, that skirmish we saw in the mid lane, but it's questionable as to whether or not that was the right call to make because he ended up very deep in their backline with almost no escape.
Yeah, I feel like the Yuumi is mainly on the Kindred right now, and so Zeri's just kind of left to her own devices, and maybe that's bad. Maybe Yuumi needs to get the Zeri back on the leash. He's kind of, he's going a bit too far.
Yeah, that second fight as well, he was just positioned so, like he almost just dashed straight into 5 members of J-Team. I don't know how he was able to survive that actually, thinking back, but I guess it's lucky that Bruce wasn't there to dish out the damage onto him.
Yeah, I think the Lamb's Respite is buying a lot of time in these fights, especially because there's often 2 of them going down with the Silas ult stealing it.
Yeah, it does feel like you don't really want to, like Lamb's Respite is a really important ability that you don't want to burn too early in the fight. Like you kind of want it to be in a situation where it's going to be favorable for you, right? But it feels like they're doing it out of desperation to survive as long as they can, even though the fight's not going well for them.
Yeah, I think when you fall behind, it becomes much harder to use those abilities because, yeah, if you can use them kind of proactively, use them aggressively, I think that's something like you can kind of plan for. But when you have to just kind of, you're put in that situation where you have to use it reactively and you're not sure if you should use it or not, it makes it way more difficult to actually make a good decision around it.
For sure. What do you think Jewish team need to do to be able to get back into this game? Because if it feels like hope is, diving very quickly.
Yeah, I feel like you have to play very, very slow, try and get up to 3 or 4 items on your carries. The one thing you do have going for you is that the drags aren't really stacked up, so you do have a fair amount of time to wait. At the same time though, J-Team is so far ahead already that they can just invade the jungles, which is actually a really big deal. It stops either your carries from farming extra, or it stops your jungler from being able to farm at all. Back into the game. Okay, so Jace, yeah, okay, so Jace, oh no.
They got us.
No.
April Fools.
Well,
that sucks.
I don't know what to say about that.
I was excited.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to see them winning a fight. I feel like Pepper is just not at the stage that he needs to be where he's able to be damage dealer, and the same goes for WSL as well. And if you don't have damage coming from your 280 carries on the team, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think killing that Sejuani is kind of just all up to Zhao Rise, but it just really doesn't have the items to do so. And also, Rise when you fall behind, Rise when you're ahead, it's very difficult to deal with. You're kind of just running at everyone. It's kind of like Silas, actually, where no one can really kill you, but Rise from behind kind of just feels like you're rooting yourself when you're casting your abilities, and then, everyone just engages on you and you just pop.
Yeah, it's especially scary into a team like J-Team, right, where they're pretty much constantly dashing in and trying to catch you off guard. It just makes it so difficult to actually deal out the damage that he needs to do because, yeah, like you said, he does seem like the only remaining key player for a Jewish team to be able to get them back into this game.
Yeah, and I think he's 0-4 or something, right? Like, he is their team's magic damage. I don't think Yumi's going to be quite putting out enough DPS to take down a Sejuani. But
probably not.
Yeah, with your AP threat that far behind it, it does allow the enemy team just to itemize, as much armor as they want, like the Frozen Heart and the Sedge. The Zhonya's on the Silas, and actually I think the Silas has Sork Shoot. He doesn't even have Mercs or anything, so no respect at all for the AP right now.
I'm glad the Rise is doing well in this matchup as well, right? Because we saw him get dumpstered by the Rise in yesterday's game, so being able to flip the matchup on its head and just kidding.
We're back.
We are back.
Okay, Lava actually looks for the engage. Hits Lakunai. Lakunai does not have flash. I think he's going to go down. Bruce is dashing in. Lakunai maybe... Oh, gets hit by the bubble. Actually is taken down. Will they chase for more? I feel like you can. Rise is not here. Sedge does not have ult, but I think you can close the distance. Okay, actually going to go back to mid. just keep pushing these waves. If you're Duish team, if you see J team go Dragon, you might actually be able to cheese a Baron. I think smart play by J team here, not to commit too many members to the bot side until you secure this top side area.
Yeah, they forced Jewish team to all base and defend this mid inhib, but they're long gone now. They're moving towards the Dragon, not going to opt into the Baron this time. But this is likely going to be the third Dragon picked up for J team very soon.
Yeah, time is sort of running out for Duish team. I don't think you're going to be able to reach 3 item spikes before that 4th Dragon soul comes in. And this is even with that 1 Dragon that was stolen, which you wouldn't really expect to happen, but yeah, Rise still very far away from 3 items.
Oh, that's so much damage from Bruce.
Bruce gets a lot of damage, does get rooted though, and the culling doesn't really do much. Minji has a flank. I think Pepper is... Ooh, actually might get out.
Let's survive.
Minji can definitely just kite out here. Might actually look for more.
Oh, on the bot side though, we've got Larkanai getting chased down by Lauva and Arya. Bruce is there as well to get that, get that extra damage on top. And Xiaotu, he's rooting himself again. It's so difficult.
Well, I think Pepper might be in trouble here. Jace hits the QE on top side as well. Minji picks up a kill. Yeah, I think this is Baron. I think if you're J team here, you just run straight to Baron. I don't think there's any way the short range Rise can do anything about this Baron. So if you're J team, I think that's kind of GG, honestly. You pick up this Baron, you're going to get 4th Dragon soon enough, and you've got such an insurmountable gold lead. I don't think the scaling from Duish team is going to end up mattering.
Yeah, that was really disorienting, to watch from Duish team. It feels like there were 3 separate fights going on in that sort of one big mess. Ultimately starting with Pepper getting caught out way too deep, and then that bleeding out into the rest of the team members. Yeah, Goldie goes to 12k.
So the fight starts off with Bruce getting a fair amount of damage. The culling sort of goes wide, but the damage is done. And Minji, he has a great flank onto Pepper, which doesn't quite kill him, but forces him completely out of the fight. And then on the bot side, the Kunai is caught out by Lauva and Ryu. Yeah, it takes a lot of damage. It's just a lot happening all across the board right now.
Yeah, we need the observers to zoom all the way out to the back of the map to actually be able to see everything, because there's just so much. WSL on the top, you see him getting caught out by Minji, and the lance strike is popped, but it's going to buy him a few more seconds of life. Meanwhile, Pepper does unfortunately pay for his sins. And J-Team now playing mid and bot. Looking to try and get this bot inhib down first. Larkanai is a sole member defending here. The rest of the team members are walking down now, but the tower is pretty much already gone.
Minji, they tried to engage on him with the Rise Flash, but didn't quite connect. And that is going to be bot inhib going down. You feel like mid inhib will fall soon after. They actually engage on a Xiaotu who does yet... Oh my god, I keep thinking people are going to go down and Yumi saves them. Pepper could be in trouble here, taking a lot of damage from Bruce. Flashes out, but is going to go down to the Ignite. Mid inhib will fall soon after. WSL on the Kindred falls as well. I think this, I'm pretty sure they can just end here.
Yeah, it's rough for Jewish team. You got Xiaotu.
You just dropped a new Jace combo. Never seen that one before.
What are they going to do here? I mean, they just...
Yeah, I don't think there's any way for Jewish team to defend.
J-Team just...
Yeah, very dominating game. 20 kills
they've
to
got all the
5.
realm morphing into the fountain. They're padding the stats.
Yeah, I respect that.
They pick up everyone as well. Oh, Arya is going to fall down, but that is going to be the Nexus for J-Team. And that is going to be the first win as well for the split. And yeah, that was really rough for Jewish team. I mean, we both thought that they would put out a bit more fight than that, but ultimately J-Team running away with the lead that they got early on.
Yeah, I think it all started with that mid gank at level 3. And from there, they just had control of pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to play when that Silas has already, power spiked so early. Like hitting the Rod of Ages almost like, probably I want to say like 10 minutes before Rise hit his. It's difficult, especially when J-Team know that they are strong in those skirmishes. You could see them constantly looking for those fights, those small fights. And yeah, especially I think that Rift Herald fight as well was... That was big.
Yeah, it was definitely game-breaking. That was very close for both teams, being able to just completely swing the game in their favor, and ultimately does go the way of J-Team. Slightly better executed, and also slightly stronger early game composition. J-Team do pick up the win.
Yeah, it's just so rough for your team. I wish I could say there were points where they were having some success, but it really just feels like they were down straight from the start.
Yeah, I think you have to give the MVP either to Minji or to Lauva for that game, because they kind of just took the game into their control, put it on their back, and definitely delivered that win to J-Team.
They were working together so well. They're just so in coordination, and yeah, both of them were 3-0 at some point, so you can tell that they've got the team on their backs.
Yeah. Wow, I mean, that was a very decisive game. I really liked how once they got ahead, the Sejuani was just engaging over and over and over onto these flashless members and just creating so much chaos. I feel like, thinking about it more, I think Lava has to get the MVP. He got the level 3 gank, he engaged so many fights, he made the game just so difficult for Duish team.
Yeah, I don't know, it feels like the Chase kind of getting away with a bit of a free win there. He didn't do much. He did suffer a decent amount getting caught out early by WSL, and I guess that is the sort of sign of life for Duish team, catching out that Jace early, getting that early kill. But they're not really able to get much more out of that.
Yeah, I think that when Sejuani picks up those early kills, she's going to be able to immediately translate that into more power. I feel like if you're Kindred or Zeri that pick up early kills, it kind of shaves some time off your scaling, but it doesn't quite impact you so soon. I think we will be taking a look at some highlights here.
So this is the Rift Herald fight, and you can see Minji full HP. Yeah, he's so excited to be walking in here because the Duish team are all below half HP, and you can see he just chains in, not scared of anything. Just dishing out so much damage, flashes in and pops the stopwatch, and leaves space for the rest of J team to pick up the rest of those kills.
Yeah, and looking at the damage chart, it's actually pretty even across the board. I'm actually surprised that Zhaotu's Rise managed to deal so much damage, considering he was so far behind.
Yeah, so much damage across the board from J team. On the other hand, even the Sejuani doing more than Kindred as well. That's not something you see very often.
Yeah, the Renekton feels pretty sad too, given that Renekton did get a fair amount of pressure early, just not being able to translate that into any meaningful impact. I mean, obviously playing a Renekton when your team's behind does feel pretty bad, but at the same time, I feel like should be a bit more done. It's also 23 kills to 6. 10 towers to 1. I mean, it was pretty one-sided. And the gold, other than very early game, you know, was pretty much always in J Team's favor. The MVP does go over to Minji.
I'm okay with that. I mean, I definitely do think that Lauva was the biggest contributing factor, you know, just from that level 3 gank. But, you know, Minji did well as well.
Minji had some really big plays as well, right? Like that Herald fight, I would say, was mainly up to Minji getting that flank at the very end. Yeah. He did TP back, as we saw in the replay, so yeah, well-deserved. I think both the mid-jungle from J-Team should be really, really happy with their performance.
56.5% KP from Minji as well. Really just getting stuck in with the boys across the map.
Yeah, and that's really what you want in Silas. You don't want to be farming, you want to be taking as many skirmishes as possible, especially once you get ahead. You really don't just want to end up in some kind of snooze fest where Ryze is farming at, you know, maybe 11 CSPM and you're struggling to hit 9, you know, that sort of range. So I really like J-Team's game plan. They did pick for mainly early game and they made it work.
Yeah, I think important to note as well is that the Lucian Nami, this is the first time we've seen it as successful as it was. You know, they did have a bit of a weird laning phase again where they were getting picked off by the Zeri, but, you know, returned with a double kill from Lauva. But it was dishing out so much damage in the mid game as well. And when you're supported by people like Silas, who are just so good at cleaning up fights, you know, you're really just setting each other up for success.
Yeah, I think pretty much every game we've seen the Lucian Nami has ended up dying to Zeri at some point. But this game, even though they died, managed to trade back some kills.
Yeah, not too bad. Next up, we do have PSG Talent coming up against Frank Esports. It's going to be another great match to watch. So, we'll see you guys very soon.
The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a caster. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm selling these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch. I took know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blog who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHO. W. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. But you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. too much. That's too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You holding me down, 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 down. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I don't let you, don't mess with no pounds. I know that's you, down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been on my life frame? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You holding me down, 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 down. When you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down.
I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart it weeps for the love you shed. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS Day 2, Week 1. We've just seen J-Team come off the back of a pretty crushing victory.
We did. And red side as well.
And red side
The
as
red
well.
side
I'm very happy
continues.
about that one.
Yes, now 5-1. Red side.
Red side. Red side seems to be the side with all the mojo. But next up, we do have PSG versus Frank Esports. And this one, I'm excited because PSG, they were the only team to win on blue side, right?
Yep, that's right. I think PSG will probably be the favorites no matter what. Like, they're one of the stronger teams in the competition right now. So I would have my vote towards PGG, or PSG.
PGG.
Been an
wrong region.
LCO for too long. But yeah, I think that the red side, blue side dynamic will be interesting. I think, PSG, maybe they won in blue side yesterday, in spite of that, or maybe because of that, they might just be better at blue side compared to the other teams. We'll have to wait and see.
On the side of Frank Esports, though, although they did lose, I did feel like there were some pretty solid signs of life in their match against Hellpigs last night. I was pretty impressed by Eminem and Kaiwing in the bot lane. It seemed like they were sort of holding the team on their backs. But I feel like the main point of concern for me was Solo Kill in the top lane because, he's come over from the LDL. And we were expecting a lot from him, especially on the Nart versus Renekton matchup, but he really did fall short.
Yeah, I think he's definitely had a lot of hype behind him and kind of failed to deliver on that. Again, you know, its first game could have stage nerves. It also could be that maybe he's not too comfortable on the Nara, because I believe it was it Interrenekton or in Cassante? I feel like it was Cassante.
Could have been Cassante.
Yeah, and I think that it's a difficult champ to pick into, right? Like lots of other good top laners have kind of struggled to pick into it. So yeah, he didn't have the greatest game, but I don't want to just write him off just yet.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, well, I'm hoping that it'll be a close game. You know, I feel like Frank Esports, they are one of the teams we've seen so far that didn't just immediately roll over, right? Unfortunately, like we did just see from Duo's team, it feels like they, you know, lost the early game and then from there proceeded to lose the rest of the game. Frank Esports, I feel like their team fighting especially was pretty interesting. Eminem was doing a really good job of kiting out on the Zeri, especially supported by Kaiwing on Lulu as well. Pretender, he had some good opportunities, but enough about Frank Esports. Let's take a look at PSG Talon. We've got Agi, Husha, Ubao, Waco, and Woody. Now, Waco and Woody did also perform really well on the Lucian army yesterday too.
Yeah, I feel like all of PSG had a fairly solid game yesterday, so they're definitely looking to repeat that performance. Okay, a little bit of a different routine this time.
The one difference, he's screen cheating. he's checking what runes that. Oh,
maybe they're sharing some strats.
Yeah, they're practicing the warding into the bushes over walls.
Do you think it's that?
Yeah, they're showing each other the tech.
It's too bad you can't have more than one person and practice all together.
Yeah, I'm
That would be
surprised
really
that's
fun.
not a thing yet, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, it's just, it feels weird that it doesn't exist because it's just like what you'd expect from like a sandbox mode, right? To be able to deal with other people.
Yeah. Imagine like a Mundo dodgeball with no cooldowns.
Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna have to point out there that Waco's posture is not too great. He's gonna have neck problems at this rate. He's already been in the PCS for a while, so it's quite disappointing to see that kind of posture from him. I hope he reviews that one and checks it out.
I think the more hunched over you are, the better you play.
Does that mean Woody's not going to play with him? Because his posture is probably the best out of the team. Ubao's one is pretty good as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a posture expert, but I think, you know,
Posture's pretty good right now.
I meant like on other people's postures. You know, my posture is always immaculate, of course. Looking over Frank Esports, Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing.
So yeah, good to see that Solo Kill is still in. I'd like to see him sort of have his redemption arc on day 2 today. But honestly, I'm more interested to see how Frank Esports' posture will compare. Let's have a look. Oh, it's pretty good across the board. Pretender is slightly hunched over, but the rest of them looking very, very straight.
Yeah, I think one thing I'd really like to see from Frank Esports would be to take that red side and get solo killed
I thought
that
you were going to
red
talk about
side
the
last
posture.
pick.
Sorry, continue.
Oh, okay. I think that if you can get that red side last pick for your, you know, young top laner that likes to play carries, I think that's going to be much better than the blue side we had yesterday. It allows you to kind of, you know, take away some of the blind pickable top laners and get your choice of champion against their whole composition.
What do you think is going to end up being? Because I'm assuming that they're probably not going to end up on the Cassante, right? They're going to end up into a counter pick into that.
I feel like banning the Cassante is better. I think it's a champ that, sure, it has some counters, but they all feel like soft counters. There's nothing that just completely eliminates Cassante from the game. I guess it depends a little bit what Solo Kill's champion pool is, but I think you would try and take away some of the blind pick tops, you know, stuff like the Renekton and stuff like the Cassante, and then get just a really good 1v1 top lane matchup.
Let's shift over our focus to the bot side, because I feel like Waco and Woody versus Eminem and Kaiwing, both of these are bot lanes that performed really well last night. So I'm expecting a bit of a clash of the titans in this game.
PSG, they are on the blue side up against Frank Esports on the red side, so will PSG be the only team still to pick up a blue side win, and will Frank Esports get that red side last pick? So far, PSG actually banned the Aurelia. I feel like that is a target ban at Solo Kill.
Yeah, it's weird to see that ban first.
Yeah, it's very early pick. It could also be that maybe they just want to prioritize Rise very early. I think Aurelia is one of the better 1v1 matchups into the Rise. The Elise taken away, Yuumi Caitlyn as well. Nothing too surprising so far. The Cassin is actually banned.
Wow.
Okay, so a lot of respect towards some of these just very strong counterpick champions. PSG obviously pretty confident in their blue side. Rise is banned. I think that makes sense. 2 Rise counters have been banned, so answering that is probably a good choice. Now, Yuumi is banned, so will you maybe take one of Lucian Nami very early?
I would expect him to pick the Cassandra here. Oh, but it's going to be
Ooh.
Lucian. I'm never right. I'm
I
never
do
right.
believe that is the prophet coming through once again. With the Yumi banned, I feel like Lucian Nami becomes the highest priority bot lane up. So taking that Lucian makes a lot of sense. I feel like taking away the Nami probably isn't the play. Not sure what you answer here. I think you probably want to take a priority jungle. Ooh, actually, maybe the
Callista,
Callista.
that's interesting. Because
Okay.
that could also be a flex into support as well, right?
Potentially, yeah. I think you take Callista here, and then you take some kind of aggressive jungler, and then maybe just counterpick your support on 3. You can always play, you know, something like a Nautilus into the Nami, or like you said, you know, maybe hold the support flex. But which jungler will be picked up? Maokai's still open.
Surely it's got to be the Maokai.
Yeah, I wonder.
But now that I'm guessing it, I feel like it's going to be wrong.
Oh, there it
okay,
is.
he got
Okay,
one
it
on
is
the
the
board.
Maokai.
Let's go.
Okay. Maokai is going to be locked in, so I think if you're PSG here, you definitely take the
Nami.
Nami. But which jungler do you pick to answer Maokai? Because Elise is often picked into Maokai, but is actually off the board. Okay, will look to be the Sedge.
Jelani,
I
okay.
kind of like that. It's pretty hard, I feel like, for Callista to kill. Like, Sedge can never really kill Callista, but at the same time, it takes Callista a pretty long time to actually deal with her. You can buy a lot of time. So probably will be the Sedge Nami locked in here, unless maybe you want to go for some kind of different support against Callista, but I would be kind of surprised.
Yeah, I feel like if you're picking Lucian, you really do need the Nami to complement
Nami's
it.
locked in. I think now you probably take your support. Yep, it's going to be the Nautilus, kind of as expected. I feel like he's the best melee support on the patch. You know, other stuff like Leona, Amumu. I mean, it's good, but I feel like Nautilus is kind of the king right now.
So I'm expecting a very trade-heavy bot lane as well, and it's one that's really volatile because Nort does have the agency, right, of being able to look for those hooks. But if he misses the execution on it, he can very easily get chased down and bursted by the Nami Lucian.
Okay, second phase bans for Frank Esports. I think it depends on if you want a 4th pick mid or 4th pick top. In my mind, maybe taking away some of the blind pickable top laners and allowing solo kill that red side 5p could be the play. Maybe look at the Cassante ban here. Alternatively, if you ban mids, maybe banning Silas. Okay, so actually a Fiora. So that kind of suggests that you want to pick your top laner on 4 and maybe save that mid counter pick for last. They might be looking for Cassante 4th here if they are banning the Fiora. PSG, will they go for a Cassante ban as well? 10 more seconds.
They're taking their sweet time on this one. Oh, they're in discussion about it.
Okay, so the Silas is banned.
That's all right. I mean, there are a lot of strong.
Yeah, I
decently
think
strong
maybe
rolls.
you're just taking away some of those red side 5p mids, although a lot of bans have been put towards mid already.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the mid lane matchup will end up being because you've already got the Rise, Catherine, and the Silas all down for the count.
Okay, so Frank Esports, will they ban the Jax to secure the Cassante? So it's actually the Gwen. So I think it does look like it's going to be a Cassante pick. If you're PSG, do you put one ban towards the Cassante or do you go for the double ban mid? If you ban a second mid, I'm honestly not too sure what it is at this point. It feels like the floor's very open. There's a lot of mid champs still up. I wouldn't hate the Cassante ban after 2 top lane counters for it. Okay, actually the Chase. I feel like that's kind of strange.
I don't really know what that pick is suggesting for them. It's
I think if you're
very
Frank
open.
Esports, you probably take Cassante, unless you want to play, you know, Jax into it on your last pick here. Yeah, okay, so it does look like it is going to be the Cassante. There's just too many top counters. I'm really surprised that PSG didn't ban it. I feel like the Jace ban is sort of random, honestly. Okay, Cassante is locked in. Now you have to take your 4-5 here.
oh,
Veigar.
I want to see that.
I,
It's pretty rough in the current meta for sure.
it's
and I
very
don't
good against Callista.
Yeah, but it feels like it's not going to be that great into the Maokai and the.
Yeah, it's very
Cassante.
difficult to blind. If he does that, he is a Giga Chad. I'm kind of not really expecting. I think it will swap off to something like a Syndra, perhaps. Or will it actually?
Ooh,
Okay, actually
Azir,
goes for the Azir. Okay, so long range control mage kind of makes sense. You will be able to get through some of these tanks. Now, what is your option into Cassante? We had the Jax play before, and it is good with Sedge. Or is there another top lane counter maybe that you can play?
Mordekaiser, that
Lord.
sounds pretty good.
I'm not a huge fan. I think they have a lot of AP on this team. It's going to be triple AP topside, which I think is not optimal. Would much prefer to see the Jax.
Right, but in terms of the top lane matchup, it's pretty durable against Cassante, isn't it?
Okay, the Nara comes through. Yeah, I think the Mord in the 1v1 is probably fine, but yeah, I think going triple AP topside would be a problem here. So Nara's locked in. LeBlanc. I feel like LeBlanc is not that great here. It's not a great 1v1 into Azir, and also not good at dealing with Sedge. Corki would be more like it. I wouldn't mind it too much. It is kind of weak early game, so you can't really help out your Kalista Nautilus. Syndra or Victor, both have fairly good 1v1s into Azir, so I think both would be solid options. Looks like it is going to be the Victor. Okay. That's some interesting comps here.
Yeah, it seems pretty similar compositions on both sides for me.
Yeah, I think the really big difference is bot lane. You know, you've got that range versus the double or the ranged melee lane. It's going to be really interesting, I think, to see what happens around bot, because I think Maokai is definitely pathing towards the Kalista Nautilus lane. I think there's kind of no doubt about it. And if you're Sejuani, you kind of have to path to protect that as well. And then it's really just going to come down to, you know, can PSG avoid those windows where Maokai can gank bot?
Yeah, definitely a lot on the cards. It's going to come down to, yeah, the bot lane is going to be huge. I think Kaiwing, it's cool to see him on something that's not an enchanter, right? Because he is one of the more experienced players on the team, if not the most experienced. So being able to be on a pick that gives him a lot more agency to make plays, to roam around the map. The ball's definitely in his court.
Yeah, certainly think so. Look at these drafts behind us. The Nara versus Cassante is going to be really interesting, because I think we've seen this matchup twice now, and one time it was just insanely destructive. I think it was Hanabi who just destroyed his opponent on the Nara, and then we saw another one where the Nara was actually losing to the Cassante. So I remember there was some weird stuff in Hanabi's game. There's like a lane swap and stuff going on, but I'm really curious to see how this top lane matchup goes, because I think a lot of the rest of the map is going to be relatively even, because I think both junglers are going to match bot. There might be some fireworks around there, but for the most part, I think top lane will be left on that island where there's just no other influence, and will Nara be able to take down the Cassante? We'll have to see.
Yeah, it feels like that top lane is a lot of a skill check heading into the Rift. PSG talent coming up against Frank Esports. Gonna be a big one. I'm really excited to see how this bot lane plays out.
I think there's a lot of places to look here. I feel like the mid matchup is a little resident sleeper, honestly. I don't think there's likely to be any significant deficit in mid. Okay, so they actually get the ward at level 1. Both mids go for the Aerie Scorch, so playing a lot for early game here.
I feel like I've yet to see anyone take Gathering Storm.
Yeah, I think early game is pretty important right now. Like, if you can get priority and, you know, help secure dragons, help secure heralds, I think that's really big. And there's just still a fair amount of early skirmishing going on. So the people that can move first definitely makes a really big difference. I think both junglers here will start topside and just pass down. You expect the Nara Cassante to be kind of isolated. I think starting in lane is probably slightly better for Lucian Nami, but at the same time, I'm not sure if you actually can push in this matchup. I think Kalista Nautilus is probably just too strong. I don't think you can get priority even if you start in lane, so yeah, let's see how this goes. Because normally if you're playing, you know, range versus melee, you're expecting to get priority early, but Kalista Nautilus is kind of a different beast.
A lot of this is going to revolve around how long Kaiwing can hold that center bush for, because it is really impactful. It really defines the aggressors in the lane. So see here, Waco is forced to hide behind his minions, and Woody.
Okay, actually goes for the hook. Going to be a fair amount of damage traded onto the Nami. The Ignite already goes down. Even if you can't get the kill here,
that's so
you just established so much damage. I think, yeah, PSG, they walked up just a bit too far, and Woody loses his heal.
Yeah, two combat summoners traded, but ultimately that is going to be a huge win for the side of Frank Esports. Woody does have a little bit of extra sustain on the Nami, but regardless, still very good. And that means that Frank Esports, they're able to get control of this wave completely. And Wake and Woody forced to sit beside their tower.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty hard to punish that, at least for a while. The wave is going to go in, and then it's going to be a while before it comes back out. I also don't think there's any dive on the table here. Maokai is still very far away. Sejuani is there for the counter, and also mid does not have priority. Actually, a lot of trading going back and forth. I'm surprised that both mids went for Doran's Ring and not Corrupting Fox. It's a very poke-heavy matchup, and they're getting pretty low. Those potions will not be lasting long.
Yeah, Pretender especially dropping briefly below half HP. He's had to burn through both his potions already, so it's going to be a rough next couple of minutes for him.
Oh, so actually might opt to the cheater recall.
I wonder if they know Kaiwing's through here, because I saw him walk into the tri-bush, but they might be assuming that he's basing. He does get spotted in this ward as well.
I think this is kind of just to relieve pressure, though. There is no Ignite, and Victor doesn't have any CC for it. Yeah, I think maybe you just kind of free up Victor a little bit. I do believe they spotted him there.
Oh, just barely doesn't spot out the ward.
Eminem actually cancelled his base in the meantime. I'm not sure if that's because PSG held the wave or something, but did end up deciding to cancel base. Mid lane kind of just goes back to stagnation.
And Husha as well, pathing towards the top side now. Both junglers trading sides. He's going to drop a ward in the top side jungle and head towards the Scuttle Crab. Solico needs to be careful here.
Scuttle Crab's traded. Hollow maybe has a window to look for a dive bot here if they know that Sejuani is not around. Gets the ward. It's spotted out. I think that will just be a reset coming in from Maokai. Mid lane is looking pretty volatile there. Actually very low. But I'd be surprised to actually see a kill go over.
Yeah, they have been trading non-stop. Meanwhile, for the bot lane, even though they traded so heavily level 1, both lane partners just full HP now. A bit disappointing. I want to see more action.
Well, now PSG's wave is pushing back out, and they're going to have to bring Husha down to help break this freeze. It's always very scary breaking a freeze against champions that have gang set up. Maokai as well. Hollow might look to path down and punish this. With Husha in the lane, you feel like this wave is going to crash. Although Hollow is kind of nearby. I'm not sure if they'd win a 3v3 with how many minions there are. And Husha is spotted on the ward. Hollow might look mid instead.
Ooh, he hasn't been spotted, so it could potentially be an angle. Ubel is actually a little bit low on mana, but still has enough for the escape.
Ooh.
Husha has a really good angle
actually
here.
going to get... Yeah, their junglers are going to meet each other here. I feel like it's slightly better for Hollow. I don't think there's going to be any kill going over, though. Just going to disengage. PSG's bot lane does have priority and forces him out.
Decent amount of damage. Very much one of those handshake moments in the jungle where there's two tank junglers kind of just walking past each other, not able to do too much. But solo kill looking a lot more comfortable in this matchup so far.
Yeah, he's got himself a small lead. Mid lane as well. Doesn't look like much, but actually has a full amp tone lead, which is
That is huge.
pretty significant in this sort of matchup. Frank Esports going to pick up this first dragon, kind of to be expected. They're just too strong in the bot lane right now.
Oh,
actually,
solo kill hit
some
6.
pretty, wow. Actually gets out the Nars Flash. I'm starting to think this champion might be unbeatable. Okay, so the dragon goes down. Frank Esports gonna try and look to crash this wave before Sejuani gets here. They do have Hollow nearby if they need him.
Woody actually stays. He hasn't based yet. Now there's Kaiwing. Or Eminem for that
Tries
matter.
to freeze it. Won't quite be able to. And everything just kind of gets reset back to normal here.
Yeah, Pretender is back to full HP, but he is, of course, still an amp tome down. Slight goldie for Frankie Sports, but
Yeah, the
nothing to write
reset
home
comes
about.
in. I think there's probably not going to be too much going on here until the next Herald, but I would expect Frank Esports to pick up this Herald. They've got the stronger Cassante, and also their bot lane can move a lot easier. So going to be looking towards that, and that's when the game is really going to start to explode, I think. Can maybe start looking for those bot lane dives. If you get a Herald there, you can really start to snowball this Callista. Not a lot of action currently, still sitting at 0-0.
Yeah.
Frank Esports do have control of this bot lane river.
No gank so far at all, actually.
So Hollow is just going to reset, go back to his red, and then maybe look at the Herald after. Bot lane probably won't have anything happen here. There's still a bit too many creeps and not enough information about where the jungler is. And with Maokai pathing to the other side, kind of feels sketchy to go for any sort of engage.
Yeah, Hollow is slightly ahead in tempo on Husha. Both of them had pretty similar buys. Hollow actually opting for the Merc treads early on. Gonna help him get around the map that little bit faster as well.
Yeah, so I think Hollow probably just going to clear out all his topside camps and then should be able to start up this Herald with the top priority. PSG might look to trade and instead be the ones diving the Callista Nautilus, which would be kind of disastrous. She gets the ward on the Herald, which is pretty nice because you're going to know instantly when Maokai starts that. Actually, I think PSG, they're committing to the trade. They've got the mid prior and they've got the Sedge on the bot side. Okay, maybe not going for it. They spot out Hollow on that ward. They know he's going to just start Herald straight away.
If
Will they
PSG
look to
respond. Thing is, PSG have so much control set up on the bot side. You can see they've got 4 control wards in really good spots, kind of across the whole jungle. So potentially they might be willing to just give it up and look for bot pressure instead.
Kind of contesting when his jungler is showing on Herald. I think it's a very bad timing. Actually just goes down in a first blood, giving over to Azir. I think that's a really, really bad play. You know that your jungler is showing on Herald, and if they're not contesting, where can they be? They can only be bot side. Because of this, Kalista is going to get, maybe, I was going to say walked off the tower, but might actually get dived here. Sejuani does not have ult. It's really up to Lucian to kind of crash this wave, but Kalista might actually be strong enough to stop it from happening.
Kaiwing is rushing back, but he's really, really far away.
Kalista, flashes out. The Nami will miss it. Wait, Eminem is actually playing this really, really well. In fact, might actually take out Woody. Hollow does have flash. I think Woody will go down. Okay, doesn't even need to use it. Wow. Really, really well played from Eminem. I think after Lucian can't really crash the wave into the Kalista, you probably just have to back out. You are on a timer of other members coming down, and ends up Kalista does outplay the dive.
Yeah, and this is going to end up in a further gold lead for Eminem as well. I wonder if they'll pop the Rift Herald bot lane.
Nara does not have flash. Solo Kill getting quite aggressive with Ghost. Doesn't quite pick anything up, but is starting to build himself a pretty significant lead.
Ooh, Kaiwing and Hollow are basing in the Krug bush. We'll see if they actually end up staying. Probably not. But Husha is passing down towards his Krugs. Kind of just a reset for the side of Frank Esports right now. Take a look at that fight once again. Eminem staying so calm in this, despite having 3 members on opposite sides of him. He makes sure to walk up and stop that wave from getting into the tower, because it means that Husha, if he wants to get in, he has to tank 2 tower shots like he does here. He does get knocked up, but pops the heal, dodges the bubble, and actually ends up chasing down Woody, who is forced to flash over, but Hollow is here to save the day and pick up that kill on the backside. So yeah, really well played from Frank Esports. You know, they responded to the dive as quickly as they could, and Eminem doing a really good job of stalling for time.
Yeah, maybe looking for something on mid. I feel like Pretender can't really die here given how safe he is, but they can just secure this mid priority and maybe look bot again. They did get Eminem's sums, so a regank could be on the table. Will they look to invade this jungle? It doesn't look like it. Dragon is up in 20 seconds. I think PSG will actually try and contest this. Lucian does have the Dirk this time. Although bot lane has priority.
Hollow, I don't know if he has been spotted now. But Husha is coming down river as well. He has been spotted on the water too. But Ubao is going to be the first mid laner coming down the river. Dragon has spawned now.
They kind of have them pinched. Azir does have the first move. I think if you're Husha...
Ooh. Okay. I think he's lucky that didn't
now
hit.
Ubao's kind of in no man's land, but he should be able to get out. His E... did not get cancelled. I thought it got cancelled by the Dragon there. Everything kind of just goes back to normal. I think Frank Esports probably picked this up now. They have a bit too much control.
Wake and Woody are looking around.
After?
It seems like they want it.
Okay, they're looking for a fight.
Dragon
Top laners
at 2K.
do not have TPs. Okay, the Maokai ult comes down. Dragon slightly resets.
Oh, it's hard for PSG.
I think the Dragon will just finish, but PSG, they might look for the fight after. Can they make anything happen? Actually just slowed by the Maokai saplings. It's so difficult to regain control once you lose it to a Maokai.
For sure, PSG ultimately not able to pick up too much on the end of that. And Solokill under his tower too. He does have a CS lead, but seems like he's being bullied out by Agi.
Frank Esports trying to pick Azir on the way back to lane. Actually just zones him off the way, which is very, very annoying.
He has to walk all the way around.
Yeah, lots of gold going over to Pretender and Hollow here. Does feel pretty good.
Eminem and Kaiwing making their way back to collect their bot wave. And things have kind of stabilized a little bit until the next objective comes back up.
Yeah, Frank Esports, they haven't really managed to snowball much, but they have secured 2 dragons, which is definitely good for, you know, the Kalista and the Nautilus here.
So far, though, nothing really out of the ordinary from what we talked about before. Top lane, not much going on. Mid lane, not much going on. Everything seems to be mainly centered around the bot lane and the river skirmishes.
Frank Esports resetting on the bot side. Gonna path back down. Seems like the Nara's starting to have a bit better time of it now in this top matchup. Every time we look up there, Solo Kill looking pretty low on health. Azir is kind of just getting permanent priority in this matchup. Victor, you have to be very respectful to the Azir gank setup as well as the strong 1v1. But it is slightly up in CS. Here I think is actually going to get a blue, so that's +4. He's going to be ahead. Or will Sejuani steal it? You know, this is the things that matter.
I think he's going to go. He's got to, right?
He's got to get it. He's been there for so long. Yeah, actually not getting it. Okay, he got it. Now he's up 1 CS, just as Victor clears another wave, so doesn't quite get it. Frank Esports pathing back down into bot lane. Hollow's actually on red here, so feels like Kaiwing and Eminem can't really be aggressive. They have to be very careful while their jungler is topside. And they definitely haven't managed to get a whole lot here. Part of that is the fact that Rift Herald was traded and the Nautilus died on a really bad timing, which, you know, definitely kind of shut stuff down. Solo Kill trying to get a little bit aggressive, but can't find anything.
He hasn't picked up his first mythic now, as has Pretender too. So this Rift Herald coming up in 50 seconds, that's going to be a big decider for that. I assume Ubao is baiting now to get his Leandries too. But Solo Kill looking a little bit stronger than Agi for now.
Eminem almost forced off the tower there. Sejuani is in the river. They're just retaking control. Might look mid here. I feel like Victor is just playing way, way too safe. And I think the window to punish bot has kind of passed. They knew Maokai was top
Solo
side.
Kill going aggressive, goes
okay.
all out. Not much going to come of that again. Nah, it's going to... Hop's going to jump out of there.
Yeah, potentially looking at a 4v4 around bot side right now. Both junglers are around. Will we see anything in the river fight? I feel like there probably won't be. Just going to be some sort of river standoff. Both mids complete first item.
Ubao hitting gold just by 100 actually. I thought it would be a bigger lead than that, but Pretender doing a good job of keeping up in CS.
Okay, so they're actually looking at the Herald here. PSG are kind of committing to it. And I think if you're Frank Esports, you want to fight this. You shouldn't be giving over these. I think this will be a 5v5. Both teams want it. Maybe if you can wait out the Mega Gnar before you engage, could actually be good for you. I think they just need to play it a little slow. The Mega Gnar is about to fall. The Maokai ult comes through. Hook misses, but Maokai ult is going to connect. And there's no Mega Gnar.
Wow.
Frank Esports kind of just finessed this. There is a re-engage from the Nami ult. Azir is actually caught on the side and takes a lot of damage from Pretender. Kaiwing gets this done. I think Ubao barely gets out. Heal from Nami as well. And I think you kind of just go back to lanes now, but Frank Esports, they managed to finesse that Herald away from them.
Yeah, they just walk in, you know, strut their stuff, and PSG ultimately don't have the nerve to stick around. And, you know, it's really hard when there's a Maokai just sort of worming its way towards you. You're forced to go back into that jungle entrance. And by that time, Frank Esports are more than ready to snatch away that Rift Herald.
Yeah, so the next objective, Dragon, spawning in 40 seconds. And if you're PSG, I think you do need to contest this. You don't want to give over too many Dragons over to this Frank Esports lineup. Nara is basing and has TP. Cassante, interestingly, does not and is pathing top, so is not going to be able to get to this dragon, at least by the time it spawns. That's perhaps something that can be abused. Cassante, yeah, I think Solo Kill is just going to start walking down. So they really want to contest this. The third dragon is really important here for both teams. Can PSG stop the dragon stacking, or will Frank Esports put the dragon win condition on the board?
Yeah, Agi actually not going to walk top and actually just walking straight to the dragon as well, despite having TP up. And it has spawned now, but neither team has actually managed to take river control yet. And saying that, Hollow does have some of his cat saplings already placed in various places. So just even though PSG are kind of wrestling mid-pro right now, it's going to be hard for them to walk into the river.
Okay, so the Maokai saplings are there, but PSG are the ones that get control of the mid-wave. Perhaps have first move into there. This Narbar is actually going to pop.
Oh,
I feel like if you're PSG, you kind of want to make something happen. They ult onto the Nautilus, but it's not the best target to pick. And I think this is actually really good for Frank Esports if they can just disengage. You've got all their ults out. You can just wait out this Narbar.
Kaiwing is a little bit on the low side, but ultimately he's just going to ult someone anyway.
Yeah, Kaiwing chunking out the support does mean the engage tools are definitely lower. At the same time, though, the carries remain healthy. PSG, they might start this. Now, if you're Frank Esports, you have the option to just go down mid and trade gold, drop the Herald. Still a bit of a standoff. Solo Kill has taken a lot of poke for free. I think Frank Esports' window to kind of contest is closing, but the mid tower does go down. That's actually the first turret of the game at 17 minutes. I think if you're Kaiwing, you might have been able to find an opportunity to base somewhere in here.
Yeah,
okay,
neither team really wanting to let up an
something.
inch.
Ubao's just putting down so much poke. I feel like Frank Esports should maybe disengage from this. Hush's actually potentially starting this up. Now, the ults are still not up, but it's soon enough, and Ubao can really control this choke. It's pretty difficult without the Maokai ult and without like health on Nautilus to really engage this. Ho does go for something. The Narbar is actually going to be ready. The Azir ult goes wide, and Ubao just ends up in the middle of the enemy team, and it's going to go down. The Nar ult is good, but will it be enough? Lucian Still dealing a bit of damage. Solo kill is kind of going
41
crazy. There's a
HP.
lot of flashes out. Nami's trying to channel a base, but oh, she just gets smited by Maokai. And Nara's actually cleaned up off the back of this. Is he?
Ooh, I think he's... Oh,
Is he
I think
actually
he's
out?
gone.
Oh,
Nah.
okay. So he ends up going down. Frank Esports, they actually managed to win that. I feel like the engage was really decisive. I think Ubao really misplayed this team fight. I think the way PSG was doing this was really good at the start. They were, you know, playing their limits. They're getting a lot of poke down. Azir, he felt the need to engage when he really didn't need to, and he just puts himself in the middle of the enemy team. Gets taken out. When the enemy team doesn't have engage options, the only way to end up in their team is to put yourself there. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, now things are looking really, really rough for PSG Talon. They are almost 4k gold behind now. And the Lucian Nami has yet to do all too much. On the flip side though, the Maokai really just paying dividends in these river control situations.
And so to see this again, there's really good poke at the start. Pay attention to Ubao. I think he goes for the engage, but all the carries manage to flash out and he just ends up just in the middle of the team and dies.
Ashiel does find 2, but he doesn't have his team ready to follow up, so they're really not going to be threatened at all. And everyone forced to come out the back of the pit, which is not really how you want the fight to go, right? You don't want to be having to flash out.
And as he tries his best to get out. Almost, actually. Honestly, good attempt, but does go down. Now with 3 dragons over to Frank Esports, they just need to play for this drag win condition. Yeah, look at the mid-damage difference here. Ubao, despite being relatively strong, just dies way too early in the fight to have the impact he needs.
Yeah, and Pretender dishing out the most damage on his team. He's got the Leandries. He does have the stopwatch now as well, which means that next fight is going to be really easy for him to play. Baron Nashor is just about to spawn too. And it feels like Frank Esports, they've given themselves a team composition that with the Nautilus, they just have so much agency and freedom to pick the fights that they want very easily, right? Because as soon as Nautilus finds someone or Maokai finds someone, it's easy for the rest of the team to follow up on that.
Yeah, 100% agree. They have a lot of pick tools. And also lots of ways to go in and out. You know, the Nautilus can go in and get ulted by Callista. Now, Baron is maybe... I feel like Baron is too hard for either team to really do at this point. I think if you're Frank Esports, you can honestly just wait for 3 more minutes, contest this 4th dragon, and go from there. You pretty much just need to prevent PSG from doing some kind of Baron flip or trade while you go for that 4th dragon. And it's pretty easy, I feel like, with Maokai to do that. You know, you can control significant parts of the river. Top lane has been relatively quiet. Nara still hasn't really managed to have the counter pay dividends. I'm still very surprised by that Jace ban. I feel like the Cassandra is so impactful. Now Kaiwing actually might look on mid.
Ooh.
Nice dash on the Lucian. I think there's kind of just going to be a lull period. It feels pretty hard for anything to be forced. There's still a lot of flashes up. So it's kind of difficult to actually force something.
Yeah.
2 more minutes on this 4th drag.
I feel like it's not a good situation for PSG to be in, right? Because you want to be able to at least pull some sort of, I guess, some sort of stunt before the dragon comes up, because they're going to be forced to fight in this river situation when, you know, arguably they're just not, they don't have the power levels to be able to contest properly.
Frank Esports, recalls will be coming in, trying to get that last bit of power before this dragon starts. They really want to be there early so they can set up their control with that Maokai. If they get this 4th drag, they're definitely looking good. They have a significant goal lead as well. Solo might find something here.
Whereas Slicker didn't try something there, actually forcing Silico off the wave, getting an okay amount of damage. I don't want to say good because it wasn't that much.
Does get priority on the side wave, which is nice for PSG.
We hit Skull as well.
Okay, getting, yeah, significant amount of damage, but Solo Kill will have TP up, so he's always going to be able to get here to the drag with full HP. Coming, securing vision control very, very early. 1 minute on the dragon. Actually going for a reset. I feel like it's better to stay here and defend your vision, but perhaps has something worth buying. Will he pick up his locket here, or what does that build into him, Elg? I don't know support item.
That is the locket, yeah. I think it's good to base. He dropped a few of his wards and he's just taking a base because there's not much that's going to happen in the next 20 seconds, and having that extra stock of wards available is really going to help, because you see Woody, he's only got 2 normal wards, 2 control wards to play with, and he's dropped one of the control wards in mid already. So in terms of vision game, Frank Esports looking quite strong. Kaiwing hooking a minion. Didn't like the look it was giving him, I guess.
Okay, Zero's still top, does have TP. feels like PSG, they're going to have a very... I'm not even sure they can contest it. They've been pushed completely out of the jungle. I think they have to wait for Frank Esports to start this and then try retake, but face checking into this sort of composition is very, very difficult. Azir has walked down. It's going to be a 5v5 on the mid wave. Ooh, I really like that from Kaiwing. They get the Azir. All the ults get used on the solo kill, but he can't really be taken down. And the Maokai ult is big. Hook onto the Sedge, Nautilus ult onto the Nami as well. A lot of damage coming out from Lucian in this fight. Solo kill is trying to find something, ults the Azir on the backline. Pretender kind of just ends up in the middle of the enemy team. A lot of damage coming out from Eminem. Does manage to take out the Gnar here. Victor will take out Husha. I think that will they actually go for Baron here instead of Drag? I think they will.
I think they will, yeah.
Even if you end up giving over Drag, it doesn't really matter too much. As long as you secure this Baron and you still retain your Dragon threat. And they're really greedy. They might go for both.
Oh, I think Pretender's just looking to pick off this mid wave. It would be...
I think they want to go for both. Solo kill is resetting. Will he TP to the Drag?
This seems... Nah, that doesn't seem... They're not going to make it in time. Oh, he's actually going
trying,
for it.
But
oh, wow.
They actually get them off it. So Frank Esports, they managed to get everything here. They get the Baron. They are going to pick up the 4th Dragon as well. And look at the damage.
Quite a lot just across the board.
Yeah.
And this is really just the dream scenario for Frank Esports, right? You absolutely stomp a team fight. Pretender and Eminem doing so much damage. And yeah, PSG, you have to question their decision making. Maybe they were getting a little bit too antsy because they drop a lot of their abilities onto solo kill. He just soaks it all up with his damage reduction. And they just get chased down by the Maokai ult after that, and Hollow just walks straight at them. Just have another look at how this played out. Now that flash forwards from Kaiwing is really good because Ubel feels really pressured without having his flash available in this fight. You see the Maokai ult hunting down, and they drop everything on Husha. Waco doing his best with the culling, but not really enough damage. Agi doing his best as well. And this fight is just so split up, and I feel like that's really where Frank Esports do have the advantage. PSG, it feels like they want to try and maintain a sort of front to back line. But when they're split up like that, Frank Esports, especially the Cassante, right, he can just run around, do his thing, going all out.
The 4th Dragon was secured, and now starting to use this Baron. Solo kill is going to go answer the top lane. And Frank Esports going to move towards mid, can potentially go take tier 2s here. I'm not sure if inhibs are on the table yet. There's still a lot of wave clear from PSG and a lot of range as well. We're actually looking for an engage. Solo kill is top without TP. They get some damage on the Hollow, but they can't follow up with anything.
Not that much. Kaiwing though, he's almost fishing. The Zia turret does go up for now. But I assume it's going to be quickly taken down by Frank Esports. PSG are going to find it hard to hold this, I think. But no, actually, it lives to see another day. Or at least another minute or so.
Yeah, so I think the sideways here were kind of messed up by Frank Esports, and that's why they haven't really been able to get much done with this Baron. Although now maybe looking towards mid and top, can potentially get a tier 1 here. But will there be any more? I'm not sure. Still a decent Baron power play, but I think they could have gone a bit more with how ahead they were.
Yeah, it feels like they put all the eggs. Oh, Husha gets hooked, but
I think he's out. Oh, actually, maybe not. Gets stunned by Victor. Lots of damage coming into him. Okay, actually ends up going down. With the tank dead, you feel like they're gonna be able to siege this at least a little bit. Maybe they just go for tier 2 instead. I think maybe tier 2 tower could be better. In the side lane, Agi actually takes a tower. Cassante, yeah, solo kill can probably trade this one, it looks like. Husha's still dead for 20 more seconds. Can Frank Esports get anything else with this? I think just this tier 2, and that's going to be the end of it.
It's not too promising though when you see your tank getting engaged on and still getting CC chain long enough to not be able to do anything without the flash available. It feels like he's stranded, no help available. Kaiwing finally picks up his item. What is that called again? Radiant something? Radiant Virtue. That's the one. Yeah, that's going to be another huge power spike for the side of Frank Esports. 6k gold ahead now. Dragon Soul to their name. And both objectives coming up in around about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like this next fight is going to be the one that decides the game. Whoever wins this fight is potentially picking up both Elder and Baron. And you have to feel like Frank Esports are far enough ahead that it's going to be them.
Yeah, I think PSG, they really need another hero play from Agi. He had a pretty good Gnar last fight, but his team, again, was just a little bit out of sync. Fights were going on all over the place. If he can get one good ult against the walls where his team is all coordinated and ready to follow up, they might have a chance in this fight.
Hey, Kaiwing might actually get aggressive here.
He's walking very far
in. Sedge goes forward. Oh, the hook just misses. The Nami ult is committed, but I don't think it can be followed up. I think Frank Esports might look for the re-engage here. They know cooldowns have been used. Another hook goes wide.
Solo kill coming down the lane. Is he going to use his ultimate? No, not quite. It feels like Frank Esports are really just wrestling for this jungle control, getting those saplings down, because it just becomes so difficult for PSG to understand what's going on. Hollow pops the ult, actually.
Okay, they're going to try zone them off this tower. Pretender is getting a lot of damage onto this Gnar here. Azir wave clear kind of can't be understated. Will RZ look for something?
Oh, just goes
very
wide.
Close.
Yeah, Frank Esports, I'm actually surprised they weren't able to get much damage on the tower off of that. It feels like this might potentially be a window for PSG to try something, but it's difficult when you don't have vision really anywhere outside of your own base.
I think Frank Esports, they have so much control of this bot side quadrant. It's going to be really, really hard for PSG to retake and actually contest this Elder. I think if you're PSG, you might even have to give Elder and just trade Baron, which
It's
okay,
okay, but
yeah.
it's the best you can really get in that situation, right? That's sort of their dream scenario. I don't think they're going to be able to get much better than that unless they have some sort of miracle. Weko has finally hit his LDR, so that is going to be actually a big power boost for the side of PSG, not having to rely on just the Azir to deal out damage.
1 minute and 20 seconds on Elder. Baron is up a little earlier. We could maybe even see Frank Esports try and do something to the Baron, but I would be surprised to see them do. I think you want to kind of maintain that bot side control. And if you're Frank Esports here, you really want to make sure you get a scenario where you're not trading this objective. You're far enough ahead that you can just match where PSG wants to go and kind of just fight them at it. I don't think you need a hard commit to anything. Just like maintain control of this mid wave, and then you can kind of go from there. Baron's up in 5 seconds. Rabadon's completed for the victor, so they're going to be very, very strong in this fight. Pretender hasn't died yet, and I can't see him dying this game.
Oh, it goes wide again.
TP fight coming in from solo kill looks like a lot of CC onto him, but he hasn't got down yet. Actually, it's just unkillable. 2 members go down already. Those people just kind of disappeared. I didn't even really see them die.
Woody got completely evaporated, turned into dust. Thanos snapped straight off of the rift, and Frank Esports not going to hesitate and go straight towards this Baron.
Yeah, I think Frank Esports, they definitely just pick up both here. You do this Baron in time, and Wako and Woody aren't going to be up for this Elder.
Yeah, it's the perfect timing for them. Just early enough that the Elder Dragon isn't up for PSG to be able to respond. All Husha's going to be able to do is pick up, I think, the Rift Scuttle, and that's about it. Rift Scuttle for Baron Nashor, not exactly a trade you want.
The damage. Pretender with that Rabadon's dealing a huge amount of damage, and Solo Kill was my MVP of that fight. He TP'd in, absorbed a ton of damage. Husha is actually kind of caught out of position. I think will be chased down. There's no one really here for him.
The Cloud Drake move speed.
Yeah, I think he is just going to get taken down. The hook goes through, and Holland might actually take more.
Oh, no,
Ozzy, I don't think he can disengage from this. He flashes, but he's dead nonetheless. Maokai does commit the flash. 2 members dead. I think you...
That's rough.
I wonder, do you just ignore Elder and try play for the end? It seems like they're going to. You know that PSG can't do the Elder here, and you can always pick up the Elder later, as Frank Esports. Woody. Yeah. Most respectful flash of all time.
Yeah, Frank Esports, I don't know. I think they're just trying to get this wave in. I don't think they can do much else. The wave is finally here, so potentially going to look for that bot inhib. I don't know if...
Yeah, I don't
They are strong enough to just fight.
I feel like it's kind of hard to actually force the end, though. You're missing a lot of tools here. Can they go for it? I feel like you maybe just take inhib and then go for a dragon and reset.
Yeah, they are backing off.
Yeah. They don't quite have the strength to end the game, but should be able to pick up this Elder. Will recalls actually come through? They will. So they're going to give PSG a chance to contest this potentially.
That's interesting. I feel like if it was me, I would have just gone for it because Aji is still, he's only just respawned. They probably could have got the Elder Dragon in time, but potentially not wanting to take that risk, knowing that regaining river control is actually quite easy for the Maokai.
Yeah, and they are strong enough that they can kind of just force this fight.
Wow,
They're going for a huge engage. Sejuani, I think, does not have flash here. Is going to be engaged on and taken down, maybe? Is kind of hiding out. Doesn't really have anything left, though. Solo kill on the side does take out Husha.
That's so rough.
Tender and Eminem are both untouched in this fight. Why does Cassante have 1,000 movement speed?
It's the Cloud Drake. It's Cloud Drake move speed. It's not just him. I was actually a little bit worried there for Frank Esports because Kaiwing actually looking it gets a bit cheeky and looks for Wake Up with the hook instead of following up the CC on Husha. But despite that, they just have so much more move speed that they can just walk him down regardless. Kaiwing's got a good angle on this, but he has been spotted by a ward.
He does. PSG, they have a super wave in their base, and they also don't have their jungler here. This is kind of a last-ditch effort. Kaiwing might flash this wall and get onto the Nami. Yeah, is going to go for the hook goes wide. Pretender is dealing a ton of damage and has the Elder. The Elder burn takes out Azir, takes out Waco as well. And I think that's going to be it. Frank Esports, they do pick up the win over PSG.
Yeah, they're completely dominating fashion, right? 17 kills to 2, 14 gold ahead, no dragons to PSG's name. Frank Esports.
Yeah, it's very methodical.
Yeah, they're angry after their day one loss. They really brought it back this time. Husha. Let's see if Frank Esports pad the KDA there. I think they will. They should try. They have Elder Dragon. That's worth it.
Will Kaiwing sacrifices KDA for it?
Pretending is out of mana.
Oh, they're not going to go for it. But they do get the win, and that is what matters.
I think the padding KDA matters as well. Arguably more, but...
Well, we know what kind of player you are, Amelg.
Yeah, but honestly, huge win for Frank Esports coming back from their loss. I think Solico as well looked a lot more in the form that we expected him to be in. Doing a good job in the matchup. There wasn't much going on in it, but he was sort of keeping even, almost ahead at some points, and in the team fights, definitely shining through.
Yeah, I think just really well played from Frank Esports overall. Especially, I feel like the top side, the top three, I think solo kills so many fights. TP then soaks up a ton of damage, manages to survive and still have tons of impact. And Pretender as well managed to not die at all to the Azir Sejuani in the early game, which was really, really nice. Was a little bit behind in the 1v1, but still managed to dish out the damage. And then the Maokai as well was the catalyst for a lot of these fights. So yeah, the top side really did well. Yeah,
well, I think just really well played across the board, right? Because the Kalista Nautilus, I also think, worked out really well. It didn't have... there was a pretty even bot lane for the most part, but I feel like just having that Kalista Nautilus sort of engaged combo makes it so easy for them to find the fights they want. And it's really just ease of execution, right? Because, if it doesn't work out, you just pull Kaiwing back out with the Kalista ult. If it does work out, send him in. That's what they did in that last fight. Just sent him straight in and chased him down.
Yeah, I think PSG... Massive error of judgment not to ban Cassante. I really think the Cassante is so much better than the Jace ban. Well, there was so many counters already banned. The Gwen was gone, the Fiora was gone.
Jax was up, but they opted
didn't
for the
go
Nars.
for it, right? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like giving over Cassante with counters banned is very, very risky, and I just think it's so much easier to play Cassante than it is to counter Cassante. So I really think just taking it off the board is much better, especially when Frank Esports bans were just screaming, we're going to pick Cassante.
Yeah, it really was. Oh man, but Pretender looking a lot more comfortable on the Victor as opposed to the Akali from yesterday. Like, his Akali wasn't bad, but I think his Victor really shone through in this game. I'm going to be really surprised if he didn't do the most damage in this game.
Yeah, I think definitely some of those late game team fights were pretty much all on him. I think the early game, it's really difficult, I think, playing Victor against Azir when that kind of like level 6 mark rolls around. Azir just has such good gank setup. On the other hand, though, he did fall behind 1v1, was behind an Amp Tome, and can that be forgiven? I'm not sure.
Find out next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, as a counter pick, in the end, it worked out.
Yeah, he was definitely had a lot of impact on the game. Right? I'm not complaining.
Yeah, I guess at the same time, he was definitely set up to succeed with the team composition, right? Because he definitely has like a few bulky fellas to hide behind in the team fights. Was never really threatened at all outside of lane.
Yeah, I think Pretender's positioning in team fights was a lot better than Ubal's. He really played for that kind of, control mage fundamentals of just staying behind your team, whereas Ubal a lot of the time did end up somehow in the enemy team. It's always tempting to go for that skirmish shuffle on Azir, because a lot of the time, it can single-handedly win you the fight, but at the same time, if they see you in time, if they're able to react and flash it, you can just end up putting yourself in the middle of the enemy team. And if you don't have Zhonya's, you're taken out pretty much straight after.
Definitely high risk, high reward, because that Azir DPS is also so important for the fight that comes out of that. So if you're not able to survive, your team is going to be very, very behind in terms of combat power.
Yeah, 100% agree, and I think we will take a look. This replay here, I don't even remember what happened. This is the one where Ubal just goes in and just dies. I feel like PSG, they tried to do their best to salvage it, but after that happens, after you lose that much of your DPS,
you just got to hide in the back of the the dragon pit.
Yeah, the poor Nami, man, just recalling at the back, does not have flash, hoping no one notices. Unfortunately, they did.
Yeah, Aji was actually very close to surviving here as well. I think his Nara ult earlier was actually very good as well, and he did the same thing in a later fight too, but ultimately his team was not in a position to follow up. And we see here, this is when Frank Esports just chased people down, and Woody and Waco instantly evaporated from Batenda's insane damage. I think he had the Rabadons at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, just insane. And look, topping the damage charts, 24.6k damage dealt to champions, and the gold difference. That really does
Yeah.
not look good for PSG.
Wow, they were ahead. Frank Esports were ahead for just almost the entire game, other than a few moments. And even then, you know, those moments where PSG did have that slight lead, it never felt like they had control. You know, PSG were always on that back foot. And yeah,
Yeah, PSG, they did have some signs of life in laning phase. I think mid and bot both were doing all right, but frankly, Frank Esports just taking it out in the end. I'm so sorry.
did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Ah, okay. But yeah, 17-2, clean game from Frank Esports. They definitely played it pretty slow, 34 minutes, but can you complain when it gets the job done?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see them not sort of rushing to close out the game, right? Because they know that they're, whatever fight they do end up taking, they're going to be stronger, right? So you might as well wait for that fight, because the pressure's not on them, right? The pressure is on PSG to find some sort of angle to get themselves back into the game. Frank Esports just really cool, calm, and composed throughout the game.
Yeah, I think Frank Esports, I would just say like a big draft win as well. You know, they've really got the okay, the MVP does go over to solo kill. Yeah, he had some really impactful team fights and lots of TPs. It's actually insane how much damage that champion can soak up and still not die.
And still do so much damage and move around so quickly. It kind of just does everything.
Yeah, so much better performance from him. Love to see it.
Yeah, really do. I mean, very comfortable on the Cassante, evidently. And yeah, we'll see if he gets it again tomorrow.
I just want people to ban it, man. Like, what's going on? How is it getting through the second phase bans?
Yeah, I feel like when it is banned, it makes for more exciting top matchups as well. Because when you've got Cassante versus ex-champion, like, it feels like most of the time, even if it's not a favorable matchup, he's just going to survive. And, you know, nothing happens. It's not too exciting to watch.
I feel like that kind of just is the nature of top lane right now, because with the bot side matchups, it's just, you know, you've got to be kind of playing towards these volatile, you know, either just like double range matchups or towards those kind of gank setups. So I think just the way the meta kind of lends itself right now, if you can play something that's more self-sufficient in top lane, it's way better. And Cassante, yeah, I mean, he's the best of that.
He really is the best. I think, I don't want to understate the bot lane as well, because, yeah, Kaiwing really, you know, showing his might over his support counterpart. But anyway, next up, we do have Impunity versus Hellpigs. Another, I think it's your match of the day,
I'm
right?
looking forward to this one.
Match of the day. Yeah, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're cheated. Get up in the vibe. Intoxicated. Get ahead of time. Inebriated. It's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on the wheel, not attempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in-between. I'm in full circle. Just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me. Whoa, crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Oh, and welcome back to day 2 of the PCS. We've just had a bit of a banger game match 2, and we've got another banger coming right up with Impunity coming up against Helpix. Shock's pick of the day. Tell me more about this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think on both sides it's really exciting. Helpix, they showed a great game 5, the final game of the day yesterday. And on the other side, Mission, that guy, I'm a big fan of him. I think he's probably the best mid laner in the league, especially on his control mages. And mid lane right now is pretty much all control mages other than maybe Silas and Akali, and they're more fringe picks. So I'd be looking a lot at this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely a very comfortable meta for him, and it's been showing, right? Because he really was a huge driver behind Helpix's success. Impunity's success in their win yesterday. Pretty much just solo carrying from the mid lane. Although, he did have a favorable matchup into the Kassadin, which let him, have the freedom to run around the map. But he did so, really successfully.
Yeah, that was really the red side counter being put to use. It was kind of weird, though, because normally Ryze is a blind pick champion and Kassadin's the counter pick champion. So, not sure how that ended up happening. But, yeah, and I think in our last game, red side won again, right? So red side's what, 6-1 now?
Yeah.
It's getting pretty ridiculous.
Not looking good for blue for sure. And yeah, on the other side, we've got Helpix, taking over from Meta Falcon and coming out of the gate swinging. They all looked very solid yesterday, so this is definitely, a good match to pick for your match of the day.
Yeah, Helpix seemed pretty well rounded when we saw them yesterday. Obviously, there's plenty of time still for stuff to change, but in that game at least, admittedly it was against Duish team, which so far have seemed like one of the weaker teams, but Helpix were kind of firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Helpix, very, very strong. I think Hongtu especially on the Azir yesterday, just pumping out the damage and doing well. Let's take a look back at Impunity. We've got Driver in top today, Alex in jungle, Mission the Magician in the mid lane, and Atlan and Nature down in bot.
Yeah, so the man in the mid lane, definitely a driving force on this team.
You could say he was the main driver behind their success, right?
You didn't have to go and do that. But yeah, I mean, he is known for, especially his Syndra, I think it's his most played champion of all time. Across the rift, Helpix, Taco, that's right.
Remember?
Taco, Hongtu, Tide, and IC8.
Yeah, I think Tide as well, performing really well on, I think it was the Lucian Nami. Really just pumping out a lot of damage, and that's what you want, right?
Yeah, I just can't get over the top jungle names, man. They just like every time I see them, I can't not
so good.
think about it. Were they named that before they joined the team?
I am not sure, but it would be, regardless, I think it's a very, very cool coincidence. You have sort of that unspoken bond already. You've got such similar names. There's no way you can't be a good top jungle duo, and that is what they showed in their game last night. They were definitely very much in sync, and were definitely very instrumental to their win.
Yeah, completely agree. Razor headset, very green.
It is very green. It's pretty rare that you see such a green headset like that. IC8. He's strutting his stuff.
Taco, maybe hands cold. I used to do that. Putting it on your face. Yeah, like before the
warm
game.
them up.
Yeah. You never tried that?
What about pockets? Wouldn't that be better?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because what if your face is cold as well?
My face doesn't get cold.
Yeah, that's a weird flex, but...
Why? Are you saying your pockets are really warm?
Well, pockets are naturally warm. You're never going to have cold pockets.
I don't know. I feel like my face is going to be warmer than the pockets, but that's a discussion for another day, I think.
It's a losing battle for you, my friend. That's all I'm going to say.
Coach behind another notebook enjoyer. Would you like to see that?
Yeah.
Hopefully the Cassante ban is written down there somewhere. Would like to see that forgotten once again.
Give the show us a notebook. It does look a lot thinner than the other one though, and doesn't have. I don't think it has a hardcover, so it's gonna be minus points for now. I feel like you really need that hardcover to have the edge.
Really?
Yeah. What if you drop it and then the pages get damaged? And hardcover just looks so much cooler.
I don't know. I feel like it's a little efficient, inefficient. Excuse me. To have the
how?
hardcover.
We got a soft page on the
space that
inside.
could just be more paper.
Well, yeah, but you don't need. It's not like you're going to be writing in every single page of the notebook.
Oh, with that attitude. No, these guys, they're preparing drafts a lot. That notebook's going to get used up.
All right. Well, both teams do have the game faces on as we head into Champ Select. Maokai and Ashe banned already from the side of Impunity. Helpix opting for Caitlyn and waiting on that second ban. It is going to be the Elise.
So this is our first game where both teams have a win. So playing for 2-0 here. IMP on the blue side, Hell Pigs on the red side.
The Darius
The
ban
Darius
coming out
ban again.
So that
Kinda
does hint
interesting.
towards the Cassante, right?
Yeah, perhaps. At least Kalen.
Is he gonna
everything
ban
seems kind of
Cassante?
standard. I feel like you don't ban Cassante this early, but maybe you can. I mean, honestly, I'd rather it be banned early than not banned at
Yeah,
all.
right?
But I would be kind of surprised. Okay, so is the Sejuani actually coming through?
Interesting.
What will your first pick be here?
I would really want the Rise again for Mission.
Yeah, yesterday though, they were comfortable leaving it to later. Okay, so actually is the Nami. Now, Hellpigs, they have a lot of options. I feel like you have to take one of Zeri or Yumi in your first two. And given that there's a lot of junglers banned, you're probably going to pick up a priority jungler as well. Sejuani's been kind of the priority jungler all day. So, will we see something different? Okay, so here's a Zeri. You could take the Yumi and
That's
just
not much-
play for...
Isn't it better to drop it till 3?
No, I think... Well, it depends. Because you can get jungle counter pick on 3, which can be nice, or you can take the priority jungler now. So it depends, basically, what do they value? Do they think it's better to take this priority jungle or get the jungle counter pick? We're about to find out. If they do take a priority jungle, I feel like jungle counter pick might be better here. Okay, actually going for the Vi. Did expect to see the Yumi on 3, if this is locked in. Okay, so Vi is picked. I think here you definitely take... Oh, okay, so I'm expecting Lucian and Wukong is locked in,
Wow,
and this should
you
just
had the
be
profit.
a Yumi right now. If
too
it's not a
smart.
Yumi, I'd be very, very surprised.
is
Oh, okay, well, Lulu works too.
Same.
I much prefer the Yumi, to be
Yeah.
honest, but the Lulu is good too. So second phase bans. Second phase bans. I feel like banning, if you're not planning on picking Rise, I would like to see it taken away. I feel like it is a pretty hard champ to counter, and it's definitely the best blind pick mid laner on the patch. Perhaps we'll see that targeted. The Fiora, okay, so this is setting up for the Cassante on 4 that, you know, everyone is very fond of now. So please,
You sound
Impunity,
ecstatic.
please ban it. You don't have to ban it right now, you can ban it in your second ban, but please get rid of it. Alternatively, they might put more bans towards mid. That's kind of been pretty common throughout the day. I think a Kassadin ban could maybe be good as well if you are planning to 4-5 Rise here. What will it be? Okay, so the Gwen. Oh, actually banning
okay.
Cassante counters of their own. So that could mean that they have so many Cassante counters that they're fine with giving it. And then, you know, if they end up getting it, all
It's
the
a good
counters
situation.
are gone.
Yeah.
So, interesting situation for Hellpigs to be put into. Do you ban maybe the Jax and just, or the Gnar, and then pick up the Cassante on 4, or do you risk giving it over? I feel like you can't give it over with this many counters banned. Okay, so actually the Rise banned out. So Impunity, they have to decide, are they going to risk giving over this Cassante or not? I'm honestly not too sure what's best.
Yeah, definitely a lot of different directions they can still go with this.
I feel like just ban Cassante, man. I think that's the play. What will it be though? Okay, so it's actually an Akali
Whoa.
ban. Rise does counter Akali, so I can kind of see it, but Hellpigs, will they just pick up Cassante right now?
Oh.
Guessing
Let's
it's
click.
not going to be KO, but I think it should be Cassante here. Enough of the counters are banned, and I think it is kind of your premier top lane blind.
It can't be the Gragas, right?
Would not think so.
Would be very surprising. No, it is going to be the
It is a
Cassante.
Cassante, so I think if you're Impunity here, you're probably looking towards the Gnar or the Jax. Those seem to be kind of the meta counters into the Cassante, so probably one of those picked up. And then for your mid laner here, I could maybe see Syndra being picked. I feel like Stardust doesn't get much value. Ooh, a blind Kassadin.
Okay, it would be bold if true.
Okay, so
Okay,
it
he's
is
going
actually the
for
blind Kassadin. And the Jax locked in. Now, what is your last pick here into the Kassadin? I feel like you
There's so many
do-
options.
You do have to go AP still, I feel like. I don't think your team has enough AP to really justify going AD. So what will it be? Maybe a Syndra? Victor's up as well, Azir? I feel like Syndra's the one that can bully the best, or maybe something relatively off meta. What will it be? Okay, so the
Yeah.
Azir. That's an interesting
Okay.
choice. I feel like Azir doesn't punish Kassadin as much as you'd like, but also does scale pretty well, and is decent into like Jax and Wukong, can definitely ult them away, and outranges Lucian. So there's definitely a lot of reasons for picking it. I think it's maybe not the best in terms of matchup, but there's Cassante going over to red side once again, and I'm I am very surprised that people are still willing to opt into the trade. Like, I guess it could be that in scrims, oftentimes the Cassante does just get countered and shut down, but from what we've seen on stage games so far, the Cassante just never gets put behind enough, really, for it to matter.
Yeah, it's only been really pulled off once successfully by Hanabi. And that was, that was kind of just out of him outmaneuvering his lane opponent. Definitely kind of worrying for Impunity. I feel like I favor Hellpigs' draft a lot more, and also it feels weird to put Mission on a pick where he's really not going to have much agency to do anything when he was so successful at it in his last match.
Yeah, I think the blind pick Casson is really just saying, like, okay, I'm so much better laning than you that there's nothing you can do. I mean, Mission is good at laning, I think, but definitely no more for the control mages. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. I kind of favor the Hellpigs draft this time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see, like, obviously, sure, you can make the argument that Mission is going to be good regardless in his lane, but I feel like when you have such a solid player, you want to sort of give him tools to make it easy for him to carry, right? Not assuming he's going to carry in a hard situation.
Yeah, I think I agree. Obviously, you are blinding mid no matter what there, so yeah, this is going to be slightly difficult. I am very surprised that he didn't go for something like the Syndra, like I said, the most played champ of all time. And I think it would have been a better blind here, but let's see if the blind Cassidy can get it done.
Yeah, heading back into the Rift once again. Weather forecast still the same, still very foggy on the Rift. Impunity versus Hellpigs. Make sure to take note, this is Shock's match of the day, so big stakes here tonight on the PCS. Third match, let's get right into it. I think that, I don't know, I mean, we've seen the Lucian Nami bot lane into the Zeri Lulu so many times, but it feels like it always turns out differently. It feels very much like the better duo can easily come out on top.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right now, the Zeri Lulu, so it's definitely slightly stronger than the Zeri Yumi, but I feel like having the Yumi just makes playing the game so easy. It gives you some engage, gives really nice sustain, and obviously insane scaling. But Zeri Lulu for the early game is nice as well.
Yeah.
Slightly stronger.
Yeah, looking to the mid lane as well. What are your thoughts on Hong2 opting for the Conqueror? Because I would have thought that you would get more value out of the Comet for bullying the Cassidon early.
Yeah, so I think Conqueror is kind of better when you're laning against melees. Normally, Comet is like really good against, those long range champions, especially ones that can't itemize Doran Shield. I think Doran Shield with Second Wind is just way too powerful against like Comet Scorch. It's sort of hard to run. And also the Conqueror is quite good against Jax and the Wukong. So I kind of like it.
Driver already trading pretty aggressively onto Taco. See if he hits this third Q back onto the Cassandra. Does not. Driver driving his way to victory so far. Sorry, that one was a bit forced.
Yeah. The Cassidy is falling a little bit behind, as you would expect. Will not be getting priority. I think it'll be really interesting to see what Takeo can get done with this mid priority. We've seen the Cassidy before kind of end up with his jungler getting invaded on the first red. Will Takeo perhaps cross mid? Hong2 gets the Raptor ward, so Wukong will be spotted out eventually.
Ooh, lots of damage onto Tide as well. Good trade from Atlan and Nature.
So getting a lot of poke onto Mission, but I feel like this poke often doesn't stick against Cassidy. It's a little bit too much sustain with Doran Shield and Second Wind. Alex is spotted out on the ward, and Takeo is not going to use this mid priority for any sort of invade here, which I feel like is maybe a mistake. With bot and mid priority, I would have thought the red buff would get pressured, but is not going to go for it.
Especially when it does feel like they would win out in a skirmish, the Cassidy being, I think, a lot less useful than the Azir, although both are obviously relatively weak at this stage in the game.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Zeri Lulu getting priority, at least in the first couple levels, is sort of expected before Lucian Nami really hits their stride. Now both junglers, again, path towards bot. Feel like I'm watching the same game again. But
it's a bit of a broken record at this point.
Hey, will something happen around here? Wukong? Alex is around. Ward is going to be spotted. Ooh, could be a contest for the scuttle, but I do feel like Hellpigs are the ones that should get this. Takeo is pretty low, but Azir definitely has first move to this.
And Takeo's a level up as well. For some reason, Alex has skipped his red buff. I'm not too sure why. Or is he actually going to engage aggressively onto Takeo? Drops him very low. And actually, Impunity getting the scuttle is pretty big for them.
Yeah, I think that's really surprising. So Hong2 just did not get enough done on mid lane
Mission.
in order to bring him here. Yeah, Mission actually doing pretty well for himself. I mean, that first Scuttle Crab being secured is more than you would expect to get when you're playing with Kassadin.
Yeah, Alex not really punished for saving his red buff until later, and that just means he's going to get a bit more action on it, whereas Takeo, he started red buff, so his has already run out. Just that little bit of extra combat power if a skirmish does occur on the side of Alex.
Mission does TP back to lane, has the tier and the refillable. Hong2 will see if he decides to try and stay in lane until he hits Lost Chapter. I feel like that could be the play. Definitely once you hit Chapter, you can start to cut through Kassadin's sustain. The matchup, fairly quiet right now.
Yeah,
Not a
kind
whole
of
lot going on.
bouncing waves back and forth. Not much going across the map in general. Still waiting for the junglers to sort of make a move. Even mid lane's fairly stable. Wow, Hong2 actually dropped pretty low. It's going to be a lot harder for him to stay into his Lost Chapter now. I don't think it'll be possible. He does still have a pot in reserve though.
Yeah, I think he should still be able to stay long enough. It's whether or not you actually want to, because you are giving up priority to Kassadin while you do this, which isn't normally the best, but if the junglers can't really do anything with it, then it doesn't matter a whole lot. Fine, still relatively even. Atlan has picked up the Dirk.
Still got 3 potions too, so a lot of sustain on the side of Impunity's bot lane.
Hong2 is staying a very long time. I think maybe now is just forced to base, and Mission is going to get another reset, but he won't quite have Catalyst yet.
We'll try, bro. Man, all of these short trades, they really amount to anything. It feels like Driver does hit 6 first, but not too big of a spike for him when he unlocks that ult. Takeo looking for an angle on bot. Impunity don't seem to know about this. Atlan maybe in danger.
I think he's fine. Yeah, they've managed to kite out. I feel like before Takeo hits 6, there's just not quite the threat. You know, you don't have really any gank set up in bot lane, so it's really all going to come from the Vi. Alex is in the area. Will they contest this? Kassadin is significantly weaker than Azir at this point in the game. Lost Chapter to just an Amtome tier.
Oh, they actually haven't found out Takeo yet.
Well, I think Takeo's just going to get this.
Yeah, seems like they don't suspect anything. I guess it's pretty hard for them to contest anyway.
Without the mid priority, I think this does just kind of go over. You'd be relying on your bot lane to hard carry the fight, but it's not going to happen. And Hellpigs, they are going to pick up this first drag, which is sort of expected, I think. You know, when you're playing Kassadin, you're kind of expecting, you know, give over those first 2 drags, just keep scaling. A little bit of a trade happening here in the bot lane.
Actually, kind of surprised that he went for that. I mean, Takeo still could have been lingering around as he kind of is now in the river. They don't have much vision set up for themselves, although they are relatively safe close to their turret.
Okay, Mission does manage to get some wards in the top jungle. Herald does spawn in 1 minute, so that'll probably be the next play. And I think by that time, Mission will probably be ready to fight. Does have Ignite with the spellbook, which makes a big difference in these early skirmishes.
Yeah, Takeo...
I think he just needs to reset the wave. Tide is just very, very low here. Now, Atlan and Nature can maybe just 2v3 this and continue to hold the wave. Hellpigs are a bit too low. Will they continue to freeze this? I think... Okay, actually thinning it out, so not going to freeze. Can they cancel some recalls here?
Ooh, IC8.
Ooh,
Oh, the shield. Okay, nice.
Very nice.
True support move. I think it is really important to highlight though that Mission has made it to level 7 very quietly without, you know, without attracting too much jungle attention and without giving up too much. Like he's only behind 10 CS, which is not really too bad. Yeah, the main thing is that you don't really want to end up giving a kill before you hit 6.
Could be in trouble here. Actually about to face check Alex on the Wukong. He ults away. Can he get out? The Ignite's on him. Oh,
Alex,
no,
Alex.
failed flashes. Oof. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, really close for Hong2. That was a really dangerous face check. It seems like he had no idea at all that Alex was even in the area, but does manage to barely escape with his life.
Yeah, it was actually double flashes used by Impunity, and Hong2 didn't end up having to flash. Kind of insane confidence to not end up flashing there.
Yeah, and that means a lot for this Rift Herald as well, because if Impunity wanted to contest it before, they definitely can't now without that Wukong ult available.
Yeah, I think also using the Kassadin Ignite and not picking up the kill is definitely a big deal. That's kind of Kassadin's one chance to impact the early game with the spellbook. But not able to, so Hellpigs, they're going to get this Herald. Tidus does it respect a little bit while Lulu is on a mission. What she is. Okay, Lulu coming back bot though. Top lane continuing as normal. Where will this Herald be put? I feel like... Yeah, I feel like the Herald should probably go mid or bot. I think giving gold to Cassante is nice, but I don't think this top tower dies for a very long time. Maybe breaking mid tower from Casson could be kind of nice. Actually, some pretty heavy trading coming up here. Taiko is in the area. I mean, if they could get a gank, Driver is maybe going to be aggressive. Taiko is really close. I think if they can get this kill onto Driver, they would be able to Herald straight after. The Vi is here, gets the ult. He is going to go down. He flashes. Oh, gets knocked up by Cassante and goes down. I think now you might as well just Herald top. You're going to get a lot of gold here. Alternatively, you could just base, but I think you can get so much gold here onto the Cassante and really shut down that Jack's win condition. Be interesting. Will you actually save the Herald here? Well, I think you probably use it.
I think they should use it. But overall, Taco doing a good job of baiting in Driver, who didn't seem to suspect too much that Taiko was waiting in the wings. I guess their names look so alike that he just got confused between the two. But Riftfield is going to be dropped. I don't think it's going to quite take out the tower. It's going to be left on just barely less than half a play.
Oh my. Well, they actually might just finish it, right? That's an insane amount of gold. I'm actually not sure what the gold was before they went for all this, but I think they got... Yeah, like a couple thousand gold off of just one kill, essentially. So
you're up 2k gold now, and that is going to help Taco a lot in this matchup. If it was stable before, it's certainly not going to be stable now. So we take a look again, Taco, knocking Driver back and pushing him really, like, just so much more closer with all of his abilities and getting Taco in range to drop the Vial and slowly chasing him down. Driver does try to flash away, but Taco matching very quickly and very easily.
Yeah, so Hellpigs, honestly, it's a kind of much needed win after the Casson getting through the early game relatively unscathed. But now, yeah, very strong on Taco. Yeah, he's got the Jack show already.
They've had a really successful early game for Hellpigs. The Infernal Drake is coming up in 30 seconds as well. And you do have to wonder if Impunity even have what it takes to contest this. Taco is already in the area. Driver is not without TP, so already hinting towards the fact that Impunity are likely going to give it. Mission might be in trouble. No Vital available yet. It's just come up.
Oh, yeah, wasn't quite ready.
Mission's still trading a little bit. Doesn't lose too much health from that. Cancelling a couple orders on the ward. Unlucky.
Dragon definitely goes over to Hellpigs. I think if you're Taco now, you can probably just reset and go back top. I don't think there'll be any contests coming through here. This is really just that early game. The Jack's falling behind and Cassidy not being strong enough yet.
Yeah, and it comes back to what we were saying in draft, right? It feels like Mission has really not been enabled at all. And, being that key player for his team. And now you're starting to see the effects of that. Hellpigs now 2k gold ahead, 2 dragons to their name. And Taiko, he's really deep in their jungle. I don't know if Alex... Oh, it seems like he suspects something.
I think he has to back out. Don't think they have the damage to quite commit to them. And the mid priority isn't so one-sided as it used to be. Interestingly, Mission didn't go for the Catalyst. He actually just went for the damage parts of Rod of Ages. So, very Chad. Not sure it's the best, but Chad nonetheless.
Taiko doing a lot.
Yeah, so Alex is here. It's going to commit onto a Mission. Doesn't have a lot of damage yet here. Taiko actually re-engages the Zero. Almost
Taiko's taking
through.
Nothing.
Ooh, Taiko's going to go down. It goes over to Alex, and Azir has flashed. Can he get out? I don't think he can. He's got nothing left, and Mission's got the Ghost going. I think he is just going to go down. Give this to the Cassidon, please. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I think that was really overcommittal. I think that Taiko didn't have flash, so I guess he couldn't get out, but I think when they decided to turn, they kind of just sealed the deal. There's just not enough damage between them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Taiko getting a little bit too greedy for those Raptors. He did survive a lot longer than I thought he would, but yeah, as you said, that re-engage really just sealed the deal for his own death. And yeah, now Mission does have a kill, and he's got a little bit of gold, so potentially this is his chance to sort of climb back into the game. He is very close to level 11 now as well.
I think he got some plays too. Actually, some pretty heavy trades. Tide does get bubbled, but he has all the sums. Alan cleanses.
Good positioning from Tide. Even though he does get stunned up, the killing isn't able to hit him past the minions. So it does live to see another day.
Cassidon has picked up the Rod of Ages. Will they look for a fight here? I think any fights involving Cassante are probably winning for Hellpigs. I think if you're Alex here, you probably just have to disengage. Let's see a replay on this. So, yeah, Taiko's caught and doesn't have flash. Yeah, and then they end up kind of having to commit in, but Wukong just creates so much pressure here, and the Azir really just can't do a whole lot. And then once you've committed all your sums, you're just kind of dead. The kill going over to Cassidy as well. Oof.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they did give the kill over the mission, because you haven't done much to help him so far this game. He does need that little bit extra of a boost. Yeah, but overall, still a gold lead for Helpix. You can see they've had 1,400 gold from turret blades, getting the whole top tower. Still a very successful early game for Helpix, but it does seem like there are now some signs of life and a little bit of breathing room for the side of Impunity. You can see Mission second there on the total player gold. Takeo in front by quite a decent margin from all those tower blades he gobbled up. But we've yet to see him sort of translate that into too much as of yet.
Yeah, so this Dragon in 2 minutes. And Cassidy is level 11 with the Rod of Ages.
Takeo.
You hate to see it. He's pretty I don't think they can really catch him though. But yeah, Cassidy is already ready to fight, which is nice. But I actually feel like the Jax is the one kind of holding anything proactive from starting. I feel like right now, just the top difference is too much in Kasante's favor. Bubble goes wide.
Really, it does look like... Ooh, Tide?
Okay, actually, I think they should maybe look onto this. Oh, they got to back off. Takeo's in the area. The culling is good. A lot of damage traded over. The bubble actually hits. I think Lulu just barely doesn't go down.
Tide is chasing.
I think Takeo can clean this up. He flashes really nice flash and gets the ult as well. Wow. Ooh, and Zeri gets a kill there. That was really well played by Helpix, I think. Especially the Lulu actually managed to live on very, very low HP.
Yeah, they did a good job of cutting back and waiting for Takeo to be in position.
On the bot side, Cassidy is going for this. And there's a fight top side. I want to see bot lane, okay.
Takeo. Oh,
actually, we got the split cam. I've never seen that before. Okay, very, very nice. So Mission, he does manage to kill one bot, and top side ends up just damage onto the Jax. So Mission, he gets the Lulu kill. I don't think he had a bounty or anything, but it's still nice. This Cassidy is 2-0 now.
Well, Alex.
Tide does not have any sums. I think he just goes down to Alex.
Yeah, Alex making use of that Hex Gate, sorry. And yeah, just surfing across the rift, manages to pick up that end kill onto Tide. Regardless, though, Helpix looking to take up this Rift Herald, but I don't know if they'll be able to finish it in time.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Alan and Nature are coming.
Even if they do, they might just die after. Alan is just diving on it, and Helpix, they're trying to just commit to finish, but I think they're just both going to die. Looks like Helpix actually secured the Herald, but did not manage to pick it up. Taco can get out. Oh, maybe not. Jax is going for the aggressive flash forward. And a pause.
And a pause. Wow, yeah, I mean, that was really, really bold and not in a good way for Helpix to try and look for that Rift Herald when they've only got 2 members there. And Impunity really, hot in pursuit. Let's take a look at this bot fight again. So Tide, Tide and IC8 doing a good job of holding back, baiting in Outland to move the culling forwards. IC8 does get bubbled up and it looks like he's going to die, but does manage to get the Lulu ult just in the nick of time. And Takeo, this is his time to shine. Flashing straight in, and Tide following up as well. 2 easy kills for them.
Yeah, I think they played that really, really well.
Let's see what happens next, because this is the part we missed, where Mission, he does actually manage to pick up a kill onto IC8, I believe. Gets polymorphed, but does manage to pick it up regardless. Alex leaving the kill for him. But Tide manages to escape. Takeo has his red buff taking disrupted.
Yeah, and then the Wukong actually just ended up chasing with the Hex Tag.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Tide ran that way instead of walking with the Vi. It feels like a bit of an oversight.
Probably just not something you think about in the moment, like it's such a large distance covered in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, it does feel like one of those moments where you sort of forget about what rift it is. I still do that a lot, where how when you're walking out of the base, it's better to take the Hex Gate, right? But I still always forget.
Yeah, I actually do that in ARAM as well.
Yeah,
I just walk past the gate. Anyway, it happens.
It happens. It does happen. But yeah, that is gonna actually, it does mean a lot, because it meant that he wasn't really able to get back on the map in time to help out with the Rift Herald, and that's ultimately what led to Helpix giving that up. I mean, their smite was really dodgy. I don't know if you saw, but it was actually left on 20, 30 HP or something.
No, I didn't see.
Yeah, so there actually was an opportunity for Impunity to pick that one up, but just barely missing out. But regardless, no Rift Herald for Helpix.
Yeah, and I think Dragon is very soon as well. I think it's maybe 30 seconds away. And with, members down, it's going to be really hard to get back on the map and regain that control. So, yeah. Yeah,
it's been interesting to see this one play out, because Helpix, they were doing such a good job in the early game, but Impunity slowly finding errors in their opponent's play and really capitalizing on that. And especially, I think, is really important. They've managed to get a couple of these kills onto Mission as well, who is definitely going to be the key player in these next few fights.
Yeah, I think once you're level 11 on Cassidy, you're honestly strong enough to start fighting. And the fact that he's gone to that, and the team, normally Kassadin's team is the one that suffers. You know, like we saw in the previous games with their junglers being invaded and stuff like that. Kassadin normally just manages fine in the matchup, but this game, they actually didn't really suffer early game at all. They managed to get the crabs. They didn't get invaded on, you know, any jungle camps. So, yeah, really, like, I'm not sure if that's because Hellpigs, I feel like they probably could have done more with their priority, but at the same time, well played by Impunity to kind of neutralize the early game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like for Hellpigs, a lot of it is going to be resting on Tide. He's been doing a pretty good job so far in the bot lane. Same with Hongtu on the Azir. Hopefully we're back into the game. Yes, we are. I don't really know what's going on, but
I
it
think we
looks
might
like
have
Taco is...
skipped a lot of time here.
Taco's down.
Okay. Oh, okay, so Taco, actually that's right. No, Taco didn't end up getting chased down.
Oh, Taco and Taco both did.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Mission's actually ended up almost with the most gold in the game.
Wow, he caught back up really quickly. 3-0-3 on the Kassadin now. 3 stacks on the Rod of Ages, building towards the next item too. And yeah, he was definitely, you know, not able to have much of an impact earlier, but starting to sort of regain that control now.
Dragon is spawning. Mission is resetting. I'm not sure. Are they really going to give this up? It's the third drag. I think they kind of should fight it.
He does have TP available. He should be TPing in here.
I think they're going to. I think they might just be playing for the fight after. Dragon at this point feels like it's already going to go down, but maybe just play for the fight. There's a really good flank from Driver. Kassadin's a bit late here, though. Dragon is just going to die. Oh, actually, okay, Alex managed to steal it, and this looks pretty good. They're zoned out from the fight. Taco's in the back line. I think Hellpigs, you might be able to disengage from this, but getting the Dragon stolen by Alex was a big deal, honestly. That was your chance to get that third drag.
Yeah, that would have been really huge for Hellpigs, and there was actually a bit of a blunder from Mission, I feel like. He instead of TPing to one of the wards closer in River, he TPs to the mid tower and gets to that fight pretty much as the Dragon was dying. Hongtu, definitely overstaying as well.
Damage. Actually, Mission with the aggressive flash forward actually takes him out.
Tide, looking to see what he can do.
I think Mission's like 4-0 now. I mean, he's just really strong. I don't think there is any re-engage here. You don't really have any damage left. 4-0-3 on the Kassadin. And the fact that they managed to get the drag, I'd say Impunity definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, in the driver's seat. I see what you did there. But yeah, Impunity managing to claw back the gold lead as well. From a gold deficit to a gold advantage. Almost 1k gold ahead now.
Taco here. I think he's out though. Even though he gets fire ulted, I think he just leaves, yeah.
Yeah, Taco really, I guess, antsy about wanting to sort of claw back the lead, thinking that Mission is out of position and his team is closer, but it is unfortunately not to be.
Yeah, I think the pressure of versing Kassadin really starting to get to him. Okay, gonna take a little bit of damage from Alex on the way out. Does have Cassante behind him.
Taco's just on a stroll through the whole jungle. But Impunity, Atlan, and Nature taking control of mid-prio for now.
Kassadin's got 2 items way before Azir.
Wow.
Very, very strong.
When did that even... Did he pick up that Seraph just now?
Yeah, just now.
Wow. Yeah, it's really not looking good for Hellpigs now. Kassadin is slowly starting to scale. Hellpigs do have some pretty good scaling of their own, so it's not like completely doomed, but I feel like Kassadin is one of those easier ones to play out the fights with.
Okay, I think Taco might be forced to burn Flash here. Flash is out. Yeah, okay, that is really, really interesting. The TP comes through from Azir, but can he actually engage onto them? He's going to try.
Doesn't go for the shuffle.
Go for the ult. I actually think it would have killed Nami. She did not have Flash. Mission.
It's on a mission.
And Taco does not have Flash. I think Mission is going to be able to... Ooh, are they going to chase for any more? Their bot lane is not here. If they play it slow and bot lane can come, they could maybe look to re-engage.
Taco's really been playing with fire multiple times in a row, but does manage to escape yet again. But Impunity gonna steal that red buff away. Nice present for their troubles, and Mission looking to pressure this top tower now. Hongtu might be in a bit of trouble. I don't think he knows Alex is here.
But does have R. Ooh, yeah, good presence of mind to check that bush. I think this tower does go down eventually, though. You don't have any mid priorities, so gonna be taking damage slowly but surely.
Gold lead is slowly starting to build up for Impunity. One thing to mention as well is that Taco, even though he got a lot of gold injected into him early on, he hasn't really made much use of that. It feels like Driver has actually been able to match up against him fairly easily.
Yeah, I feel like top lane's kind of been somewhat irrelevant for both teams. Like, they did get all the gold up there, but Cassante hasn't really had enough impact in a fight yet, although it is pretty hard. I feel like Kassadin's sort of a hard champ for Cassante to deal with. It's too many dashes. Can actually match his dashes. Okay,
Mission.
now there's some trades going on top here, but I think this is definitely better for Impunity. Dragon's up in a minute and a half.
Aaron is up and available as well. Alex looking to see what he can find in the jungle. I don't know if Taiko is actually aware. There were some caution pings dropped down. Alex jumping over the wall.
Oh, gonna find Taiko and force him out. They're really trying to play for this tier 1 tower. They force Azir off it.
Well, Driver.
Ooh, trading heavy in the side lane. Is very scared of that trade back coming from Cassante. Lots of damage going down on this tower here, but with members in the area are going to have to back off from it. And Dragon's in 1 minute. You have to think they're going to start switching their priority down to bot side. I think ICA is actually caught out here. Does not have flash on the mean. They're actually fighting bot as well.
Well, Driver.
I think
he's going to pick up Taiko
Yeah,
here.
I think Driver does win this. He's going to follow the flash. He's very, very low, and he does.
Oh,
okay.
Driver. And Alex is looking for more as well onto
Yeah,
Hong2.
Hong2 does not have flash or TP.
This tower is going to walk it off for now. Mission is going to take that tower pretty easily though, and I think a big thing to mention here as well is that Impunity, Alan and Nature have been doing a good job of keeping that mid prio. They've been doing that consistently for the last few waves. Sorry about that, and which means that the dragon, which is coming up very shortly, is going to be that much easier for them to take control of.
Spawning in 10 seconds. Mission will be here. Does have TP. Taiko going to clear out a little bit of Baron vision. The gold difference now is good for Impunity.
Yeah, it really does tell the story of the game, right? Seeping back into the blue side, Mission being that key player for building up that gold lead.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a lot of fighting on the mid wave. They definitely don't want to give over like some kind of sneaky Baron to Hellpigs. They can definitely just go over the wall. You know, you've got the Vaiku, the Zeri, and the Azir as well. So we're going to play this a little slow. Don't have to go towards Dragon just yet. Now starting to get some control.
Yeah, Hellpigs trying to force him.
Oh, Alex has a really big flank. This looks good. They get the 3-man knockup onto the backline. The Zeri gets out. The Nami ult comes through as well. Mission is in the middle of the teamfight. Actually gets taken out by Cassante, but Taiko is down, and now Taco's the only Taco left standing. Hong2 gets a lot of damage. The Wukong a little bit of damage traded back as well.
Hellpigs.
Okay, so it ends up being a 1-for-0? Yeah, okay, 1-for-0. I think this will be the Dragon and probably not anything more. You should maybe be careful on the mid wave as Impunity here. You could get engaged on by Azir.
Yeah, Hellpigs definitely going to be looking for an
TP
opportunity.
coming in, so they're actually going to look for this just as a 4v4. Hong2 goes for the engage, but it's not any carries. Even if Nami goes down, you've got no damage left, and the Kassadin is just going to clean up everyone here. I think Impunity, can they keep chasing? I think they can, and off this, they should be able to go for a Baron.
Mission's full mana. He's not worried at all.
Yeah, just...
Oh, Tide actually manages to slip out. Oh, Alan.
wait, maybe a little bit of a misplay off the back of it. Alan ends up going down, and Mission takes some damage.
Wow, that's actually really bad for them. They can't pressure this Baron anymore.
Yeah, that was very bold of them just to go for the engage with Wukong on Dragon, but yeah, just slightly fumbling it at the end, and Mission actually could end up going down here. It's a 4-level difference, by the way. Does he have any mana left? Can he get away?
He doesn't have a Seraph either.
Oh, he has one more. Is he going to get chased down? Oh, he does.
No.
700 gold. Okay, Driver, seeing what he can salvage here. I feel like you should probably just leave and try stop chain inting.
He's actually opting into the 1v2.
I think this is a bad move. This TP's coming in. He's just CC'd.
Driver.
He can't even get to hit right
What
now.
are you doing?
Yeah, I think he goes down. And this actually could be Baron going over to Hellpigs. What a crazy turn of events. I feel like that was just Impunity's like Baron to take. And they kind of just threw it all away.
Yeah, it was so good for Impunity, but then all of a sudden so bad. They overgreed for some kills, Atlan being the main factor in that sort of turn of events. And Taiko picking up 2 really easy shutdowns. It feels like Impunity were really just spoon-feeding them on those ones. Let's take a look at how this fight played out. See Atlan dropping the culling very early, and Alex has a really good flank, finds a 3-man knockup. And the key here is that Cassante pops his ult to try and get Kassadin over the wall. Mission easily able to just hop back over, and Driver takes his place. 1 Taka remaining, and this is the part where Impunity start to get a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, I think it started off, the second re-engage started off so well for them after the Kassadin TP back, but
Yeah.
this is the longest replay I've ever seen. But in comes Mission's TP. Driver as well, gets the engage. I think the Azir, it's decent, but it only gets the Nami. Oh, and I feel like Tide just goes down here. If Mission just has a tiny bit more damage, actually misses his E, crucially.
Yeah, and that's what allows Tide to survive. And then Alan gets a bit too hungry, gets some tacos for his trouble.
I think even after this happens, you can just disengage. I think they did a pretty poor job of getting out, and I think Driver probably could have stopped Baron if he didn't just kind of run in and die.
Definitely,
so
right.
Hellpigs, they really have to get a lot off this. Because Casson has definitely scared a lot, so
Driver's
Driver's looking for a 1v1.
Looking for the revenge match, but this time it's a 2v1 instead of a 1v2. Mission is here, but Taco, I don't know if he's actually going to be able to make it out of this. All Out doesn't quite take him out over the wall. They are on the chase now, but Hellpigs are trying to look to see what they can get on the back end of this.
Tide, I think he is going to be able to pick up Driver. The Vile goes over to the Casson. The Casson's actually running pretty oom. There's no more damage. I think Mission, okay,
Mission's got
manages to
nothing
get
left.
one more. Taco, will he get out? No, he's going to go down to the Casson. It's actually a shutdown given over. Alex goes Zonya's. Hong2 is just very, very low here.
Tide did a good job of kiting out there, but not quite enough damage to take out anyone but Driver. Gold has evened up once again. And it's hard to... I feel like this game could still very easily go both ways.
Yeah, I think that was pretty big for Impunity. They've kind of shut down the Baron completely by picking up those 2 kills. And I think this Caston just going to keep scaling. On the other hand, though, they do have Zeri Lulu scaling, so it's not the worst. I feel like Azir doesn't really scale in this game anymore. He's just too far behind. Sure, maybe if we get to 6 items, something will happen.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this again. Taco is thinking he's in a 1v1, but Mission is on the approach very fast. He has that level 16 as well. And Taco just barely, he's trying to get over the wall with the All Out, but not quite able to reach it. And this is where Hellpigs, they try to look for some stuff on the back end. Driver gets chased down by Tide very slowly. And Mission runs out of mana very briefly here. Hong2 getting chased away as well. But a lot dropped down onto Taco, who is ultimately picked off by Mission. And Hellpigs kind of trying to bait Impunity back into fighting that, but Impunity very smartly running away from the Zeri.
This gold graph, definitely the most roller coaster we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's really gone both ways multiple times.
And it's actually still relatively even, and drags are at 2 and 2. Other than the scaling, you'd say the game is pretty much perfectly even.
Yeah, this is definitely a good pick for match of the day. Great job, Shock.
Thank you, man. All right, 47 seconds on this Dragon. Driver can create a lot of pressure on top side here. Actually going to opt for the reset. Probably can pick up maybe Wit's End or something here.
The Dragon X-Tech Drake coming up again in 30 seconds. I'm always surprised by how these teams, they don't seem to want to prep too early. Like, they've only just sort of started entering the river 20 seconds from when the Dragon's about to spawn, although Impunity do already have a lot of vision set up. Alex looking for a really good angle. He's going to get spotted out now.
Ooh, okay, he has a really deep flank. This is a make or break fight here.
Well, they're backing off. They got the TP from Taco.
I feel like you just kind of go back. Look at the side wave bot lane.
That's a lot of wasted
losing
XP.
a lot of XP.
Yeah, that tower is also very low too. Mission.
Yeah, Mission's in a great position. Oh, Alex actually goes for the engage, but I don't think there's that much follow-up for it. The Azir manages to get out. Taco kind of just goes in and dies. There's a lot of damage going in through here, and the backline from Hellpigs is completely zoned out. I think Taco is just out. I don't think Mission can chase for anything more, but with the jungler down.
Oh, Nature.
Oh, actually a kill almost traded onto Nature. Mission's going to keep cutting it out.
Yeah, Nature stepping a bit too far forward there, having to burn both of his sums for pretty much no reason, but Impunity going to be going back to take that Dragon and looking to get this bot lane inner turret as well.
Yeah, I think this game is looking better and better for Impunity here. Going to get that 3rd drag. You've still got insane scaling coming up for you with this Cassidon. Once Complete the Void is going to be able to deal with the Cassante a lot easier. Drag will go down.
Yeah, and Baron again coming up again in 1 minute, so we're going to see another fight, assuming very shortly. Tide does manage to pick up the Navori Quick Blades. So we're going to be doing... He already has been dishing out a lot of damage in these team fights, so he's going to be packing even more of a punch now. Potentially could be enough to take Hellpigs over the line for the next fight.
Impunity deploying back onto the map. Want to maybe start controlling this topside quadrant. We're going to actually find something here. Taco does not have GA or
Alex is going
Flash.
straight in.
Ooh.
What a Chad.
Mission can get some damage here and will look to back out. Driver is pressuring bot lane, so all Impunity really need to do is just keep them here while Driver takes stuff bot side. On the other side, if you're Hellpigs, you don't have TP on Cassante, you kind of have to force something. In the meantime, Jack's actually backing off. They're maybe just respecting the Hellpigs aren't showing on the mid wave right now. With Jack's coming over though, Impunity might look for something. Okay, looks like he's going to go back towards bot. can start to control this Baron vision. I think both teams do Baron pretty quick.
Yeah, Impunity definitely managing to maintain control and mid prior for now. It has been increasingly hard for Taiko to really find a good ult target. Now that Mission does have the Zhonyas, it's really hard to, you know, opt for ulting Mission when you're probably not going to get much from it. He's just going to Zhonyas and dash straight out.
Ooh, Alex
Does get spotted.
is spotted out. Can go over the wall and does so.
Oof. In the nick of time.
Jax. Okay, they're maybe looking for the engage here. Jax is still taking stuff bot, and the Cassante TP is not up, so they're going to have to answer this with Azir.
Yeah, I'm not too sure
Well,
how
maybe
Pigs have pulled this off, but they've managed to regain control of the
Okay,
river.
so they're actually going to force this. There's no TP ward for Jax to get behind them, but can just kind of TP into this fight. I think Hellpigs, as soon as you get the Jax TP here, you probably just want to try disengage. Jax actually opting just to walk onto the map. Also forgets about the Hextech gate.
This is not too bad for Impunity if nothing happens here, because that's like 2 bot waves that have just evaporated into the tower.
Yeah, Impunity just slowly winning by attrition at the moment. Caston hits level 18 as well.
Yep, 3k gold ahead. He's probably going to have his Void stuff, I'm guessing, on this base. Does pick it up. That is a very, very scary Kassadin.
Yeah, very strong at this point. IE and Navori completed for the ADCs. Dragon's in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I think Impunity going to be very advantaged at this next fight.
Mission is just going as deep as he can, trying to pressure. Hongtu does, I think, barely spot him out, or he at least suspects something. Mission just trying to see how far he can get in without getting spotted. Hellpix trying to group up, very scared of the fact that someone could be lurking in the bushes, but trying to reclaim that vision in the river area.
Jax still trying to pressure, but can't really get a whole lot here. I think Impunity, though, they get priority on both side lanes, which makes it very difficult for Hellpigs. Hellpigs kind of have to find an engage and get away from these side lanes, but their only engage tool, the Vi, is just not that strong right now, and also does not quite have GA ready, although it will be soon.
The clock is definitely ticking. The next dragon coming up in a minute and a half. Impunity's Dragon Soul to lose. And it feels like Impunity have been playing these waves a lot better than Hellpigs have.
Yeah, I think they do just get priority on both sides, so it is just a lot easier for them to play. But I think you're right that Hellpigs, even when they have had maybe the potential to do something about these side lanes, haven't really done a whole lot about it. Now, 1 minute away from Dragon. There's CS leads in mid and top for Impunity, those 2 side laners.
For the dual lanes, though, definitely going to have to be looking out for Tide on the side of Hellpigs. He is going to be the main DPS in these fights. Hongtu not looking like he's going to have too much effect on the Azir apart from that Shurima shuffle. Really not packing too much of a punch. Whereas on this side of Impunity, you've got Mission doing a lot of damage, and Atlan on his 4th item now.
Yeah, Mission has a very big flank here. Actually gets in the Baron pit, is behind enemy lines. Does not know about Taiko here. Alex is actually going to go for the engage, and Taiko, I think he's kind of far away. The Wukong gets taken out very early, but still has GA. Vile goes down on a Kassadin, but it doesn't really matter. Alex is forced to flash out. Driver is nearby.
That's Vile down already. Traded for actually a few important ults on the side of Impunity.
I think Hellpigs, they might just be able to do this. A lot of damage on a Hongtu. Hongtu, big misposition. Atlan, can he get out? I think he can.
Oh, Tide can get out here.
Trade. Yeah, so Taiko's going down. Alex is back with only a little bit of health, but Mission, there's no threat left on him. I think he can just keep going.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Tide's going to go down, and with that, I don't think there's any way for them to win this fight. The Cassante, can he 1v4? He cannot.
Looks like there actually was a chance there for, you know, a brief glimpse before Taiko was taken out by the 5 remaining members of Impunity. No kills for the side of Hellpigs, and wow,
Oh
yeah,
God.
Tide really doing so much damage, but it's just not enough. Impunity not really struggling at all to take out that fight.
Yes, I think they actually might play for the end here. Mission can probably just kill Hong 2
Oh, it's so
here.
rough for Hong 2.
Doesn't really have anything, and I think that is going to be it. Mission with a very dominating performance. I mean, just giant mid difference in this game. Tide kind of did his best, but honestly, it just wasn't really enough. 7-1-10
Impunity
on Mission's Castle.
taking out the Nexus. It is going to be their 2nd win now. Into the split, Atlan dropping the killing into the fountain, but no one's there to take it because they've all been rinsed at the Baron fight. Victory for Impunity, and that was a really back and forth game, but ultimately Impunity managing to get their scaling onto the Kassadin and claw it back.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity, they really just heavily neutralized the early game, and I really think the red side counterpick, you know, the 5th pick on Azir just didn't find anything. And I think if your red side counterpick, you know, after seeing their entire comp, after seeing their matchup, ends up just being useless like that, it's a very, very big problem.
For sure. I do feel like both teams definitely made some pretty big errors. I think Impunity, when they were over chasing for those kills, could have potentially, you know, not made that mistake at the end of the game a little bit earlier, but regardless, they managed to make it to the late game, which was, you know, it was sort of what they were aiming for with the Kassadin.
Yeah. Kassadin definitely paid off. A blind pick Kassadin.
Blind pick Kassadin. Doing so well. Mission.
He saw
Truly
how
the
well,
magician.
He saw how well the blind pick Kassadin went yesterday that he played against. He's like, you know, I'll give that a go.
Yeah. Oh, really proving he can play both sides of anything, really.
Yeah, no, it's impressive showing that style as well.
Yeah, I mean, he is, again, I would put him as the MVP for the team.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I think one thing, though, that maybe was interesting is this is the first time the K'Sante counterpick, at least as the Jax, has actually worked, you know? Because before, we've seen very mixed results with the Nara. I mean, honestly, we've seen mixed results with the Jax. And while Jax did fall pretty far behind this game due to the top lane Herald thing, actually ended up having quite a lot of pressure in the side lane.
Yeah, it does feel like you never really saw the effects of K'Sante eating up those 5 turret blades, right? I don't know if it's just the nature of the matchup or maybe it was just Jax playing very well, but they weren't really able to find any footing with that. It makes me wonder if potentially the Rift Herald could have been dropped somewhere else for a different team member.
Yeah, I think maybe heralding mid, try and open that up and like get 4-man's bot, or even just heralding bot. Because it felt like Tide was kind of like your main carry in that game, at least of your team. We'll have to see kind of how this team ends up developing because, yeah, I mean, they had a really great game yesterday, and today, I'd say it was a little lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing for Helpix last night's day, they looked very coordinated as a team, especially when there were like some very dodgy situations going on around the Dragon and around the Baron. They seemed to be able to maintain their composure, but it feels like when Kassadin started getting fed in this game, Mission, they just got really scared and antsy, especially Taeko. He seemed like as soon as Kassadin started getting a gold lead, Taeko was just like panicking, it feels like.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something you're thinking about, you know, the fact that Kassadin's like approaching 16 and you've got to like play cleaner and cleaner, or you've got to kind of make something happen. And I think it's definitely a trap you can fall into because honestly, the Zeri was making those late game team fights look pretty good, but the Kassadin was just so fed by that point that it almost didn't matter.
On the other side of the mid matchup, Hong 2 really not having much of an impact on the game at all. It feels like he didn't really get ahead that much in laning phase, which is where you want him to be ahead, right, against the Kassadin. But then ultimately getting outscaled on not having, I can't even really remember any impact he had on those later team fights.
Yeah, I think there was that one time where he managed to ult the Nami, but with all the carries left alive, it just really didn't convert to anything. I really think that if you have Azir, which is just, you know, huge amounts of prior, even the champs that aren't Kassadin, and you're not able to build any kind of lane lead, and you're also not able to kind of push into the jungle or affect bot lane, I think that's a really big mistake. Either you've got to change something in the draft to, you know, facilitate that, or just change, you know, how it's played out.
Let's take a look at one of these highlights. We have Mission getting locked down by Taeko and by the other Taco, but he kind of just walks it off, and that's Wild expended. There were a few ults expended by Impunity here as well, but ultimately they are just stronger. Hong 2 forced very far back, and this is where Helpix kind of start to make their comeback. Tide is doing a very good job of kiting in this fight, but he does eventually get stunned out right about now, and that's kind of where he gets exploded by Mission. Taco, you know, this is kind of the dream 1v5 K'Sante situation, but he just doesn't have quite enough to take that one out.
Yeah. Azir did put up a lot of poke damage, but it felt like it never actually converted to anything. On the other hand, you know, Mission's Kassadin, this was just pure teamfight damage. This is not a poke champ whatsoever. The K'Sante actually did a lot more damage than I expected. Kind of went under the radar, but yeah, still had a fairly decent game.
Yeah, overall the damage numbers pretty even across both teams. Obviously Mission taking out the most damage in the game, as you would expect from a fed Kassadin. But also the gold difference graph, it really just does tell the story of the entire game. It was very back and forth. Helpix, they were actually ahead a decent amount, almost 3 to 4k in the early game, but they had a few nasty fights, and that's sort of where Impunity, especially Mission, started to build up that gold lead, started to get his items. And I think that moment when he got his Rod of Ages and his Seraphs, that was really an indicator that Helpix, they had lost the lead that they had managed to build up. And look at that, Mission on the mid lane, Cassidy, MVP.
Yeah, 85% KP
That
as
is-
Cassidy is pretty high as well. That suggests that, you know, either you just turbo 1v9 the game, which he kind of did, but also the fact that just not a lot happened early game before he could get strong. I also want to shout out Alex for managing to, you know, find all these engages and minimize the Cassidy early game as that Wukong. So yeah, the mid jungle from Impunity definitely showing up strong in both yesterday and today.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't like a solo mission by any means, right? Because he, you know, he had to be given kills by Alex and by other members of his team to really start that snowballing, but you know, the team knew that he needed those kills to succeed. They gave it to him, and you know, he delivered.
Yeah, 100%. I think that so far Mission has shown the best performances, I think, of maybe any player, I feel like. In the 2 games, I mean, he dominated the first game yesterday, and he also just destroyed this game. So right now, of my 2-game sample size, Mission is the best player in the league.
He has been so consistent. It's, yeah, I wonder if he can continue this into the 3rd game for this week and maybe make it a perfect run.
Could be.
Well, yeah, I mean, who else? I feel like Tide, you know, he put up a really good effort. Just wasn't quite enough. It feels like there needed to be a little bit more damage there other than just him, because when Cassidy sort of hits 16, hits his, you know, hits that void stuff, pretty much full build, no matter how well you cut it out, if he's just going to dash onto you and, you know, chunk half your HP in one ult, there's not much you can do against that. But, you know, that's the game. That is what it is. We're going to be moving into our next match after the break. Deep Cross Gaming coming up against Beyond Gaming. Going to be another good game. I know I say all of them are good games, but, you know, that's good.
Like this, feed your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen
Hello and welcome back to the PCS. We've got Game 4 coming up very shortly. Deep Cross Gaming going up against Megabank Beyond Gaming. And this one is pretty hard for me to predict. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. On one hand, Megabank Beyond Gaming did just take out CFO yesterday. And CFO certainly one of the favorites of the league, so that makes you want to predict Beyond Gaming. But on the other side, Deep Cross Gaming, they looked really, really good in their game yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross really just took it to J Team yesterday. Didn't really give them much breathing room, but you could say the same thing for BYG against CTBC Flying Oyster as well. It's a tough one. I think someone who really impressed me individually was Hanabi on Deep Cross because he was in that NA matchup and he really just took it away from Kasante completely.
Yeah, 100%. Hanabi had just an amazing game yesterday and probably the best performance we've seen versus Kasante so far. So if actually your top laner can counter Kasante, I have to feel like that gives you such a massive edge in draft that you wouldn't normally have. So yeah, I think that's something that's really good going for them into this match.
For sure. And I mean, I got to shout out Nesty as well. I hope he picks out some more weird stuff.
What weird stuff are we looking for? Are we looking for a Bard mid?
I want the Bard mid. I really, really want the Bard mid. He's my best chance to make that happen. You got to root for him.
He is. What did he play yesterday? Something normal, I felt like.
It was pretty normal.
Rise, wasn't it?
I think it was Syndra. No, memory both failing us. I guess we're just getting old. Yeah, on the side of BYG though, they are a lot of rookie teams. Just kidding. Let's look at Deep Cross Gaming. Hanabi, Hana, and Nesty in the top side. Meanwhile, we've got Christgarter and Orca in the bot lane. And you got to shout out Orca as well. He did do that little sup gap thing on his forehead.
Yeah.
As a rookie coming into the league, it tells you a lot, right? Not just about his personality, but also the confidence he had. Because you don't just write that on your forehead for nothing. Sure. You're going to pull it out at some point in the game.
I mean, I guess he can keep it hidden if it's going bad for him.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. But to go to the effort,
Yeah, you're right. Will he keep doing it though?
I hope he has something different written, like
what, jungle gapping if he dies? Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah, maybe on his arm. Have both. So
true, it would be good to have options. It's like having emotes in League.
Yeah, like the emo wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. What else could you write? Sub gap, jungle gap,
mid diff.
Mid diff.
Maybe like
I don't know. Lol.
Maybe something like
an emote?
like AD no flash.
Oh, that's good.
Some little sum timers for you. Yeah.
He's smiling. I feel like he has. I really hope he has something else written. It's gonna be like an essay or something. Well, that would be funny.
Not that much room. That'd be small text.
Yeah, I mean, there was just so much good stuff in their game against J Team. I know we haven't formally predicted anyone, but I want to predict Deep Cross. Let's take a look at Megabank Beyond Gaming's roster for tonight. We've got Likai, Kongyu coming in from J Team once again. 1116 in the mid lane, previously known as Maoan, and Feng and Kino. Yeah, Kino being one of the remaining members along with Likai from last year's roster. They've stuck around and doing well so far in their first game.
Yeah. You predict Deep Cross, really?
I don't know. I'm torn between whether or not I think they're gonna win and whether or not I want them to win. It's sort of mixing together, but yes, I am gonna predict them.
Okay, well I'm gonna go the other way. I think I am gonna predict Megabank Beyond Gaming. I think that such a clean game yesterday. And they're gonna bring out another one right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't understate the fact that not only did they take down one of the favorites to win the league, but also just did it without dropping a single death as well. It definitely is really scary to think about. I mean, imagine if they go another game completely deathless. That would be crazy.
Yeah. Okay, see them there. Posture check.
Posture check. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's looking solid.
Yeah, I mean, that
definitely better than mine.
Big ups to them. I mean, they are, a bunch of rookies, so they haven't had enough time for their backs to be ruined by excessive gaming yet.
There's still plenty of time.
Oh, 1116. I think he had a hand warmer.
I think that was a water bottle, no?
Was it? He was whacking it.
I wasn't focused enough. Yeah, I didn't see.
Gotta keep your eyes peeled, man.
That's my bad. What does Kongyu have? Or he doesn't have anything, he's just stretching.
He's stretching.
Or he was lifting something. He's getting pumped for the game.
Gotta say, out of all the teams we've seen so far tonight, these guys, even Likai is doing some neck stretches too. Good posture, good stretches.
Yeah, they take physical health seriously.
Oh, that's a hand warmer.
That's a huge hand warmer. That's like a table warmer.
Oh, we can get close up as well.
Oh my god.
Wow.
He's gobbling that thing up.
Yeah, maybe didn't quite get to eat before the game or something. Feeling a little bit snacky. Meanwhile, on the side of Deep Cross, yeah, also looking. Oh, he's got some stretches going on too. Oh, he stood up for a second. Oh
Full
my.
body movement.
Oh my goodness. Both teams really, stepping it up. They've heard us talking about stretches and the importance of keeping yourself healthy as a gamer and really taking that to heart. Respect to both sides.
Indeed. Hand warmer. Used for its actual intent this time. Not being eaten.
Not
At least
being
not
gobbled
yet.
up just yet.
Okay, when we do make it into Champ Select, thankfully, because we're running out of things to
We
talk
really
about.
were.
DCG on the blue side up against BYG on the red side. Elise, Rise, Ash, and Varus are the bans so far. Oh,
Pretty
the third ban
standard,
here.
yeah.
Is Maokai gonna get banned? Will it be by blue or red side? Hey, the Jack's banned. Okay. So this was banned before. I wonder, will it be an early pick Cassante? Maokai is still open though. Okay, Maokai just gets banned. Now, do you take the Cassante first pick? You've got the Jax. All the bot lane combos are still up. Ooh, okay. Actually
Yeah.
goes for the Zeris. I feel like that's interesting.
Yeah,
BYG.
That sucks because, Deep Cross, they pulled out such an interesting bot lane combo last time. Different from the typical Lucian Nami. They pulled out the Ashe Heimerdinger, so shame that the Ashe is banned out and they're going to opt for the Zeri instead. But Yuumi actually being potentially taken away by BYG.
Yeah, I like it. Yuumi and Vi? Yeah, I think that'd be pretty good. Okay, so if you're a DCG, now you're playing Lulu with Zeri, which is fine, but I do think you have to take it probably 2-3. Right
Hey, you don't
now.
know they're going to pick the Lulu. They could pick anything. There are so many
Anything,
good champions in the current meta.
Yeah, there's
I can't-
150 champions in the league. It could be any one of them.
Yeah,
No.
but it makes me wonder what BYG are planning to take with the Yuumi. You have to assume it's something like the Sivir, right?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Lulu Sedge, and then yeah, probably the Sivir. Lulu Sedge Sivir. That's my prediction.
Let's have a look. See how it does turn out. Are there any other potential avenues here? I think it makes the most sense to just take both bot lanes and both junglers here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
Wukong.
actually, the
Ooh,
Wukong taken
shock.
instead. Yeah. Okay.
He's
That's
slipping.
a swing and a miss. Hey, they haven't. Okay, I was
Close
about to
enough.
say they haven't locked it in, but okay. And is
That's
the
a
Sivir
Sivir.
locked in? All right. Second phase
66%,
bans.
not bad.
Yeah. Second phase bans. Swain. It's kind of random.
Yeah, you don't see the Swain much at all recently. That must be targeted specifically at Nesty. We know he is, prone to picking those slightly off-meta champions, so it must be something they've uncovered from scrims or something else.
Okay, so the Castan ban comes through. I think that's definitely the right play. Now, not a lot of Cassante counters are banned out, and I think with Hanabi on your team, you've always got the Gnar up your sleeve, so you don't need to worry too much about that. The second phase bans, I think it's just going to be all mid laners here. What will the next ban be? Ryze is gone already.
Watch it be the Bard. They're too scared. Yeah, I mean, does the Swain ban hint anything to you?
Not off the top of my head. Cassandre ban away. Like Swain's kind of good into melee champions, but the kind of meta melees like Silas do well into Swain. So I'm not too sure what the Swain ban means, but Cassandre taken away. What will DCG put as their second mid phase ban? What's it gonna be?
Irelia.
Okay.
So potentially looking for... I don't even know.
Could be pretty much any mage at that
Yeah.
point. It also might just be maybe they want to blind Gnar top and could be just trying to protect that. Let's see though. I think if you're BYG, okay, so gonna take the SARS. That is interesting because I think the Swain ban doesn't make a whole lot of sense
Yeah.
if you're picking Silas. But okay, so now you take a blind pick top, probably Renekton or Gnar. Or would we go for the Gwen? And I think mid lane here.
Fiora would be difficult, I think. I would put my money on the Nah. What's yours, quick, before I lock it
Yeah,
in?
I think Gnar as well. Hanami's shown he's really good at it. Yeah, will we see Renekton?
Switch! Oh, it looks like it
He's
is
gonna
actually
get locked
be the
in. Yeah,
Renekton.
okay, so the Renekton is locked in. I feel like it's not the best versus Lulu and Sivir, but or
Ooh.
Yuumi and Sivir. Okay, I like the Talia. I think Talia is pretty good against a short range comp, and it is a good matchup into Silas. And also just like really nice scaling. Pretty big fan of Talia.
DCG, the gift that keeps on giving. Finally
Okay.
picking something different.
Now, if you're BYG, do you take the Gnar into the Renekton and just kind of, put top lane on that island? Although there is a Talia in the game, so you have to be a bit more careful about the top lane you pick. Could even go something like Mord and just try survive the 3-man gangs.
Yeah, Mord doesn't sound like it would fit. You can only imagine that DCG want to be getting off those 3-man roams top pretty frequently.
Will it be? Will it be the Gnar? It will be.
Ooh, that's... I feel like it can be a little bit rough.
Yeah, it's definitely scary with Talia in the game. I think in just the 2v2, it's not so bad. And it definitely is like a scaling counter pick. It doesn't do so well early, but obviously becomes pretty strong. But yeah, in the mid game, it's going to be a little scary with Talia able to ult to that side lane. On the other hand, though, they have Sivir Yumi just to wave clear mid, so if Gnar needs help, he should be pretty much always hovered by the Vi.
I am definitely a big fan of Nesty on Talia, though. I think that it makes a lot of sense in this game, given that, you know, Silas and Vi are pretty dash-heavy champions. Kreisgard as well, opting for Flash Ghost, cutting out the mostly melee team of... Yeah,
I'm actually not sure which comp I like better. I think you're right, the Talia does look really good. On the other hand, giving over the Yumi, that champ feels a bit too broken as well. So
it does, yeah. We've already seen how Sivir Yumi can really take over the game. Mainly starting with the sort of mid-game permanent mid-pro that she can achieve really easily, especially with the Yumi attached to her. It makes it difficult to sort of yank back control of, you know, the rivers around those objectives when it really counts.
yeah, I think this game might just come down to gameplay. It might not be a draft diff. Okay, so we can see... Yeah, the mid matchup is going to be real interesting. I think Talia does pretty well into Silas, but like what happened to Ryze in the other game, Silas has good gank setup, right? So if you can get that gank on nice and early, take out the Talia, it definitely limits her options quite a lot.
I feel like there is going to be a lot of onus on Nesty to sort of be able to pull off stuff as the game goes on. We are heading into the Rift now. DCG versus Beyond Gaming. 4th game of the night. Let's hope that it continues to give us...
Happiness.
Happiness. That's the word. Thank you very much for that.
All right.
This is definitely going to be... I expect this to be a very back and forth game. Both of these teams you know, have come off of very dominant game ones yesterday. Anything interesting in the runes?
Absolute focus for the Lulu and the Yumi.
Ooh.
Lots of early game.
I feel like it makes a lot more sense on the Yumi than it does on the Lulu.
Minions have spawned.
Okay. Well, will anything happen level 1? I'm guessing not. There are strong level 1 champs like the Talia and the Silas, but neither team really feels like they have an overwhelming advantage here. Talia just kind of defending this Raptor ward from the Silas. It's very common that when you're in a matchup where you don't get pushed, that you try and ward Raptors at level 1. So Talia making sure that doesn't happen. It's good for her. Both bot lanes starting in lane. Now this is interesting. Vi is actually potentially pathing topside, or maybe doing 3 camps into some kind of red invade. But so far we've seen pretty much all day the jungler starting topside and pathing down, so...
Yeah, well, this is already very aggressive trading level 1. BYG dropping the Ignite onto Orca. Not much is going to come out of it, though. Kreisgard has soaked up a lot of damage during that first wave just from the Sivir Ricochet little pizzas. So he's a bit lower than he'd like, especially since he started the cull, so he only has 1 pot available.
Okay. Yeah, this... I feel like...
They're soaking up so much free damage.
Yeah, if Vi ends up pathing away, this could be a little... Like, I can kind of see if DCG want to just, like, trade a bunch of HP and try set up something for Wukong. Actually hit level 2 first. Can they get a little bit of damage? Just a... Yeah, just a tab.
Kreisgard taking advantage of that level 2 spike to fight back a little bit, but most of the damage does go into the Yumi.
Okay, so Vi is committing to going topside. Hana is going to be on bot side here and can maybe look for something. I feel like it's pretty hard to dive Sivir Yumi, but if more HP is traded, then it could be possible. They also have Talia, who can't easily come down, but if it was worth it, probably could.
I'll be stacking up a wave for now.
Yeah, Kongyu's going to be in the area, but I don't think much is going to happen here. Maybe wanted to path topside just to protect against this level 3 dive, but I don't think it's going to happen. Kreisgard actually taking a lot of damage on the strong side, which feels pretty bad. Having your bot lane base first on your strong side does feel a little strange.
The timing is bad too.
Yeah, the Scuttle Crab looks like it's probably going to be lost here. I think, honestly, it seems like Feng and Kino just played the matchup a fair amount better.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that does come down to the potentially greedy kill start from Crescata. Maybe expecting that the lane is going to be quite passive, but BYG trading very offensively early on. And yeah, that's a whole like two waves missed.
Yeah, Crescata's very far behind, and that Scuttle Crab didn't get taken by Wukong. Does feel very, very strange. Sivir picks up the cull as well.
Ooh, -1.
Yeah, Hana is going to get the top side crab. And I think Kongyu will be able to enter the river and take the bot side crab here.
Definitely expect to see Kongyu with the Yuumi on him. Try and look for something around the mid lane. Hana's thinking the same thing, so he's lurking. Both junglers in the bushes.
Yuumi is here though.
Oh,
Ooh.
1-1-6.
Okay, he flashes forward. I think Silas might actually go down here. Does get shields from the Yuumi. Can they just engage here? Hunter's forced to flash. Nesty pops Ghost. Wow, so flash is traded. No one ends up going down.
Yeah, Nesty actually managed to save his, only popping the Ghost. So not too bad on his end. 1-1-1-6 is definitely going to suffer from not having the flash available though to close the gap on the Talia.
Yeah, I think Silas losing flash and not getting Talia's is... That's a big deal. Nesty is probably going to be feeling pretty safe around mid right now.
Yeah, if 1-1-6 ever tries to trade in on Nesty, he can just drop down those little rocks and make it that much difficult to really get any sort of damage done.
Dragon is spawning. I don't think anyone's going to look towards it right now, though. Nesty will be back on the map soon, but 1-1-6 is already here and does not need a base. So 1-1-6 maybe has a window to get some wards. I feel like you can't fully commit to a roam, but just getting a little bit of vision down could be good.
He's walking down, probably going to pop the scrying plant as well. Oh, cancels his auto. Oh no! But doesn't split out too much. Walking back to lane now. Nesty likely going to secure prio on this wave? Question mark?
I feel like even if you get prior in this wave, there's not a whole lot you can do with it right now until Wukong is ready to pressure. But maybe he is right now, so yeah, Nesty going to start pushing for this.
Oh, does get spotted.
Yeah, it does spot him out.
Good ward in the lane to
Kongyu is
spot that
around
cross.
mid. Is actually looking at Nesty. Kongyu has flash, but I don't think it would secure a kill. I think it would just be a flash trade, if anything, which could be good. You can come back at level 6 with Vial. They're forcing this pretty hard.
Oh, does find the chains.
It does connect. Oh, the flash does not come through. I actually think... I'm not sure. I feel like if you're Kongyu, you should probably commit to that and just trade flashes and then come back at 6, but maybe scared of the Talia shove under the tower.
Yeah, once again,
Yeah,
Deepcore's really just not caring at all about the ricochet Sivir autos and taking a lot of damage. I'm not sure why they're just ignoring that. It definitely does feel like it doesn't do that much by itself, but once you get hit by like 8 of them, it really starts to hurt.
Dragon's still kind of being looked at but not started. Kongyu is in the area for bot, and these guys are pretty low. Zeri's just dashed in. Ooh, really nice flash out of Crescata. Orca does still have sums, dealing damage on the way out. That was a really nice flash out of Crescata.
I think it was a good job by Fing as well. You know, even though he was low, he played that fight really well to try and bait Crescata and Orca a bit closer, knowing that Kongyu is on his way and Kino does have the heal still up and ready to use. Oh,
Hana in the
Hana.
wings here. It actually goes on to Fang. The flash comes out.
Lots of sums traded, but again, not much going to come out of that.
Oh, I think DCG might actually be able to get something here. Oh, the health bars are so low.
Oh, Kongyu really playing with fire there, but knowing his limits. He is ding 6 as well now. DCG is going to have to go on the run.
Well, I don't think he wants to go in on this.
Oof. Very close, but just barely out of range.
I'm actually surprised no mid laner got down there, because Silas could take the Talia ult, and Nesty obviously, could come down.
It was a very extended fight. Maybe Nesty wanting to focus more on the top side and saving his stuff so that they can execute on that. Hanami does have a wave stacked up for now.
Still a really big lead for Feng. On 69 CS versus just only 46.
It is huge, right? Especially, you know, on 2 scaling 80 carries, that 20 CS lead is going to count for a lot leading into the mid game.
Yeah. Small CS lead for mid as well. I think that is kind of just the TP versus no TP thing, though. At some point, if you're running no TP, you're kind of just going to lose waves. But having the Ghost is really, really good for team fighting, obviously, especially against like a melee heavy comp. With the Sars Devi and the Mega Gnar. Sars once again opting for the Rod of Ages. Is kind of the mythic of choice right now. Slayer also could build Roa, but I feel like Leandry's this game is probably a bit better. Hanabi actually pulling this Rift Herald.
I wonder if he's actually planning on taking it. I think it's
Okay,
just...
so they're actually going to do it.
It is on a ward. So
Oh,
they
okay, gonna
know it's
back away
there.
maybe.
Hana maybe coming back to take it as well, or maybe they're just looking to pressure top lane.
Yeah, they did lose top priority for it.
Well,
Does
Likai...
get a trade onto him. If Likai commits, then I think they
Well,
could
Hana's
maybe
ready.
kill him.
He's got the Cyclone.
They're in the
Oh, he's walking
area, but they
away.
don't have stun. Looks like Hana's going to go back to the Herald, or maybe even back to mid. So I think Hana is starting up the Herald. Can BYG trade anything? It might just be the Ocean Drag here.
Hana going to be looking to take the Rift Herald. And this is, honestly, it goes along with DCG's game plan, right? Because they want to pop the Rift Herald top, pull up Nesty as well to try and force Likai off that tower. We'll have to see what BYG can do in response on the bot side of the map. Feng and Kino do have push, and definitely are stronger than, you know, their bot lane counterparts.
Yeah, so objectives are traded. Herald for Drag. It's always an interesting trade because the Herald is definitely better in the short term. But you'd have to think that if you can stack your drags up to 3 or 4, you know, at that point it's definitely more valuable. Now there could be a 4-man opportunity coming down here. Except pretty much everyone is coming down to this, and both top laners have no TP, so it is just a 4v4. Zaz is in the area. Nesty is behind. Okay, looks like everyone's just going to back off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to have seen no big runs from the mid laners yet. No kills going down as we hit the 10-minute mark into the game. Hana is hovering around bot with the Rift Herald, so that's actually quite surprising. I would have thought he would try and get some more onto Hanabi on the Renekton, but seems to be focusing as if it's more on bot side for now.
The bot lane really suffering in terms of CS. Would be nice to get some Herald Gold onto them.
Definitely. I'm so surprised that this bot lane, this top lane rather, has been so stable. I guess both of them opting for Ninja Tabis as their first proper items, so a lot less damage going around overall.
Yep. I think the junglers are also just permanently bot side pretty much, so very rarely is there any ganks towards top side.
I feel like that, you know, that sort of does lead to the idea that BYG are sort of ahead in this game state, because as we talked about in draft, it does feel like DCG's game plan should be to, you know, play with the Renekton, bring the Talia up, but they haven't really had a chance to do that yet. And BYG, you know, their bot lane has actually turned out ahead as well, so it's hard to understand where exactly DCG are planning on winning on the map.
BYG, I think they're going to get forced out here. They actually might get collapsed on. Okay, they're going to go for Chris Carter instead. The Sars E connects, and they have the Lulu ult as well, but Nesty is here. Lots of CC coming through, and I think on the backside, 116 is going to go down. Zeri picks up the first blood. That's really, really big.
Wow, yeah, BYG just getting a little bit too deep, and a lot of members of Deep Cross are ready to sort of catch them out. Hana is still around, same with Kongyu. See if anything happens there. I don't know if they actually know if Kongyu's in the bush. It was actually pinged out, so actually they do know. Going to be walking upriver instead. Hana still does have the Rift Herald available, looking like he is going to drop it in mid.
We are mid. So let's see the replay.
But Kongyu spotted out on the ward. Both Kongyu and 1116 looking on Cryscata. He does drop pretty low, but does get the Lulu ult and a lot of shielding. 1116 flashes out, but gets chased down by the Zeri. It's hard for him to outrun that. And ultimately, first blood going over pretty easily to Cryscata.
The gold is pretty much perfectly even still, but the first blood go golden in the Zeri is very, very important. She was pretty far behind in her bot lane matchup, and that's definitely going to feel a lot better now.
Yeah, for sure. It evens it out quite a lot. Feng, however, has just hit his Kraken Slayer, so still a bit of a power advantage for him. And going into this next Dragonfire in 2 minutes, hopefully Cryscata will be able to pick up his mythic as well.
Rod of Ages. Gonna start stacking. Dragon's in a minute 40. And like you said, there are a lot of items starting to get completed. I think both teams will want to angle for this fight. Maybe finally get the top laners involved.
Yeah, it's hard to... I don't think either team is really that far ahead right now. I think that I'd actually favor Deep Cross in the event of Dragon Skirmish, just because they have Nesty available sort of with the area control, as well as Hana with the Cyclone as well, sort of to dissuade the engage that BYG want to go for.
Now, Hana's in the area. Sivir does have sums. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. I think this might just end up another 4v4, honestly, with both the top laners still on their island. Okay, so Chris Carter actually trying to get aggressive onto Feng, but it still has sums. Hana's nearby. I feel like nothing's really going to happen, though.
Yeah, good job from Feng reacting fast enough to spell shield that so he doesn't get slowed. Dragon is gradually nearing its spawn time.
BYG has good control. They got 2 pinks, 3 pinks actually in the river. Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, taking a look at the turret plays, it does look like it's pretty even. Pretty even, which is actually quite surprising because Deep Cross did pick up the Rift here, but wait, Griscada's going in.
Ooh. Yumi ult comes out. I think Yumi can kind of sustain Feng back up, and not having Zeri ult for this Dragon, I think it matters more than the Yumi ult. Although the Sivir ult was used too. I still think I favor BYG in this fight now though. Griscada's such a big part of this team. Without his ult, going to be a lot less impactful. They're looking to contest though. Both top laners have been brought down. BYG have controlled the mid wave.
Yeah, definitely do agree. I don't see how Griscada's meant to play this fight out without his ultimate. BYG, of course, they don't have the Sivir ultimate, but they have enough tools to be able to find the engage if they want it.
Ooh, nice wall coming out of
That's
Nesty.
a really
I think
good
that
wall.
actually might just secure them. Nice movement out of Feng. Oh, Feng is forced to flash.
They're not finishing the
Hanabi in the back line is taking quite a lot of damage, does end up going down. Now, DCG, can they disengage from this? I'm not sure they can. The Silas E connects onto Hana. Kongyu also has a flank as well. The Gnar flash doesn't quite connect. Flash is traded out. Lots of flashes being used, actually. Is there anything more? The big Talia shove. Sivir is dealing a ton of damage here. Feng just padding those stats.
Wow, and ultimately, there's just going to be one kill. Hanabi going down. Not too much else.
He does die, but DCG are the ones that picked up the Dragon.
Yeah.
A really nice ult out of Nest here as well.
Yeah, it really just gave them enough space that they needed. Very well timed as well, so that they could actually finish off the Dragon before BYG can do much to stop it. And overall, I would say it's definitely a win for Deep Cross. Let's take a look back. Nesty on the side separates BYG. Feng is left in the corner, has to stay there. And 1116 also on his own. Hanabi doing his best to sort of, I think he's mainly just sort of zoning for the Dragon. It's hard for DCG to sort of follow up in that situation. 1116 trying to get something on the backside, does get the chains on Hana, but the second use of Cyclone as well as Lulu's ult is going to help him get away. A lot of summoners burned overall in this fight though.
Yeah. Everyone getting very low. Thumbs burn. Herald is up. I think this could be DCG's if they want to take it. Crown is actually completed for Nesty, so not going to be the Ludens or the Leandri. I feel like if you're going Crown, you might as well go Rod of Ages these days. I think it's just a better item.
Yeah, Crown. I mean, as the sort of solo AP, I feel like you'd want something that packs a bit more of a punch than that.
Yeah.
Gold difference, wow, that really has been swinging back and forth. There have been moments where Deep Cross have sort of been able to find stuff, especially that first blood. But BYG still in the lead by around about 1k gold. Ooh, Hanabi. Still not much happening in this top lane. And we sort of reached that state in the game where both ADCs are kind of just trading mid waves. And the rest of the team is playing around the river. 1116 is getting pushed first on this top wave though. Nesty is here to respond.
Hana is in the area. The Herald actually hasn't been started. I think as soon as Kongyu shows bot, Herald will be started up. Hanabi, I think he's actually going to end up going down here. He does have flash and the ult, but I think there's just going to be too much CC.
Ooh, he's actually still quite healthy, but wait, no,
Yeah,
never
ends up
mind.
going down. At least there will be a Herald trade, but I think I like this for BYG. They're going to get the bot tower as well as the kill onto the Renekton.
Yeah, BYG definitely going to be happy about that one. The Rift Herald is going to take a while to kill and even longer to actually be able to use effectively, whereas BYG have picked up a very easy first turret for themselves.
You know, 116, will he look for anything top? I feel like you probably won't. Vi's on bot side right now. Probably just need to try not to die, just keep farming up. They already got a lot on the bot side here. BYG slowly starting to take the lead in terms of gold.
Yeah, definitely. Liko and Nard
actually
doing pretty
spotted
well.
out on a ward here. Kongyu, he does have flash.
Getting
I
chased
think he's
down.
going to be forced to burn it. Maybe.
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Scudder's a
Just
bit,
walks it out.
yeah, a bit wary of potentially some other people hiding in the bushes. so doesn't want to go too much further than that. Also opts to save, yeah, save the dash.
I think it's a big deal that Vi managed to save her flash there. I think Kong, you having the flash for this team fight in a minute when the dragon spawns is going to be just really, really important. Okay, so Herald is getting put down. They are going to get this mid-tier 1.
Yep, should break.
Definitely opens up the map a little bit, and I think it makes controlling the dragon area quite a lot easier.
Yeah, a bit more breathing room for Deep Cross, as well as reducing that gold lead ever so slightly. I am a bit worried about Hanabi's Renekton though. It seems like it hasn't had too much impact so far. It hasn't really been able to do much in these team fights.
Hana, actually, I think he's going to go down. Pretty much everything was used on him there. That's a really good pick for BYG. They take out the jungler. A lot of ults were used though. Hana will actually be up in time for Dragon. I think they might still want to try contest this. But it's going to be a lot of control going over to BYG.
Oh, BYG's missing out on the spot wave as well. Side wave management. I mean, you've got Nesty on the top side.
Yeah, he can still come down with ult. Dragon's not up for another 15 seconds. Hana just now respawning. There's no Vial. Actually, there's a lot of ults missing. All they have is the Nara ult currently. I think if you're DCG, you could actually take a fight here and it might not be too bad.
Yeah. Interesting, though. DCG are actually going for the Scuttle Crab, and in doing so, they've given up a lot of river control, and BYG have started this one up. Seems like DCG is just going to give it. They're not
I think they probably just decided they want to try scale a bit more, maybe play towards the side that they have a bit more control of.
Yeah, they do have that one dragon safety net already, so not too worried yet, but the next dragon definitely be that little bit more important.
Nesty should be able to shove this all the way in. Does have people in the area soon. They have really good topside river control.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's, you know, that's a pretty decent trade actually. Vision control in a situation like this where, you know, mid-prio is going to be actively contested. It's good to have that sort of head start and sort of add that extra safety in pushing in those mid waves. Picking up a second item now, Phantom Dancer. And a cloak for his troubles, but in terms of actual ADC itemization, still pretty even on both sides.
Yeah, I think the Sivir probably can deal a little bit more poke damage before the fight starts, but I think once the fight starts, it is going to be very similar. 4 minutes on the next dragon. I don't think much is going to happen before then. It's very hard for either team to really force anything.
Yeah, they do have engaged tools, but it's really difficult to find a situation where they're actually going to be used. Hana and Kongyu. Kongyu does have a kitten, so that's something, I guess.
Wish that were me. Wave does just get deleted here. I think this is kind of just a thing that happens when you have like range supports. Is oftentimes it just ends up kind of just like in a standoff where the only time anything ever really happens is around the drag. It's a lot less chaos from something like a Nautilus or Leona. Hold that thought though.
4 people.
There could be a fight here. Okay, so Hana flashes in, he gets the knockup, but there's just no follow-up for everyone else can just disengage. It's really just the issue when you only have one engage source on your comp, because you trade it out for, you know, a couple sums, and everything just kind of returns to normal.
Yeah, Hana using flash, Kongyu flashing as well. Feng using the ghost too, but that is a fairly short cooldown, and we'll be up again by the time the next dragon spawns. So, really no harm, no foul. Hana trying his best to look for something though.
Oh, running into a little bit of a technical issue, it would seem. You can see half the screen.
Yeah, just close your left eye. It's pretty much the same thing.
It's the half that's important.
Oh, I'm blind now.
Okay,
oh,
there
and we're
we
back.
go.
Yeah, I just blinked. All good. Sometimes
Yeah, there's something in my eye there. It's all good.
you got it out. Lee Kai still continuing to pressure the spot lane. Once again, I'm interested to see when Hanabi is going to have more of an impact on this game, because he was definitely the star in Deep Cross's last game. And DCG looking again, but Sivir just going to walk it off. Wow, this is riveting stuff.
Shirley's has popped and we go crazy.
Yeah, both teams really just taking turns walking at each other, I guess. DCG more eager to look for a fight than BYG at the moment. Seems like BYG are perfectly content to let their Sivir scale at a slightly faster rate than the Zeri. It does feel like in in team fights, I feel like Feng will have a lot easier of a time dishing out damage than Cascada will.
Yeah, I think that's maybe true. It's definitely, I don't know, I think it kind of depends how the fight goes, like which tools he uses at the start. Now we got Dragon spawning in a minute 30. That's going to be the most action we'll see for a while, I think.
1116 lurking in the bush for
Yeah, I
now.
actually
Likai.
like this. Playing behind him in the side lane means if anyone shows up, he will be here. Cascada's actually pathing bot, so this could end up being a 2v2. This is a little bit risky with Kongyu on the other side of the map.
I like this though because they've got double TP, so they're actually able to pressure this Baron and sort of hope that DCG start to pull a few resources towards there. It feels like they're not though.
BYG, they might be in a bit of trouble if
Likai.
this starts.
Hop.
There's a lot of members really far away from this. It is a 2v2 though, and Hanabi takes a lot of damage. Cascada, crucially uses the Zeri ult, I believe. Yeah, the Zeri ult is used 45 seconds from the Dragon, so I'm not sure if DCG, I think this is the second Dragon fight where Zeri just won't have ult for it.
Yeah, that's really big for BYG. I like that play, you know, having 1116 Shadow Likai in case something does happen, because he is pretty much the only threat that DCG are worried about in terms of lane state.
Okay, DCG, they might just try and look for Baron here. Instead of fighting this Dragon, they're kind of hovering towards the top side. If they can get this mid wave, it's really up to them what they want to do with it. Okay, we're maybe looking for an engage. The Sivir ult is popped and Hana actually goes in, but he doesn't have flash. He takes a lot of damage on the way out, but nothing ends up happening as a result.
Yeah, Yuumi final chapter not finding all too much, but it does mean the BYG are going to be able to take this outer turret. And that is going to open up the map a bit more for them. 2k gold ahead, and the Dragon is now alive. And it seems like TCG once again are giving this one over. They just don't have the control. Invested quite a lot in the top side in the last minute, so pretty unfortunate for them. And that does mean they are kind of in the danger zone now when this next Dragon comes up in another 5 minutes.
Yeah, the Dragon does go down. Next Dragon will be the soul for BYG if they get it. And they're also going to be very strong by that point. Sivir will have the IE. And it looks like Stars will complete the Shadow Flame by then too.
I am a little bit miffed about the itemization here from BYG. They've got 2 Kimpunk Chainswords on Likai and Kongyu respectively. It feels like you probably shouldn't need both.
I think also Putrefier is kind of the best healing card item, I feel like.
Yeah, because that's a lot of stats, or a lot of gold rather, wasted on getting that Grievous Wounds. Although, I mean, I guess you could argue that the stats are good as well, but they have to be better items you can purchase if you're not interested in the healing reduction.
Kongyu Q is used. They have people nearby. I don't... Yeah, he didn't sweep the ward.
Kongyu might...
The sweeper's out. He actually could be in trouble here, walking in very aggressively. He does have the flash. He gets polyed.
Hana doesn't... He didn't quite have the Cyclone up yet, so he wasn't able to go in on that. And Australia's is going to be popped for pretty much nothing. Kongyu very lucky there on the timing.
Okay. Now I feel like not a whole lot going to happen here for a while. These comps just kind of... They just keep wave clearing. They keep scaling. 3 minutes 40 on the next Dragon, and I think that's where you really look for the kind of next big fight. Unless there has been a lot of attempts at making picks. You know, there's been a lot of Shirelius popped, but it just never really turns into anything. Okay, but here we go. We got the Vial onto Cascada. Cascada flashes, but I think he is going to go down. There's a lot of damage coming out from Feng. 1116.
Double TP.
Ooh, okay. I think you can maybe force Baron off this. You do get Cascada, and the only damage left is really from Nesty.
Because about to hit Mega as well. But that is a huge pick for BYG, finally able to catch someone out of position. Cascada just a little bit too far ahead in the lane. They are going to start with the Baron. Nesty is around though. He does have the Weaver's Wall available. Hana looking for a flank as well. 5k health on the Baron.
Okay, they actually turn. The flash goes in, but it doesn't really help them much.
BYG.
Hana has potentially the ability to get in and steal this. Okay, he gets the Cyclone. A lot of people knocked up here. Actually, huge damage coming out, and Hana manages to steal it as well. I think DCG they just managed to 4v5 this fight.
That is crazy. Hana finds a huge angle. BYG not really ready for the angle over the Tribush, which is, you know, usually pretty common for someone like a Wukong, especially when he's looking for a smite steal. And, you know, cherry on top, they do secure the Baron as well. So huge turnaround for DCG, despite being the ones getting picked. Huge props to Hana for, you know, bringing that one back.
Yeah, I feel like BYG, they kind of played it too slow, honestly. They let Wukong get that flank. I think if they just committed to doing the Baron quicker, that DCG wouldn't have had time to really set up those flanks, but they do, and ultimately, It's too bad we didn't see the damage from that fight, because I think Talia would have put down a huge amount of damage there, just with them all kind of stuck in the pit. The Dragon in 2 minutes, I think. Okay, let's see a replay here. So they kind of go for this soft turn, but it doesn't really work.
And Hana, of course, waiting in the wings, not on any vision. And when you're in a situation like this for BYG, you can't really afford to, you know, leave those corners unchecked, because you're leaving it down to a coin flip on the Baron, which is not what you want when you're the one starting it, right? It's not what you want when you're the one who found the pick.
Okay, we have another fight coming in right now. There's a lot of sums still up, so I'm not sure anything will really come of this. Just a lot of damage being traded. Hanabi maybe can go aggressive. The Weaver's Wall does come out. Feng is stuck, forced to flash. Kongyu manages to Q out as well. A lot of sums burned from both sides here.
Yeah, another really well-placed Weaver's Wall from Nesty, forcing the flash from Feng.
Okay, maybe can chase a little bit of damage on the Hanabi. Dragons in a minute. I'm curious to see, will BYG try and contest this? I think your Baron will still be on for at least a little bit. I think BYG, they probably will try contest, but Feng does not have flash against this Wukong. It's going to be very scary.
Yeah, I mean, it just becomes so difficult for him to fight. You're going to have Hanabi and Hana trying to find an angle onto him. And, you know, Feng, he probably is the main damage dealer for BYG right now. He's picked up the Infinity Edge as well. Hit his 3-item spike, adds an 80 carry. It's where you want to be. On the other side, Cascada also has his IE available. And the gold difference has slipped away from BYG.
Okay, grouping on the mid-wave here. Definitely looking for the contest. Actually can maybe push up and take more control, but it is going to still be difficult to face check into this Wukong, especially when you're playing this No Flash Sivir right now. Good poke comes out from 1116.
Ikai very close to Mega. He doesn't want to pop it too early though, so I think he should avoid hitting these minions and avoiding any poke, so they can hold his meter at the right place.
Now Sivir just annihilates Baron Wave. It's kind of unfair. Okay, BYG, because they get the mid wave so early, might be able to regain some control. Lakai's actually going to hit Mega here. The Dragon is up. I think if you're BYG, kind of do want something to happen here, but maybe they can't. They're kind of moving away. It's really important if they can find Hana before this fight starts. Kongyu actually queues in.
Well, look at the sideways. BYG are in trouble. The top wave has already crashed, and the bot wave is very close. 1116 going to have to answer that, and DCG are taking this initiative and starting the Dragon. It's down to 5k already. Kongyu looking for a potential steal.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going for a BYG. A bit of indecision. Feng gets engaged on and does not have flash. It takes a lot of damage. Zeri, I think, actually might just be able to clean him up.
Stopwatch.
There's so much damage going through here, and I think DCG are just going to clean this up. There's no damage left, and the carries are still full HP.
Likai running away isn't quite going to... Oh, Hanabi's trying to catch him, but he's definitely long gone. But DCG, another successful fight for them. Going to pick up that Dragon and deny the Dragon Soul for another 5 minutes. And yeah, we really saw Feng's lack of flash come to fruition in that fight. There's a very real world where if he does have flash available, he can, you know, dish out way more damage, but ultimately he gets picked off and burns the stopwatch too. It's not a good look for them.
Yeah, so we will have flash for this next fight. Let's see a replay here. Really nice engage from Hana onto Feng.
Yeah, Feng, he's trying to kite down, but Cascada, everyone is just around him. He pops the stopwatch, but ultimately no one on his team is able to back it up. And you know, at this point, BYG are just scattering just like wild animals. Nesty's hyped.
Yeah, he did play that fight pretty well, I think. Also had a really good position. Nesty is going for the Shadow Flame. I think that is a mistake, but that's fine. He's winning. We'll allow it.
We will allow it this time. Next Baron coming up in 1 minute 30. Feng still evaporating these mid waves, but once again, you know, it does feel like Deep Cross is still in the driver's seat. Gold Lead has increased to 2k, and I think really important to note is that Cascada does have both sums available as well as a stopwatch and a Lulu, so it's hard to see a fight where he actually does end up dying. He needs to make sure he saves everything before this Baron comes up, because you know, we've had in the past him popping out a bit too early and not having that for the actual fight. BYG going to look to try and spend as much as possible.
Yeah, I think you might see one more fight here. Feng does not have flash yet, and we've got a lot of people grouped on the mid wave. Hana also has a really wide flank here. Can they actually look for something?
Wow,
Hana's about to hit Mega. I feel like this could end up being a fight.
Looking.
Yeah, they're looking to chase.
Ooh, not
Can't
quite.
get it.
Clear Stones are going to dissuade that engage, but BYG now do have control of the lane. DCG might look to try and get the wave behind them, but Likai is doing a good job of preventing them from accessing the minions.
Feng has flash very shortly. Can they punish
Weaver's
while
wall.
it's still down? The Weaver's wall comes down. Feng is actually
has a
stuck.
flash.
He gets flashed on by the Renekton. I think he is going to go down here. Really nice shove coming out from the Talia. Lots of damage going through. And Zeri, I think they actually might just clean up this fight and maybe clean up the game.
Just in an instant, BYG completely annihilated. Huge Weaver's wall from Nesty. Criscata getting down Liko at a very low HP and having some trouble hitting those Qs, but ultimately that is a clean ace for the side of DCG, and wow, that Weaver's wall was incredible.
Yeah, also really, really nice punish of the Sivir Flash. Is almost back up, but wasn't quite. And then, yeah, just the Weaver's wall coming out and the flash from Renekton. Also, insane damage put out by Criscata in that fight.
7.5k, that is crazy. DCG taking down the Nexus turrets, taking down the Nexus. It is going to be them also heading to a 2-0 record in the first week of the PCS. Huge game from them, and it really was back and forth in the end, but DCG, coming out on top.
Yeah, crazy game. I think Nesty played really, really well in Talia. I think a lot of the time, Talia wall is something that is almost forgotten of the champ. I feel like you can be pretty impactful as Talia just with your Q, W, and E, but what makes the difference between a good Talia and a great Talia is that ulti usage, and Nesty just had back-to-back great ults.
Yeah, we didn't see much usage of it in the early to mid game, and not as much roaming as I think we initially expected, but it really came through in those late game team fights just by, one press of the R, just completely shuts down BYG.
Yeah, really impressive play from Nesty. I think, it was really back and forth. With just the range supports thing, it feels really hard to make something happen. And so I think having a mid that can kind of force things to happen like Talia actually feels like really, really good. It means you can kind of create opportunities in between those kind of dragon windows that you normally wouldn't be able to. And ultimately, that's what ended up winning the game for Deep Cross, is being able to punish that Sivir Flash.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like when you're sort of in that situation, the purpose of your fighting changes, right? You're not trying to clean ace the enemy team or anything. You're really just looking to, get a few key summoners from the key players. Like we saw with Feng getting his flash burned. He pretty much lost 2 entire fights just because he didn't have that available. So really good play from DCG managing to punish that.
Yeah, I think it feels very bad for Feng because you're such a huge part of your team's damage, but just when you don't have flash, everyone's just going to pile onto you.
That's
You're
5
the
minutes of
only
hell.
target. Yeah, I think especially when you're playing something like Silas as your mid laner, it's like, it's not another immobile mage that's going to be punished for your flash. It's like, no, you're the only target and they're all going to go for you. And unfortunately, just kept on dying.
Yeah, I mean, it did look pretty, pretty dangerous for Deep Cross Gaming in the sort of early to mid game, but especially Hanabi, he wasn't really able to find much success on the Renekton. He did have that one dragon fight where, he did net them the dragon itself, but, died in the process. But ultimately, in the team fights, still managing to contribute quite a lot.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you're BYG, what do you take away from this game? I almost feel like just the crucial... I want to say that the flash is almost the thing that doesn't matter, because obviously losing flash is what ended up actually losing them the game, but it felt like the game wasn't in a great spot before that. They were the ones that were often being pressured. They never really felt like they were getting a whole lot done. A lot of the engages just didn't really seem to go anywhere.
Yeah, even though they were hitting gold, it does feel a bit odd, right? And let's take a look back at this Baron fight. BYG, they just weren't aware that Hana was over the wall. Maybe they were aware, but they didn't care enough. And Hana ends up taking the Baron, gets the 3-man Cyclone, and this Weaver's wall. That is amazing. Finn trapped in the corner, tries his best, but ultimately, what can you do when you've got maybe 3 pixels to move around in?
Yeah, pops the spell shield, but there's just a million spells coming in. It doesn't really matter at that point. So, yeah, actually pretty big damage coming out of both ADCs. The Silas really failed to actually do a whole lot. I guess the Talia counterpick ended up doing a lot of work, really just shutting down anything that Silas wanted to do.
Yeah, Nesty making a huge impact in the mid lane. You can see from the goal difference, BYG, they were ahead for almost 80% of the game, but ultimately coming up short in those really crucial team fights around the objectives.
Yeah, I think the Baron throw really started, throwing it towards the other team. It was just, before that, they were in, I would say, a decent spot. Yeah, you're right. They were ahead. It wasn't an insane lead or anything, but they were in control of the game. But then once they died at Baron, just felt like they never really managed to recover from that.
Yeah, it kind of does potentially speak to the lack of experience that BYG have, right? Because you've got 3 kind of rookies who are coming up into the league, And yeah, it's ultimately those Baron fights that are really important to get the execution right. Nesty picking up the MVP, I think very well deserved. Those 2 Weaver's Walls and those 2 crucial team fights really did seal the deal for his team.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's not that often that you see just a Talia wall make that much impact on the game. I mean, just single-handedly won them a couple team fights there and even managed to help them get one of those early dragons. So yeah, honestly can't say enough good things about Nesty's Talia.
Yeah, I want to say Cascada as well on the Zeri. Doing so well in those late game team fights. I would have thought that Fing would have a much easier time because there weren't quite as many threats, you know, trying to use those point abilities to get on him. But yeah, Cascada, you know, making use of all his tools available, really playing to his limit, I feel like, with the Lulu behind him.
Yeah, like you said, in that last team fight, you know, put out something like 7,400 damage and almost went under the radar, you know, because the Talia wall was so good, but just kind of that silent carry and took him to victory.
Yeah, really well played match from both sides. BYG unfortunately going to come out with a loss tonight. But coming up as our final match of the night, we've got S9W going up against CTBC Flying Oyster. Very, very good match coming up. Don't miss it.
See you soon.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now. tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face. You should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt. You heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey. You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I live all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Oh, I have a few. I try to change what I cannot do. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more? 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 And I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? Coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? For more? Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray and I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray and I fall. Sit back and watch the show. wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs would try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to our final game for tonight, day 2 of week 1. It's going to be a really good match. We've got S9W coming up against CTBC Flying Oyster, two teams who have yet to secure a win. And I have to say, for CTBC Flying Oyster, that's a really big, big no-no for them, especially considering they weren't even able to get a single kill in their first game against BYG.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal to think that, right? The team that managed to win the most recent split coming into the first game and just getting 0 kills whatsoever. It's certainly not something you'd expect.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think on the side of S9W, sure they did lose their first game, but I think they definitely did show some really good signs of life, especially in the early game. They were able to sort of claw back some advantages. Unfortunately, they weren't able to translate it into a win. But regardless, I think they showed that sort of spirit that you need from a mostly rookie team coming into the league.
Yeah, 100%. I think for a rookie team, it was an absolutely fine opener. It is a bit of a tall order for them today, coming up against the Flying Oysters. They have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what better time to do it than now, though, because the Flying Oysters have shown that they are potentially at a weaker state than they would like to be. So potentially CM9 will be able to pick up an upset win. Only hope, right?
Can only hope. I think it will depend a lot on which side they get. I think in our last game, it was blue side actually won,
Yeah,
right? It wasn't red
bringing
side.
back the stats a little bit.
Yeah.
What's the total track record on now? Your maths is better than mine.
Look, I've lost track at this point, but I think red side still leads the majority of the games, and I think a lot of that kind of comes down to what happens around that Cassante in the second phase. That's been a lot of the difference in the sides, as well as that red side last pick.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the S9W roster. Rel here in the top lane, Fia in jungle, Columnia in the mid lane, and YJY and Carries in the bot lane. Carries notably being sort of the only veteran in the league, taking along 4 rookies along for the ride. A lot is still going to be riding on him to sort of provide that stability for the team and lead them to victory.
I like the jersey. What do you think?
I do like the jersey. It's very colorful. I like their logo as well. It kind of reminds me of the, I don't know if you know the North logo?
No,
I think that's a different game, but regardless, I also have to compliment Relia's hair as well. Very, what's the word? Voluminous? Voluminous? Is that the word? Is
I
that
guess
a word?
so. I'm not sure.
There's a lot of volume there, and I have a lot of hair as well, so I can only respect other people who choose to go this out,
Yeah, that's probably where his power comes from.
I think so as well. I haven't had much luck in my Sudoku games though, so maybe it's a bit different for me. Different hemisphere, I guess. But anyway, let's take a look at CTBC Flying Oyster. Rest, of course, the MVP King in the top lane, Gemini in the jungle, Jimian, Shun, and Slay True on the bot side of the map. Now, Rest and Shun, and even Gemini to an extent, they were all very much standout players in last year's summer split. So it was really shocking to see them not really be able to find any results at all in their first game.
Yeah, arguably one of the most stacked rosters in the league, and then just taken out in that fashion definitely feels bad. They're going to be hungry for revenge today. I think they're gonna try pull out something crazy.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I do think that S9W, like, I might just be hyping it up a bit too much, but I think they have a real chance of taking down CTBC just because they've shown in their first match that they're not afraid to bring out some slightly unconventional picks and play slightly differently to maybe what is the league standard, because we've seen in a lot of these games today you sort of end up in like a back and forth in the mid game and potentially S9W can sort of break that trend and offer something a bit more fresh and a bit more new to the league.
Yeah, I think you're right. CTBC, after they kind of like showed their weakness in yesterday's game, you know, it's maybe a way that you can take advantage of in order to beat them. But also, it's like if you're Flying Oyster, you don't have a lot of time to kind of fix this weakness. It's not like you've got a week of scrims before this game. It's like, no, you played your game yesterday. You've got to play this one straight after pretty much. So they haven't had much time to kind of fix those issues. It'll be interesting to see. Is it a new team or just the same as yesterday?
Yeah, I guess we're about to find out. It would definitely be a big win for S9W to have on their track record, you know, the mostly Filipino team taking out potentially one of the favorites to win the entire league. It makes you smile. Underdog story. I love it.
Yeah, and I think for me, eyes are going to be a lot around this bot lane. You know, yesterday Shun opted for a bit more of the scaling, even though he is known for stuff like the Draven and Kalista. So I'd really like to see a lot of early game aggression, at least from the bot side, come out of Flying Oyster. It is, I feel like, hard to take in this meta, but maybe can go for something like the Lucian Nami. I feel like that's the most early game pick you can kind of go for that's at least meta.
Yeah, definitely. I think regardless, they need something that offers them a bit more agency, right? Because you often see a lot of these more experienced teams gradually drift towards team compositions that aren't necessarily around making plays, but more waiting for your opponent to make mistakes. And that seemed to be the strategy going into BYG in yesterday's match, but it really didn't work out for them at all.
Yeah, so into champ select here. S9W on the blue side up against CFO on the red side. Draven away from Shun. The target ban is the first ban, and Malco taken away as well. A Renekton ban is sort of interesting. I guess Rest is sort of known for that, but still kind of surprised to see it so early. Elise ban too. So both the strong AP junglers taken out.
See what S9W are looking at here for the third ban. Two already pretty unconventional bans, so I really don't know what to predict for this one. What's the craziest thing you can ban here? Ivan.
Yeah, that seems kind of useless. That would probably be a good one. Now, what would it be? I actually don't know what this... It could ban one of the bot line combos. Okay, actually just ban the Cassante.
Oh, you're a fan, right?
Alright, yeah. So taking that just off the board nice and early, I feel like it's kind of like a gentleman's agreement now. You know, we just don't want that in the game. Both teams are happy with that. Now, what would the last ban be? There's not that many power first picks up, and I feel like if you ban one of the bot lane combos, you kind of just get the other one taken away from you. So maybe just ban another jungler, or even just a target ban here could be good.
Yeah, I think given that S9W clearly have a lot of pocket picks. Oh, Ash
taken
ban.
away.
Okay.
Okay, so both the meta bot lane combos are still up.
Now remember, S9W, they did pull out the Varus Jhin yesterday.
Okay.
As I say that, Varus is being hovered. Now I think that, you know, they obviously didn't win the game, but I think there definitely were signs of promise from the Varus Jhin in particular. I think the execution itself, you need to be very careful with it, right? Because we saw YJY getting caught out at times. It is going to be Sejuani.
Oh, okay.
Never mind that.
Yeah, so CFO, they have their choice now. I feel like when you see Sedge... Ooh, will they actually go for the Varus? I was going to say, when you see Sedge, I feel like that kind of makes you lean more towards Zeri, but they could go for Varus. You know, has the on-hit option as well as the poke. I would like to see some early game, so definitely wouldn't be upset about the Varus.
Is it going to be locked in?
Okay,
No,
actually, so it goes for the Lucian.
That's fine as well.
Yeah.
That was interesting, but we'll take it.
Okay, so I think you probably just take your jungler here and pick Nami third, although it actually doesn't really matter, I feel like. Okay, yeah, maybe just take Nami and see a bit more of their comp, because you know you're going to pick Nami anyway.
Yeah.
But maybe you can change your jungle pick a little bit. So locks in the Nami here. I feel like you pick up, yeah, both your bot lane. Ooh, I like the Kalista.
That's good. I
Let me
really
see
just...
Kalista Nautilus.
I am a fan of the slightly less, you know, less seen picks. I don't want to see another Lucian Zeri. I've had quite enough of that. So Kalista, very much welcome. And we did see it have success earlier in the day paired with the Nautilus.
Yeah, so I feel like if this Kalista is locked in, it probably will just be Nautilus taken straight after. I guess the Mumu is the other one that might be taken, but I prefer the Nautilus.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is generally a bit easier to execute. And Mumu does have a bit more of a teamfight impact, but can be a lot more hit and miss, I feel like.
They're still choosing. Okay, so actually going to take
Blind
the Aurelia
Aurelia.
that works. Yeah, even though it's blind, it's pretty good in most mid matchups right now, and obviously it synergizes really well with the Sejuani.
Definitely.
So if you're CFO now, you actually have some choices. You can take jungle, you know, match this Sedge, or you can take your premier option into the Aurelia. looks like it's going to be the Jax. The one problem about this is you do have to drop your jungler further, and you're going to lose more jungle picks.
Yeah, although on the other hand, I guess, what is it? There's Wukong, there's Vi.
And Viego, so there's still
Viego.
enough. Okay, so the Jax is locked in. Now this Aurelia could be flexed. I'm not sure if it's top or mid, but the Jax, I guess, also could be flexed.
That would be interesting, right? Seeing an Aurelia versus Jax mid or
That would be
something?
a-
That would be cool.
Different one. Okay, so second phase bans here. What would they be? I think you ban supports if you're CFO. You really want to take out what works well with the Callisto. Maybe a Nautilus ban and an Amumu ban. Okay, so there's the Nautilus, comes through. If you're S9W, I think you just continue to target ban junglers. I think Wukong makes a lot of sense. I'd say probably Wukong Vi should be your 2 bans here.
See what they end up going with. I'm not sure what else pairs with the Callisto other than the Nort and Amumu. Potentially something like a Rakan, but I feel like it is a bit hard to execute into a Lucian Nami lane.
Maybe a Kassadin ban if you don't intend on putting Aurelia mid as well. But I think, yeah, I think Wukong Vi. Oh, okay, so actually it's going to be mid bans. Azir is the first ban. Azir does outrange Kalista and is decent versus Sedge. So they go for that. If you're CFO, do you ban the Amumu or do you ban something else?
I feel like there's still... No, I feel like S9W knowingly dropping their support pick, they must have something else up their sleeve. Amumu is going to be banned.
Amumu.
Shock the Prophet does indeed strike again.
Now, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Carries, I guess he can play some kind of weird stuff. But the fact that it's not going to be Nautilus or Amumu. I mean, yeah, Rakan is the other obvious option, but I feel like it's not quite as good. Okay, Azir and Talia banned. Rise is still open at this point. And both, yeah, okay, so I have to feel, I'd probably take, oh, Rise is kind of scary. It's not that good versus Kalista and Aurelia.
Why
take
Hobbit?
it? Yeah, the Vi is still open. I think, yeah, you probably just take jungle, last pick mid, find out where this Aurelia is going. I think there's still enough options up into Rise that you don't need to take it, so it will be the Vi. Now 4-5 here, you have to reveal where this Aurelia is going. I think Rise, taking away Rise could be good. Kassadin would be an option though. Or maybe you just counter pick the Jax and you put this Aurelia mid. I think that could be an option too. What will they go for? And the support, yeah, okay.
Gragas.
Calista Gragas maybe? Or this could also be Gragas top and a Jax.
Yeah, there's still a lot of flexibility. Blitzcrank going to be hovered. So that would be Calista, Blitzcrank bot lane. Velk? No.
shot. No shot.
Well, it could be the Gragas bot and then Velko's mid, right? But Velko's...
There's no way you blind
Oh,
Velkoz's
they're just
mid.
hovering random stuff.
Oh. I think
It
it's
could be
Gragas
anything.
top versus Jax. And I think the last pick here is the support.
Pike. Make up your mind. 2 seconds left.
Thresh.
Okay,
Calista
Calista Thresh.
So it's
Not
Aurelia
too
mid,
bad.
Gragas top versus Jax, which is definitely a good matchup. Now, what is your pick here into Aurelia? I feel like Rise is not very good versus the enemy comp. It is kind of the power pick available, but I don't really like it. Maybe something like a Vex. Oh, yeah, Kali could be good too.
Ali Hover. And wow, already, S9W drafting a lot of different stuff to what we've seen today. Only the Sejuani and I guess the Calista is what we've already seen. So I'm glad to have some new fresh picks in the mix. Wow, thank God.
Okay. This is very interesting. I think S9W, they definitely have the early game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they might even have 3 winning lanes. I'm not too sure how bot lane goes, at least early, but I feel like pretty much everywhere else you're going to have push.
Yeah.
CFO though, they definitely scale a lot better, I feel like.
I'm really interested to see how this bot lane plays out yet again, because we don't really see the Thresh much at all recently, especially paired with the Calista. But they definitely do have some pretty good laning power, and it's going to be a lot on carries to try and fish out for some hooks onto the Nami specifically.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much attention is kind of put around there, because when that Nautilus was played early in the day, it didn't actually end up really changing much until the mid game. I feel like Calista Thresh is one of the strongest combos early that you can run.
Yeah, but then again, Lucian Nami also has proven to be pretty good in lane, so I'm expecting a very explosive bot lane, and both junglers to sort of put a lot of focus around there. Although in saying that, the mid lane is also, 2 melees can always end up being pretty
very
interesting.
volatile. Now, I like this. This looks like it's going to be an exciting game. No more scaling.
No more Cassante.
No more Cassandra.
Finally, some better League of Legends.
I like the Gragas versus Jax. I also really like what they did with the Aurelia, like flexing it, baiting out the Jax pick, and then getting that good top lane matchup.
If you're in this game, whose draft do you reckon you'd favor?
Ooh. I like S9W's draft. I feel like, sure, you get outscaled, but I think you pretty much have 3 winning lanes. And you have the tools to get stuff done early. I do think, though, if they don't manage to snowball, it's not necessarily outscale, but becomes very, very difficult to execute.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have, like, the most obvious ways of winning team fights. But, yeah, I think... I'm not sure. Do I favor S9W? I think I do. I think in this meta, it's hard to just rely on your scaling because there's just... What ends up happening is the early game team, they win all the fights, they secure all the dragons, and then, sure, even if you outscale late game, it's not often that you actually end up at like the 4-item mark. Normally, late game is around 3 items in, right?
Yeah.
That's just like kind of how it goes right now. So, yeah, I like SFO right here.
Yeah, I also really like what S9W have done, and that they're sort of almost like mimicking what BYG had in their approach against their match against CFO, where they drafted champions with a lot of early game agency, really looking to sort of catch CFO off guard. Although in saying that, CFO have, you know, changed things up a bit more. They do have a bit more tools to sort of make plays themselves, especially with the Lucian Nami as well. A bit more of an aggressive lane for Shun to play around with.
Yeah, I do think giving Shun some early game options is really good. Last time it felt like he just didn't really have the same impact that he always has.
Yeah.
Although they have been banning his Draven pretty much every game. So.
Yeah, I mean, respect to
Yeah,
him, I guess.
100%. So, yeah, hopefully he can find the impact that he did find last year. He was that rookie 80 carry, but turned into quite the powerhouse.
For sure. Let's think about this mid lane matchup, because I always forget who's favored in this one, Aurelia versus Akali.
Yeah, so I think Aurelia is normally pretty favored in the 1v1, but the thing is, it's quite hard to actually get a kill onto Akali. I think you pick Akali into Aurelia because, well, it's pretty hard to get a winning matchup into Aurelia, honestly, but Akali has a much easier time team fighting than Aurelia does, so... Yeah, I'd say in the laning phase it is favored towards the Aurelia, but in team fights, I would say Akali's generally more impactful.
Yeah, I think also if we just sort of go across the map and look at top lane, I think it's really smart of S9W to pick someone like the Gragas to really just neutralize the lane into the Jax and make sure that they can expend more resources, focusing on their closest thresh bot lane and focusing on the Aurelia Akali mid lane as well, kind of just, I guess, turning top lane into an island once again. And saying that though, you know, Jax is kind of a ticking time bomb in terms of like split pushing ability, and Gragas isn't going to be able to match that as easily as the game goes on.
Yeah, I think that even though Jax does scale very well in the side lane, it's very hard to get stuff done into Gragas. Like, you can always just clear the wave. You have a lot of CC, you know, like you get your E cooldown really low. I think even very late game, it's actually quite hard for Jax to make headway in the side lane. I think it's a really, really good matchup for Gragas. You kind of completely neutralize the side lane and have better team fighting. Now, if you can just make it a 4v4 and then you have the winning 4v4, like that can certainly work, right? Just like keep Gragas out of the fights. But I really don't think Jax is just a reliable late game split pushing here. That being said, they could match up Jax with the Aurelia and then just like have Akali and Gragas go against each other. So I think Jax, depending on how fed the Aurelia gets, should normally win, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. I think we are having a few delays getting into the match, but that's all good because, you know, we're just having a good time. Final game of the day. Might as well take it easy a bit, you know.
Yeah, so I think hopefully we get into game kind of shortly. Bot lane, I'm really excited to see Kalista Thresh.
Yeah, I think also to circle back around to CTBC, I think Jimmy, you know, he hasn't really proven much yet coming back from NA. So a lot on the table for him as well to try and, you know, really make an impact in this second game, especially on, I guess, a pick that does sort of require a lot of individual skill like the Akali. Definitely going to be a lot of eyes on him as to whether or not he can execute on that as well as people hope he can. Yeah,
100%. I think the Akali definitely has her work cut out for her here. Now, one thing that is like kind of a bit scary maybe is that Kalista is one of the best champs at itemizing Wit's End, which is really, really annoying for Akali. And I think there's not a ton of magic damage on that team from what I remember. So I think Yeah, it's not likely that Wits End gets built, but it can be really annoying, you know, if your entire team falls behind and now you're just like the only AP damage source and they're just like, okay, we'll buy a bunch of MR and Akali just can't quite cut through it very easily.
Yeah, and there's stuff like the Gragas and the Sejuani as well, right? Kind of just sort of trying to mitigate what Akali can do in those team fights. So a lot of it really does come down to how well the players on each team can sort of execute their role in the team fight and recognizing that. I guess in that regard, CTBC probably have an advantage just because of, you know, the raw experience they have. They sort of do a better job of understanding their roles in team fights, you would assume, as opposed to S9W. Sure, you have carries as sort of like the in-game leader and the veteran, but in team fights, you know, he's not going to be able to micromanage everyone. They're kind of going to have to rely on their own instinct, and sometimes that can really trip you up as a rookie.
Yeah, 100%. I want to see what happens in bot lane in the first few levels, because I think that Thresh has even better gank setup than Nautilus. You know, you can go for like the Flash Flay with a Lantern. You can obviously have like somewhat non-committal hooks, whereas Nautilus does not. So I think I would expect to see more bot lane action this game than we saw in the previous Nautilus game. That being said though, every time I say that, nothing ends up happening. So, yeah. Okay.
Oh, wow, what great timing. We are finally heading into the Rift. It is going to be the final game for the night, unfortunately, but you know, S9W coming up against CTBC Flying Oysters. It's going to be a tall order for S9W to take down CFO, but I really do think they have the tools, you know, to set themselves up to succeed. And I'm hoping that they'll be able to execute on that, especially in the early game. Let's get right into it.
Okay, so will we see any level 1s? I feel like a split map could actually be good here for S9W, because topside is going to be fairly isolated anyway, but I think it's fairly hard to split the map around blue, so it's probably not going to happen. I think level 1, everyone's just going to kind of look at each other.
Smile and wave, boys. Something to point out, I guess one of the only things that has happened in this level 1 is that carries... Oh, they're actually looking for an invade. Maybe trying to get the vision on through Raptors.
Yeah, get the Raptor ward. I think the first strike taken on Gragas is pretty interesting, because a lot of the time you see Gragas go for the phase rush, and I would have thought this of any matchup would be a phase rush matchup, but maybe the first strike just allows you to scale a bit more. Now Rest is actually going to try push him off this, but Gragas is nearby.
Wow, Rest is doing a good job. He knows that they can't really fight him. He's just going to counter-strike and walk away.
Yeah.
So, Fear actually going to be forced to start the Wolves for now.
Goes back. Yeah, both junglers end up solo starting. Looks like they're going to be pathing down to bot side. Makes sense. I feel like you definitely can't ignore the Kalista Thresh lane from either side.
Definitely. Oh, Rest actually taking that Q at the last second. Emote coming up from Relia. You got to be happy with that. But yeah, I guess the Gragas first strike, he is the solo AP threat on their team, so it does make sense to sort of get that extra gold acceleration for those chunky AP items. Yeah, Jimmy and just some small trades really across the map. Rest is trying to get revenge for that barrel.
Yeah, lots of damage being traded. Like, until Gragas hits level 3, it is sort of hard to trade back. Keras is building a pretty big wave down here. I don't think there's any way Sejuani can be here in time, but a lot of the time you will see level 3 dives with Kalista Thresh.
Yeah, first hook does unfortunately go wide, but I'm sure there's plenty more where that came from. Rest trading in again, very aggressively. Rel here dropping very low already. Does still have 2 of his pots available. Also to note, the Rest has actually opted for Grasp of the Undying, so really good in those short trades.
Gemini is pathing down. Both junglers might end up actually meeting in the river soon enough. Okay, it actually drops the ward. Is perhaps scared of just... Okay, is perhaps scared of losing stuff while looking for this gank.
Yeah, Fia actually skipping the Raptors as well, coming back around to the Krugs just to make sure she's in the area. But that is going to end up slowing down Claire just a little bit as Gemini looking to Gromp as his last camp. He's definitely... Now this is a really awkward situation for Fia now, because you can either wait bot lane and just not farm at all, or go up and clear and be, you know, too far away to really respond if anything happens bot.
Yeah, Gemini, he's going to have a lot of time to pressure here before he's forced to farm something. I think he might actually run into Fia in the river. Okay, Noah's actually going to swap to top side. So going to get that top crab. I guess realizes the bot crab is gone.
Oh, somehow this has turned out pretty well for Fear. Now he's, you know, sole jungler around on the bot side, but it is, I feel like, already a bit awkward for S9W. They haven't really done much.
Okay, small trade coming through. Aurelia doesn't quite have the mana to do anything more. She's almost full build though. She'll have Vamp Scepter soon.
Is that that's the one item spike for the rest of the game?
Okay, nice ward coming out of Gemini. Top matchup, despite the trades, is still mostly even, although the wave is pushing back out to rest, and Sedge is not going to be here for a while. Kara's, actually,
really
that's an
good
insane hook. Is there any actual follow-up, though? Okay, lots of damage going on to Shun. The cleanse comes out. It actually might be YJY that goes down to the Nami. Wow, Lucian picks up the first blood.
The Rend doesn't come out in time from YJY. Shun surviving. That is devastating for S9W after such an amazing hook from Carries. Just coming up short. I have to wonder, I feel like that Rend, at least, if it didn't kill him, it would have taken Shun very, very low. Enough for Carries to finish it off with the flash auto. But yeah, not able to get that off. Maybe just out of range as well.
Yeah, that was really kind of crazy. I thought after the insane hook hit that it was just at least going to be both sums, if not a kill, but actually ends up going back the other way, and I feel like that's really bad news for Kalista Thresh.
Yeah, for sure, and that just means that Shun in the Lucian Nami matchup is just going to be that much more powerful. He's got, you know, both ADCs have an Inquiver, but Shun has a Doran's Blade on top of that. So already, you know, a combat power advantage. Rest still trading pretty aggressively on Rel here. Fear is waiting in the wings though.
Hey, can maybe look. I don't think the Jax has jumped yet.
Are they going to trade flashes? Oh, doesn't even Rest.
Can they chase this? No.
No, they're not going to flash for the stun, knowing that Rest is going to match. I feel like it might be worth it, but let's take a look back at the replay. Carries, you see here, he kills the minions, and I think it's on the siege. He dematerializes and then hooks. Glacial Augment slowing down a lot. Shun forced to pop the cleanse and then flash away. But yeah, the Rend, he flashes pretty much maybe like just out of Rend range. I think YJY was just a little bit too slow on that, not able to trigger it before the distance gap became too big.
Yeah, I think that's really, really bad. I think Lucian Nami should definitely not be winning the lane so early. It actually can be really strong. Now this actually looks like it could be AP Jax. Does have the catalyst.
Whoa, what is there an actual AP Jax build?
Did get some changes, but I can't remember if that was like hotfixed in or not. But anyway, it was meant to make AP Jax like actually pretty strong. I'm not sure what the build is though. I would assume it's
Rod of Ages?
Rod of Ages, Lichbane, or Nashes or something like that.
I guess he does benefit quite a lot from the move speed that Rod of Ages gives.
It could also just be Abyssal, because like Catalyst is a really good item for lane. I feel like Abyssal Mask, well, honestly, I'm just excited to see what it is.
Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff already this game.
Really interesting.
The XP, Rest is ahead. Jimmy and just dinging level 7 as well. So overall, CFO winning out in the solo lanes for now. Definitely do have the agency in their lanes. And Rest has built up a little bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this Jax item. I hope it's a Rod of Ages.
Me too. Imagine saying that to someone in like season 3. Like Jax is going to build Rod of Ages here.
Alright.
Looking to cross sides and enter the top side jungle. Going to take the Scuttle Crab as well.
It does have a Kali nearby.
Yeah, it feels like both junglers not doing too much as of yet. Despite the fact that we have very volatile mid and bot lanes. Oh, Gemini. Yeah, he's going to take a look and see what's up. The blue buff is available, as is the Gromp. He's not going to go for it. Oh, he does.
He's actually taking this blue. Yeah, Aurelia base is TPing back, though.
I don't think Fear's going to make it in time to spot it out. He's pathing straight down top as well. It seems like he's not even interested in the buffs.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he's like preventing a dive or a gank here or something, but the blue just...
Yeah, Fear
yoinked away.
Fear is like pretty much like 1 or 2 minions off his level 6, so potentially just looking to soak up some minions and then instantly gank. He is just going to walk straight into the lane. Doesn't get the second minion, he's not set yet.
I think, the Sedge Q misses.
Gets stun.
Oh, a nice flash out of Gemini. I think this...
Well, Relhere's in trouble.
The Vial actually follows him on the tower. Really nice Sedge ult comes out. Can Relhere actually live? No, he cannot, but Sedge gets the double buffs. Will he go for more? It does have flash.
It is a 1-for-1 in the end. Relhere trading his life for Gemini's. It was really close. It was a clutch Sejuani ult from Fear, but just barely. Relhere is going to fall anyway, but they do pick up the Rift Herald. CFO have actually rotated Shun and Sleichu into the mid lane as well, but I'm not too sure what they're trying to accomplish here. Riftfield is already down, and they're gonna slowly make the walk of shame back down to bot lane.
Okay, let's see a replay on this.
So Rest trades initially onto Rel here, but sees Fear and walks away. Rel here gets a really good explosive cast, and Rest is stunned up really low. But Gemini comes in the nick of time, drops down the vial into tower, and yeah, gets stunned up. Barely manages to get that last Q onto Rel here before dying to the turret. It's hard to say who that favors. I feel like that's actually pretty good for Gemini, but then again, S9W pick up the Rift Herald on the back end of that as well.
Okay, definitely is Rod of Ages Jax. Does have the blasting wand. So that's going to be pretty exciting. From what I understand, AB Jax has an insane amount of burst, but I don't believe it has the same kind of staying power that regular Jax has. But I don't know if I've ever, I've seen it. I don't think I've ever played against it though. Okay, hold that thought. Big trade on the Rel here now. He does not have flash. I actually think he could go down here. If Rest can just continue to block.
He doesn't have flash or explosive
he
cast.
goes very low.
Ooh, Rest just barely not able to get that kill, but Rel here chunked out very, very low. He's going to have to copper base for that one. Rest going to push this minion wave into the tower. Still now, both bot lanes. Fear is in position for a gank here. Gemini is on his way as well, but he might potentially stop for his blue buff, so a bit of a window here for S9W. Hook goes wide,
dash,
Shun dashes
and they
away.
have Flash Lantern here. Will they actually go for it? A little bit of a trade on the Shun. Lanterns and goes for the flash, but I don't think there's going to be any follow-up. I think S9W might actually be in trouble here. The Vial connects onto the Callisto, and I think this should be CFO picking up a few kills here. Akali comes in. Can she clean up? She is going to get fire and the Callisto as well. Oh, disaster.
That is a complete disaster for S9W. YJY and Carry is looking for something in the bot lane, but ultimately maybe a bit too forced because CFO quick to respond, Gemini and Jimmy, and pretty much appearing almost instantly. And yeah, S9W not really able to find anything. And that is just going to be Shun on the Lucian, picking up even more kills. He can look back again. He does miss the initial hook, which forces him to go for a flash flay. And he chucks the lantern back as well. But Fear's actually a bit too fast, so it takes him a while to walk up. And by the time that's done, you know, Shun's dashed away, Sleichu drops the tidal wave. File comes through, and YJY dropped very low. Same with carries. And yeah, Jimmy isn't even really needed here, but you know, team effort, might as well come in, cop a kill or two, and Rest trading again on Rel here. He's dropped very low.
He actually flashes and gets the kill. I think the AP Jax seems to be working.
That was a lot of damage on that empowered W.
Yeah, I actually really like it because if you're playing more for burst rather than the extended damage, I think, you know, Gragas, he's really about stopping those trades, but if you can just short trade onto him,
it's taking the jacket off.
Time to get to work.
He's ready to game.
Yeah.
He even drapes on the back of the chair though, doesn't just like chuck it to the floor.
Yeah.
Very disciplined.
Yeah,
in and out of game.
Okay, I mean CFO, they're kind of running away from this with this game.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's hard to do much here from S9W. They are going to keep looking for hooks, but the solution is really scary. He's going to hit his mythic very soon as well. Dragon is up. Fear's very far
Gemini
up.
does not have flash.
I think he knows though.
Oh, I think Nami might end up face checking here.
This Scuttlecrab vision is actually really important for CFO because it means they can spot out where all of the members of S9W are. They know that they're all around the Dragon Pit, so they walk into the river pretty much free of charge. Shun's got a good angle on this as well. Tidal Wave comes through. 4-man, 3-man ult, stunned up. Gemini not able to get much.
Jimmy gets a nice Akali ult, but he was CC'd.
Jimmy's cleaning up.
1 HP. Okay, nice. CFO. Wow. Was that a 3-4 for 1?
Yeah, triple kill for Jimmy, and only Gemini is going to fall. And yeah, 4 for 1 for CFO and the Dragon on top of that.
Jimmy is just 5-0 out of nowhere.
Yeah, 2.1k damage on the Akali in that fight. Really going crazy. They all bunched up so that he would be able to get the perfect execution on as many people as possible. Rest trading once again on Rel here. Rel is having a rough time in these trades. I feel like he is probably opting for more than he should. It's interesting because you would expect Gragas to just be able to body slam any leap strike and walk away.
Yeah, well, I think the first strike, like obviously it's a lot of scaling, but you are giving up, you know, either phase rush to leave the fights earlier or Comet, which just helps you poke a lot more. So I'm not sure if the first strike is actually going to end up being worth it now.
Oh, Calamity trading
is engaging on the Gemini. Gemini still has flash and ult, or does not have ult actually. Yeah, okay, so the Herald does get a little bit of damage, but CFO, they've got a big lead and 2 dragons. Rest just continues to trade.
Yeah, probably one of the biggest leads we've seen this early on. 4K gold ahead for the side of CFO. Let's take another look at this. What? When was this? Was this during the Dragon fight?
I think this was the first solo kill.
Oh, right. Yeah. Rest just... Yeah, wow, that's a really awesome cinematic. Thank you, observers. Rest is, as you can tell, he's ecstatic after that one. Really just jumping for joy.
That was fun.
I guess he just gets solo kills too often. You know, he doesn't feel anything from them anymore. There's the MVP king after all. Shun actually gets hooked up.
He has cleanse. Oh, but can he get out? He has E and dashes away. Okay, so is there any follow-up? Carries, I think, just kind of threw himself in and died, and YJY is too far up, does not have flash. I think he'll go down as well.
Wow, S9W and Fear might... Ooh, doesn't manage to get the dash off the wall, but it was a good hook and a good catch out onto Shun, but I think they have to back off after the cleanse is popped. Chasing over the walls a bit too much. Calumnia and Jimmy fighting in the bot lane.
Oh,
does miss the shuriken.
I think Calumnia might actually be able to kill him here. The Shroud comes out. There's no mini...
Oh.
Akali is just 6-0 versus 0 to a right.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of sad that was somewhat close, given that Akali's 5-0.
Right?
I think Rest...
Oh, no.
Yeah, they just get another one. This game is looking to be pretty over. The score is 14-2. TFO, they have something to prove after yesterday not picking up a single kill.
Yeah, S9W really not able to find any avenue into this game. It really just started with that one bot lane fight where the Glycerin didn't quite come out in time, and Shun, as you can see now, 2.6 2.6k ahead of YJY. That's pretty much a whole item.
Yeah, that's absurd. Especially when you're expecting Kalista Thresh to be the ones who, like, you know, at least hit their first item.
Yeah.
Like before Lucian and Nami do.
Yeah, Shun has picked up the RFC as well. Let's take a look back at this. Carries catching Shun off guard as he walks out of the bush. It was actually... Oh, he was spotted on the other boards. So, cleanse coming out and a lot of CC chain, but the cleanse is saved until after everything has been expended. And Carries gets thrown into die instantly, and YJY suffering the consequences as well as a result. Fear just barely managing to make it out with his life, but CFO turning that around pretty easily. Good discipline from Shun, not cleansing the first CC ability that comes through and instead waiting for everything to be used instead. Rel here, wow, he's really having a rough time. Jimmy and gonna blast going over, but not quite the right angle. Gives them a little Protobout love tap.
Might be in a bit of trouble. It's gonna go down.
Actually picked off.
But he doesn't have a bounty. So I'm not sure too much is actually going to come of this. Yeah, they don't even take the bot tower, so all that ends up being is a kill and a wave denied, which honestly just isn't enough at this point in the game.
Yeah, and Rod of Ages does still stack when you're dead, so you know, he's actually not losing out too much regardless. But yeah, still a huge gold lead for CFO. 8k now, and the next dragon is coming up in a minute. Shun is on 2 completed items, and that is really scary for Lucian. He's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah,
YJY knocked up. Tidal Wave going to hit him as well. Cullen coming out, but not doing all too much. Carries looking for a hook on the backside, but not able to find anything. Calumnia trying to get some stuns out. But Shun is dealing so much damage without being threatened at all. He's full HP. Slay True not going to be able to do much else. He's doing a good job of buffing up Shun and making sure that Tidal Wave is creating space for the rest of his team. But S9W, despite finding some good stuns onto Shun, not going to find anything else. They just don't have the damage available to be able to deal any real impact to CFO.
Yeah, and the tier 2 mid going down at 17 minutes. Calumnia actually takes a lot of damage. Shun really feeling himself right now.
Oh,
does get stunned. He does have flash. He can get out. I think S9. Oh, they actually go in.
Cast.
Lucian goes down. Could maybe get the Akali bounty as well. Can she get out? She has R2.
S9W, they're bunched up. Jimmy might actually look for a way back into this.
Yeah, she might look to turn. Does hit the E, but gets Sejuani altered. Both carry bounties go over.
Gemini's still here. Might be looking for Rel here again. Rest is here as well. Jumping in on Rel here, but not much else is going to come from that. We're all just going to back off for now. Gemini, choosing not to opt into that fight. But that was a good pick on the backside. Rest, let's see how we did in this 1v3. Gets picked out. Does get the leap strike, but it's a bit of a short one. And yeah, just gets stunned out, killed. Good CC chaining from the side of S9W. But yeah, Rest instantly getting his revenge from that replay, taking out the inner turret. Netting himself a lot more gold. Getting that solo inner turret gold is always a huge spike.
Yeah, I think both carries ended up losing their bounties there. I know Gragas got Akali's. I'm not sure who got Lucian's. I'm assuming it's Kalista, but she does seem to have a few more items than she had before. But I'm still not sure it's enough. You're still down 7,000 gold. You're down 3 dragons. What is the win condition for S9W? Because I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some abilities available for sort of CC chaining and maybe picking out one person. but I guess their main enemy is Shin's cleanse cooldown, because he's really the one they want to pick off, or maybe Jimmy as well. It's hard to burst down the rest of them in a sort of straight 5v5. And yeah, I don't know. Rel here, you know, he does damage when he's able to find it, but it's also always really hard to find those angles. Let's take a look back at this fight. Calumnia getting stunned up very low. He actually gets killed with a Rip Heal charge, I think, but Shin does manage to get knocked up and killed by Rel here. Jimmy dashing back with the perfect execution. They potentially look for a turn here, CFO. Gemini is waiting in the wings, but I think his Q is just not quite ready. Jimmy gets picked off as well. And yeah, a small turning point for the S9W, but it might not be enough to bring them fully back into this game. Gold lead still hovering around 8k for the side of CFO, and they're sitting on 3 dragons as well.
Now, Dragon spawns in 30 seconds, and I feel like CFO, with how fed they are, they probably can't quite do it. The DPS isn't great, but they can control it and make it very, very difficult for S9W to do anything about it. Jax actually completes the Cosmic Drive.
Whoa.
It was a bit unexpected.
He's got the Lucidity boots as well, so he's really just going to be spamming abilities off cooldown.
Calumnia.
Gemini looking for Calumnia. Does hit the stun on Gemini, so they're going to walk off and do a little handshake. But Rest split pushing on the side is actually pretty worrying now, because it seems like he's going to be pushing all the way to the inhib tower, and that just gives CFO so much more space to move around the map with. They're going to have the top side jungle and potentially the bot side jungle as well.
I think S9W, they really need a miracle.
Oh, Fear.
They're actually going to find Fear.
Fear's
He doesn't
so
have
far in
flash. I
position.
think he just goes down at it. Oh, it does get lanterned out, but takes a lot of damage. I think that can be punished by taking this tier 2 top tower.
Yeah, I think it really says something when that's the first sort of impactful lantern we've seen 20 minutes into the game. And Carrie's not really able to find any good hooks. 4-man stun again from Calumnia.
Well, it just doesn't matter. They're actually going to take so much damage on the way out.
Oh my god,
Almost
Shun on the
goes down.
culling!
Wow.
He almost kills 2 people with 1 culling.
Can they turn to Baron? I think they might be able to.
Yeah, S9W dropped really low. They're forced to go back to the base. I think they're going to start it up. And S9W,
Okay.
of course, they're going to be looking to try and contest this. I think this is probably the only chance. It's not great, but it's really all they've got.
Yeah,
TP coming
Ralliant's
in.
TPing, but there's going to be no Calista here, and Jimmy has a really nice flank.
They have no idea he's there.
Oh, okay, so they're
Tidal
just
wave
playing
comes
for the
through.
turn.
Jimmy's going in. Carrie's going to hit the hook on Jimmy, but I don't know if they have anything to follow up on it. Calumnia getting forced to lantern out. Gemini looking for something, looking for anything. Oh, Jimmy not quite. Oh, Jimmy
Big
actually gets
Dragasol.
picked off. Gemini is still looking for. He's just going in there, getting stuck in with the boys. And Fear, he's the only one remaining. All of a sudden, Slater. Oh, that's
Yeah,
a triple
so
kill.
it's a 5-4-1, I think.
Yeah, 5 for 1.
And now going to be the Baron. I mean, this is definitely the most destructive game we've seen so far. I'm not sure what the kills are right now. Yeah, 20-6. And yeah, I mean, I think Jimmy honestly bought his team a lot of time in that fight. Maybe we'll see in the replay, but he was just in Shroud with 4 people on top of him for a very long time.
Yeah, having that flank to start off the fight, and then Slater coming in with the sort of preemptive tidal wave as well, really set him up to sort of deal as much damage as possible and waste as much time as possible as well. Like, despite the fact that he was sort of mainly buying time, they're saving. Okay, you gotta respect that as well. I feel like a lot of people forget to you know, wait for the respawns. But let's take a look back at that. Jimmy waiting on the side, completely unspotted. And Slater, you'll see here, he pops the tidal wave as there are 2 people waiting. Calumnia gets a stun onto 1, but is forced to lantern out to avoid, you know, dying instantly. Jimmy finds the perfect execution. And he's in the middle of 4 people. In the meantime, Rel here actually does find a lot of damage AoE onto the side of CFO, but Gemini just really getting in there, making sure that YJY is forced to keep running away. And Fear, the last one remaining, gets taken out as well. Now it's a 13k gold lead for CFO.
Oh, and look at the damage from the Gragas. Actually put out quite a lot, and Callista kind of just got there a little too late. Now they have the Baron. I think they're going to play for at least 2 inhibs here, but honestly, I think you could maybe look for the end just with how ahead you are. Rest actually gets caught out, but I think he should be able to survive. He just buys so much time here, and a really good Zhonya's dodges the cask.
He's going to get chased down by Fear here and Rel here. I think they're trying to get what
if
they can.
If they overcommit, then I think CFO can probably just kill
no,
them all and
split
end
up.
the game off of it. Yeah, Carries goes down. Calumnia is
Jimmy is
engaged on
looking
as
in.
well. YJY
Hits
is 1
2.
HP. I think that's going to be it. I think the game is done. They can just end right here at 23 minutes.
They're
Can they
looking for
cancel
Rel
this?
here as well. Oh, no.
Almost.
Thumbs
Rest
up.
actually lived there, by the way. He manages to get out.
That is crazy. Just buys so much time in that stopwatch as well. Really, really invaluable in that situation. Rel here looking to see what he can do in the 1v3. About to be a 1v4 situation. I think he really is going to need the miracle to save this one, but it looks like CFO, they're banging on the Nexus. Are they going to pad their KDA? Probably not. Looks like they're just going to try and end the game. And that is going to be the first one on the board for CFO, their first 24 kills of the split.
Yeah, I think that is what you expect to see from CFO. It's definitely what we're kind of hoping to see from game one or from day one. And they really did come back, you know, swing and just, yeah, what a dominating performance. I think that is probably, other than the game they played yesterday, probably the most dominating game so far.
Definitely, yeah. We saw pretty much what turned out to be 3 winning lanes. I feel like the real point of failure and the point that we're depending on from S9W was the Callista Thresh, right? Because we expected that to have a lot more of an impact in the early laning phase, but that one level 3 fight really just decided the whole game.
Yeah, I actually think just the story of the whole game felt like individual skill difference.
Yeah.
I really don't think there was much of a draft issue. I just think that pretty much every skirmish that was taken, CFO just played it much better.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel like S9W, they had the tools from draft they needed to succeed in that game, but ultimately just weren't quite able to execute on that as well as they would have wanted. So yeah, CFO taking out their first win, and yeah, they're definitely going to be, I guess, more relieved and happy that they've actually managed to get one on the board.
Yeah. Now they got 24 kills on the board now as well, so that definitely feels good. But yeah, I really like the comp from CFO as well. Like, even though S9W, it's kind of, we wanted to see something exciting like the Callista Thresh, right? But what we were really looking to see from CFO was putting Shun on something more early game focused, and they got it here. They got the Lucian. I think he really delivered. I don't know what the score was at the end, something like 10-1.
He was just dishing out so much damage, like that one fight at the end of the turret where he pretty much almost culls 100-0 2 people.
Yeah.
It's at that point when you know that Lucian Nami is just so oppressive when it's ahead, right? Because he hit 2 items, I think the first in the game to hit 2 items, and that power really just showed through almost instantly for them.
Yeah, I really like playing to your teams and players' strengths, and I think CFO yesterday, they experimented with a little scaling, but here they have taken the early game bot matchup, and it did work out well. Yeah,
I feel like it's hard in terms of MVP to name anyone specifically from CFO. It feels like they all just played individually really well. You know, everyone had their own moments. Rest doing a great job in the top lane, taking those short trades and always coming out on top. Jimmy and finding amazing flanks in those team fights, which is really crucial for them.
Yeah, I think I'd give the MVP to Shun, but honestly, it kind of goes to show how wild that game is, that we had an AP Jax and he wasn't even the main feature of the game.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a really good adaptation from him, I feel like. You know, he knows that it's going to be hard to get those extended trades into the Gragas, so opts for one that has a bit more oomph in those shorter trades as well.
Yeah, I like it. I went for the Cosmic Drive as well. I thought that was kind of curious.
Yeah.
I guess maybe just wants more movement speed. I'm actually not too sure. Maybe just, value CDR?
Yeah, I think the CDR is definitely a big one for that. I mean, because you often see Jaxes building stuff like Spear of Shojin, right? It's really good to have that extra leap strike and counter strike uptime. So yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with AP Jax, but checks out for me.
All right. You're going to have to play some AP Jax when you get home, I guess.
I think I will. I'm going to terrorize solo queue as soon as I get back. But yeah, really well played from CFO. I think it is a relief, not only for them, but also for, I guess, the rest of the league and people who definitely have their eyes on them, right? As the Split 2 reigning champions, people were a bit worried from their first game against BYG. But yeah, they really showed up in this game against CS9W.
Kara's hit some really impressive hooks this game, but I felt like they never really led to anything and were often followed up by intings. So it didn't really... But they looked impressive, which is sort of what matters.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good ones. I feel like they were a bit too few and a bit too, you know, not as impactful as you would have wanted. Jimmy and insane flank here. I just, you know, you can't understate it enough. It's just really great. He ends up in the middle of 4 people and they're all just sort of sitting on top of him. Rel here, you know, to his merit, he does find an explosive cast onto 4 people, does a majority of the damage for his team in that one fight, but at this point, they're just too far behind for it to mean enough.
Yeah, 100%. I think really just too little, too late. You can see there, Greg is doing the most damage on the team, but really the big disappointment, Callista, way down there.
Yeah.
6.2.
Definitely outclassed by the 25k, sorry, my math is still not that great. 25k put out by Shun, and the gold difference, yeah, it's really rough for S9W, you know? It started off in the first 10 minutes, not too bad for them, but by the end of the game, 15k goal behind, MVP player is actually going to be Slade True.
MVP goes to Nami, okay.
That is...
controversial.
I mean, it's always hard to tell in terms of impact, right?
Exactly.
He is 0-20. It is very pretty to look at, so I'll give it to him just for that. KP percentage is 83.3% as well. Yeah, really good effort from him. I feel like he did have some really good tidal waves, especially in that Baron fight. You know, he really set up for Jimmy to be able to find and execute on the flank that he found. And yeah, I think it really does take a certain amount of experience to be able to recognize that sort of situation and preemptively tidal wave before the rest of your team is sort of into a position where they can actually engage on the fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is really like the Nami is oftentimes, hold that thought, let's take a look at today's results. So game 1, Type A J team did pick up the win. Frank Esports picked up game 2. Impunity Esports, Deep Cross Gaming pick up games 3 and 4. And finally, CTV Flying Oyster do pick up a game 5.
Let me fit those in really quickly. Let's take a quick look at the standings. Deep Cross Gaming and Impunity, the sole survivors at 2-0. CTBC, Frank Esports, Hellpigs, Megabank, Beyond Gaming, PSG Talent, and J Team all sitting at 1-1. Whereas Jewish Team and Sem9 WPE, unfortunately, both sitting at 0-2. But, you know, it's still the first week. It's still the second day of the entire split. We've still got another big round of games tomorrow, which I'm sure we get to have a look at very soon. Oh, look at that timing. Amazing. Upcoming matches for tomorrow. Beyond Gaming versus PSG Talon. That's going to be a big one. And also S9W versus Jewish Team. You know, the bottom of the ladder. We'll have to see
Who picks up their first win.
First win. Yeah. Exciting in its own respect. Frankie Sports going up against J Team. And CDBC Flying Oyster Hellpigs, and Impunity Deep Cross as well. So we've got the 0-2 versus 0-2 and 2-0 versus 2-0.
Yeah, it's actually a really good schedule. I don't know if this thing is scripted or not, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of storylines developing as we approach the end of the first week. And yeah, a lot of these really are going to set the tone for the weeks going forward as well.
Yeah, I think tomorrow, that first game and the last game, those both look really good. I'm really excited, especially for the Mission versus Nest team matchup. I think those are our two best performing mids right now. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, for sure. I think that also in the league as a whole, it feels like the gap is not that big between the teams, right?
Yeah, I think Jewish team and S9 haven't shown the best.
They are definitely looking
showings.
weaker, but I feel like for the rest of the teams,
Yeah.
it's actually, I mean, we haven't played that many games so far, obviously, but it does feel like it's all relatively equal, especially considering that, you know, most of our drafts end up being relatively the same as well. It sort of lets us evaluate each team's skill, you know, a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think it is somewhat because of the meta. Like, there is just not as much kind of random chaos, I guess, in the game. So the games feel very slow, very controlled, and that allows like even weaker teams to kind of stay in for a bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. Regardless, I'm still glad that we got some really exciting matchups, some really excited picks, and really cool strategies coming out for tonight. But unfortunately, that was our final game. We are going to be signing off now. I've been Amelg. This has been Shock. And that has been PCS Day 2, Week 1. We'll catch you again tomorrow for another series of really good games.